Game of Thrones, The Attack of the Northern Wolf. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, Barrier. Ding, ding. Wearing a northern-style mail armor, Thomas was kneeling on one knee, hammering the rivets on the corner of the tent with a hammer in his hand. Next to him was Mia, who was doing the same thing. They were both lucky. After passing the selection and training of new recruits in Winterfell, they were finally assigned to the same squad. The Northern Army set out from Winterfell and arrived at the Moat Cailin after more than a week of marching. Now they were assigned the task of setting up the tent by the squad leader. Thomas, stand up and salute. It's your majesty. Thomas, who was concentrating on his work, heard Mia's hurried but excited voice. Hearing this, Thomas immediately stood up and looked forward. He saw His Majesty Robb, wearing armor engraved with the emblem of the direwolf, sitting on the back of his terrifying giant wolf, walking towards them. Your Majesty. When Robb passed by, all the soldiers around him stood straight and saluted respectfully. Robb also smiled and nodded slightly, as a response to them. After walking out of the Cailin Bay occupied by the Northern Army, and coming to the more prosperous Cailin village than before, Robb turned to Yara behind him and said, Yara, I have arranged a ship to the Iron Islands. When you arrive at Pike, tell Theon as soon as possible. We will meet at Seaward in a week. By the way, remember to help me keep an eye on Ramsay Bolton. If there is any situation, contact me in the way I told you. Yes, Your Majesty. Yara, who was riding on a warhorse, nodded and replied immediately after hearing Robb's words. Now, her respectful demeanor has obviously changed drastically compared to the rebelliousness more than 2 months ago. When Yeezy and the other two escaped from Winterfell, they used the magic whisper of the forest. Although the scope of influence was much smaller than the godswood of Deepwood Motte, Yara, who was only a few cells away, was directly affected. After waking up, Yara still remembered the peaceful feeling before she fell asleep, because she had never felt this feeling before. After hesitating for several days, she finally took the initiative to ask, when Robb came to the prison, to observe the vines that joined the wolf pack. At first, Robb didn't have time to pay attention to her. Later, Robb took the opportunity to practice swordsmanship with thorns and took her to the godswood. This time, watching the battle overturned Yara's previous cognition. First, the terrifying giant wolf sprayed a white mist of ice crystals to freeze the ground, and Robb Stark and a strange little girl were practicing swordsmanship on the ice. Yara watched the fierce battle between Robb and the other man, and various thoughts kept emerging in her mind. Then, the little girl turned into a dire wolf in the stalemate that could not be conquered for a long time. Yara, who had been imprisoned for several months, was stunned on the spot and instantly felt that the world had become extremely strange. Robb and thorns in the dire wolf state finally tied, because if they continued, both sides would inevitably be injured. After their battle, Yara mustered up the courage to challenge Robb, but was subdued by Robb in one move. Finally, Yara, who was unruly and followed the Ironborn's law of the jungle, knelt down and swore allegiance to Robb. Yara boarded a small rowing warship at the dock of Cailin village and gradually disappeared on the surface of the Fever River. Robb was about to let Bloodwind return to Cailin Bay, but he saw a red light falling from the sky and covering him. Zizzy, Zizzy. The familiar Zizzy sound rang again, and Robb found that a much thicker red mist rose from his body than last time, which continued to dissolve the red light. Robb immediately looked at Bloodwind and found that the remaining 39 blood contract points in the blood contract data were rapidly decreasing until there were only 3 blood contract points left. The red light was completely dissolved by the red mist. Use magic to attack me from a distance. Three-eyed crow? No, he doesn't have this ability. Well, if we calculate the time, Stannis will return to Dragonstone after being defeated, so it can only be the red woman Melisandre. Very good, I'll keep this account here. After thinking for a while, Robb knew who had cast this magic. Robb, who had suffered a small loss in the air, twitched his mouth slightly and kept this matter in mind. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Seeing Robb let out a light exclamation and then stared blankly, Gendry asked worriedly. Nothing. I'll go back later. Help me sort out the information about Stannis. I want to take a closer look. Yes. Let's go. Let's go back to Moat Cailin. Outside the west wall of Reveron, many thick military tents are stationed, and thousands of Riverland soldiers are training with shouts. They are all new recruits recruited by Reveron during this period. Most of them are from the 3 armies sent by Robb, the people in the castles of the recovered Riverlands, and a few are Riverland civilians who hid in advance. In the meeting hall of the main castle, the meeting had just ended, and the Earl of the North and the Earl of the Riverland came out one after another. Uncle, I have won great victories in every battle during this period. Why did you deny my command over the new soldiers at the meeting just now? At this time, only Edgemure and Brynden were left in the meeting room. Edgemure was questioning Brynden with anger on his face. Edgemure, I have interrogated the captives you brought back. They are either robbers from the Riverlands or wandering mercenaries. You have indeed won many victories, but why do you always face such opponents? Have you ever thought about this question? Brynden saw that Edgemure was very excited, and he answered in a very calm tone without changing his expression. Haha, uncle, what you said is really funny. Of course it's because I know how to choose the target of the battle. Every time I send out scout cavalry, I will attack, after determining the strength of the opponent. I'm not stupid. How could I lead hundreds of people to attack a target of thousands or even tens of thousands of people? Hearing Brynden's answer, Edgemure not only laughed in anger, but also answered. Forget it if you don't understand what I mean. Now that there are only 2 of us here, I will ask directly. What did Tywin Lannister tell you when you were held captive in Harrenhal? Brynden shook his head after hearing Edgemure's answer, and finally decided to speak directly to the question in his heart. Tywin Lannister? He just chatted with me normally, and then told me that he agreed to exchange prisoners, and I would be free soon. Hearing Brynden's question, Edgemure was slightly stunned, and then answered directly and naturally. Very good. Edgemure Tully, I'm now following the orders of His Majesty Robb and responsible for all affairs in the Riverlands. The 8,000 recruits recruited by Reveron will continue to be trained until His Majesty Robb issues new orders. Therefore, no one can command them for the time being. Do you understand? Brynden heard this, a serious expression on his face, and said to Edgemure word by word. I understand, Lord Brynden. Edgemure gritted his teeth, and answered very stiffly, then turned and walked towards the door of the council chamber. Brynden and the council chamber was worried. The doubts about the prisoner exchange last time were like a thorn in his heart. After thinking for a long time, he was sure that Tywin's purpose in agreeing to exchange prisoners this time would definitely not be simple. Edgemure walked out of the council chamber with a gloomy face. He stood there thinking for a while, then turned and walked towards the prison in Reveron. Thanks to Taai Kingling, the original Supreme and Holy God, KZN, and JJC1221 for voting for the monthly tickets. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for recommendations every day and followed here. Thank you for your support. PS. There will be another update tomorrow. Please subscribe and vote. Thank you everyone. Chapter 152. Resurgence, subscriptions, and vote request. At King's Harbor on Pike Island, merchant ships of all sizes, loaded with goods and passengers, crisscrossed at the mouth of King's Harbor. It looked orderly and well organized. In the waters near King's Harbor, longboats of the Iron Fleet patrolled and cruised at intervals to maintain order in the sea. Yara stood on the deck of a small rowing warship, looking at King's Harbor, which was more prosperous than before, and was not only a little stunned. The Ironmen of the Iron Islands followed Robb to make a fortune in the west. After returning satisfied, Theon followed Robb's advice and established the rules of King's Harbor. It was forbidden for any Ironman to attack merchant ships coming to King's Harbor for trade, and the Iron Fleet was sent to patrol and protect the nearby waters. Moreover, he replanned King's Harbor, divided its functions, and continued to expand it in all directions. Originally, King's Harbor was a relatively prosperous holy place for selling stolen goods. Coupled with the emerging route from Callan Village to King's Harbor now looks like a large port city. After this looting in the west, the Iron Islands, which already had very few people, were not short of food for the time being. Many of the already wealthy Ironmen were living a life of luxury in King's Harbor, stimulating the economic development of King's Harbor with golden dragons and silver deer. The Ironmen who wanted to continue to make money, led by their respective captains, basically left the waters of King's Harbor and headed for the waters of Lannisport or the Shield Islands to loot. Come on. Fresh oysters, 245 copper coins, fresh and juicy, freshly baked rye bread, come and smell the fragrance. Jonas is recruiting odd jobs and crew members to go to Bravos, 2 silver deer a month, food and lodging included, no need to sleep in the bottom cabin. As soon as Yara stepped onto the ground of King's Harbor, her ears were filled with all kinds of shouts. Compared to a few months ago, it was noisier. But it also made King's Harbor lively, unlike the previous depressing and dull state. Yara looked around and walked to the main street of the port. Just as she was about to find a horse to go to Pike City, she heard someone calling her name. She turned around and saw Quinton, who was wearing brand new armor engraved with a squid emblem, and leading a large group of Ironmen dressed in the same attire, looking at her with surprise. Hey, Quinton. How come you have learned to dress like a bitch from the Greenland in just a few months? Although she submitted to Robb, after seeing the extraordinary power, Yara was still unruly in her heart. She frowned and looked at Quinton with disdain in her mouth. Oh, don't mention it. This is the order of King Theon. We must wear uniform armor when patrolling and enforcing the law in the Iron Islands. We can only take it off before going out to sea for battle. Hearing Yara's ridicule, Quinton sighed and explained. Then he changed the subject and continued angrily. This bad idea was proposed by that damn Ramsay. I don't know what's going on, but now there are many Iron captains in the island who support this bastard. Ramsay Bolton? How can he, a man from the Greenland, get support in the Iron Islands? Yara asked immediately after hearing Robb's emphasis on Ramsay. Before attacking the Westerlands, His Majesty Robb let Ramsay lead the Ironmen of Great Wyke and Salt Cliff. This bastard tricked those idiots into working for him and made many military achievements. In fact, King Theon was very wary of him at first, but I don't know what happened in Lannisport. He later trusted this damn bastard more and more. During the battle in the Westerlands, I have been charging and fighting for King Theon. As a result, this bastard's status in the Iron Islands is almost the same as mine. Hearing Yara's question, Quinton immediately spoke out the grievances in his heart. Okay, got it. Give me a horse. I'm going to Pike now. Okay, get off the horse. Quinton nodded and agreed, then turned around and asked an Ironman behind him to give the horse to Yara. Yara nimbly jumped on the horse, nodded slightly to Quinton, and pulled the reins towards Pike. After riding for half a day on the familiar road on Pike Island, Yara arrived at Pike, where the gates had been repainted and decorated, and squid flags were flying everywhere on the walls. As the daughter of King Baron and a skilled Iron captain, Yara was very well known among the Ironmen. When the guards of Pike saw her, they immediately opened the door and saluted her. TSK. Entering the castle gate painted with gold, looking at the guards in exquisite armor, Yara curled her lips in disdain and secretly uttered a scorn. Led by the servants, Yara passed through the castle tower, that was both familiar and unfamiliar, and came to the main hall of the castle. Before entering the long hall, Yara heard the singing and women's laughter coming from the long hall. Creak. Yara pushed open the oak door of the long hall heavily, and saw that the long hall, which was once dark and serious, was redecorated with various golden sculptures and colorful ribbons. Although the long hall is now magnificent, it exudes a sense of now boorish. Theon, wearing a gorgeous robe and a driftwood crown on his head, was blindfolded and playing hide and seek with several beauties of different styles. Although she had not seen Theon since he was brought to Winterfell as a child, Yara recognized Theon at a glance. She stared at Theon expressionlessly and walked forward silently. Theon, who was immersed in playing games with the beauties, did not pay attention to the sound of the door opening. The guards standing in the long hall were ready to step forward to stop Yara, but Ramsay, who was standing next to him, smiled and raised his hand to stop them. Hey, I finally caught you. Let me guess. It's Daisy. Theon hugged Yara, who came to him, and stretched out his hands to touch Yara everywhere, laughing. Seeing the beautiful woman in front of him was silent. Theon, who felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong, pulled off the cloth covering his eyes. Seeing the stranger in front of him, he took a big step back, looked up and down at Yara, and said uncertainly, Yara, my dear brother, it seems you are having a lot of fun in Pike City. Yara showed a half smile, turned his head to look at Ramsay not far behind Theon, and confirmed his identity. Well, it was Ramsay who took the initiative to call these women to play this boring game. Hearing this, Theon was a little embarrassed and pointed at Ramsay behind him and blamed him. King Theon is right. It's all my fault. I noticed that you have been dealing with government affairs for a long time and it's too hard. Ramsay, who was standing quietly beside him, smiled and bowed to admit his mistake. Forget it, let's talk business. His Majesty Robb ordered me to come back to assist you, King Theon. Yara waved her hand and didn't want to continue this topic. Then she bowed to Theon with a serious face. As Theon was elected King of the Iron Islands, Yara was not present at the time. At this moment, she bowed to prove that she recognized Theon's status. Hearing this, Theon immediately helped Yara up happily and said, I'm glad you can come back. Yara, in the future, you have to help me manage the Iron Islands. Of course. By the way, His Majesty Robb asked you to assemble the Iron Fleet and the Northern Fleet. Well, meet at Seagate in 5 days. Yara nodded and answered, and then told him Robb's order. Okay, Yara, I'll leave this matter to you. Just in time for you to get familiar with our current strong strength. Theon trusted his sister very much, and directly gave her the task of assembling the fleet. Yes, King Theon. I will do it now. Yara took the task very decisively, said to Theon, turned around and left the long hall. King Theon, then I will take my leave first. Well, go. I'll talk to these women again, and learn about the people's livelihood in the Iron Islands. After Ramsay took his leave from Theon, he walked out of the long hall quickly, caught up with Yara who had not walked far, and said, Lady Yara, congratulations on your return to the Iron Islands. Lady? Are you insulting me? Hearing Ramsay's address, Yara stopped and replied in a cold tone. Of course not, please forgive me if my words are offensive. Ramsay wanted to get along with Yara, but seeing that she was so sensitive and irritable, he immediately spread his hands and explained with a smile. Very good, don't let me hear that name next time. Yara nodded in response, and then continued, I heard from Quinton that it was your idea to dress the Ironborn like a bitch and make Pike City look like this? This is all King Theon's idea. I just made some appropriate suggestions. Ramsay shook his head. Of course he would not admit that these were his ideas. Ramsay Bolton. The last time I saw you in the long hall, you looked like a loyal dog. This time I saw you, you still look like this. I warn you, if you are a dog, you must be aware of being a dog. Don't give Theon any bad ideas again. If, next time I hear it, Yara scolded Ramsay mercilessly in the tone of master scolding a dog, and then turned and left. Being scolded like this, the smile on Ramsay's face gradually disappeared and became extremely gloomy. He looked at Yara's leaving back and murmured, even a hungry dog will eat its master. Yara Greyjoy. The Iron Islands today are not what you remember. Thanks to the early birds, the cute little white rabbit, book friends 160,601,201,604,275, the brilliant Moon Palace, and listening to the snow on a moonlit night for voting for the monthly tickets. Thanks to all the people who vote for recommendations every day and follow the books here. Thank you for your support. P.S. Ramsay is on the rise again, and the second round of war is about to begin. The Northern Alliance is no longer single-minded. Please don't support the book, please subscribe, and please vote. Thank you all. Chapter 153, War Begins, 7600 chapters. After taking on Theon's mission, Yara immediately sent a letter of conscription to other islands in the Iron Islands through the Crow's Nest in Bike. Then she rode back to King's Harbor and went to several taverns in succession. She finally found her target. Cole, wake up. It seems that you want to die from excessive drinking like eddies. Yara approached a wine table, reached out and patted a handsome drunk man with smooth and pink cheeks without any beard, and said, who? Yara. The drunk man named Cole was forcibly awakened by Yara. He shook his confused head, opened his eyes and saw Yara, then stumbled up excitedly and hugged Yara. After being hugged by Cole, Yara directly raised her head and kissed Cole passionately. Cole is Yara's deputy of the Blackwind, well, lover, nicknamed Girl. Among the Iron people with messy beards, he got the name because of his smooth and pink face. Contrary to Cole's delicate nickname, he is brave and fierce in battle. He is one of the bravest warriors in the Iron Islands and his reputation spreads throughout the Iron Islands. Okay, wake them all up, and let's go back to the Black Wind. After kissing for a while, Yara remembered that there was something to do, and asked Cole to wake up the other crew members who were sleeping soundly at the nearby wine table and return to the Black Wind. Okay. Let's go back to the Black Wind and taste the peach together again. Cole replied, and immediately turned around, and kicked and punched, rudely waking up the other crew members of the Black Wind. When the other crew members saw Yara, they were also very excited to hug and greet her. From this, we can see that Yara is indeed popular. The Black Wind is a standard longship about 100 feet, about 30 meters, long. Due to its size, it does not carry any equipment such as ballistas and catapults. It is mainly based on shallow draft and high maneuverability to approach the target for boarding battle. I have been away from the island for several months. What is the situation in the Iron Islands now? After assigning tasks to all the crew members and asking them to notify the other Iron captains one by one together, Yara lowered her head and asked Cole in her arms. After returning from the looting in the Westerlands, King Theon has been looking for various beauties for fun all day long. Government affairs are basically handled by Quentyn Greyjoy and Ramsay Bolton, and the strength of the Iron Islands has gradually divided into 3 groups. Quentyn is in charge of thousands of iron races in Pike City, and took over the guard of King's Harbor. He also won over the iron races of Harlow Island, Black Tide Island and Oak Island, which is considered the strongest force. In addition to the troops of Great White Island and Salt Cliff Island, that King Robb had asked him to take over, Ramsay also won over the iron races of Old White Island. He is responsible for providing various intelligence to King Theon, and it is unknown where he got it from. A large group of mercenaries, with strong overall strength. Finally, there are neutral iron ships like our Black Wind, and the Northern Fleet led by Sir Willis Manderley of White Harbor. They gathered on the north side of King's Harbor, and have been training strictly in the past few months, and rarely caused trouble. However, some time ago, a scuffle broke out between them, because of the provocation of a drunken ironman under Quentyn. In the end, King Theon punished Quentyn, and suppressed public opinion, forbidding people to discuss the matter again. Although Cole has been drunken for the past few months, he is very clear about all the things in the Iron Islands. Hearing Yara's question, he answered her clearly. Now Theon asked me to summon the Iron Fleet, and the Northern Fleet. Putting aside the Northern Fleet, do you think I can take advantage of this opportunity, to take over the Iron Fleet? After listening to Cole's words, Yara spoke to him thoughtfully. I don't think it's likely. This topic made Cole sit up from Yara's arms immediately. He shook his head to answer Yara's question, and then continued. The Iron Islands now are completely different from when King Balon was in power. Except for Pike, the Iron races on other islands submit to King Theon on the surface, but they actually recognize His Majesty Robb in their hearts. They recognize Quentyn and Ramsay, because they have various interests intertwined. Therefore, King Theon's appointment alone is not enough to make them truly submit to you. Unless, in that case, if I want to quickly gain a foothold in the Iron Islands now, I must let one of Ramsay or Quentyn fall, and then take over his power. Yara heard the implication of Cole's words, and she said it very directly. Yes. Compared to Quentyn, Ramsay, as an outsider from the Greenland, is undoubtedly the best target. In fact, Quentyn has secretly contacted me several times, wanting us, the Black Wind and other neutral iron ships to join his army. After the recent melee, he contacted me again, saying that this melee was caused by Ramsay behind the scenes. From his tone, it seems that he really wants to take action against Ramsay. Hearing this, Cole nodded and told Yara what he thought was the most suitable target. Well, I also hate this Ramsay very much. Especially the fake smile he often has on his face. Cole, you should contact Quentyn quietly. Ask him to meet me on the Black Wind. Okay, I'll go see Quentyn now. However, there are many Ramsay spies on Pike Island. I will discuss with Quentyn to see how you can meet secretly. Hearing this, Cole immediately picked up his clothes from the ground and quickly put them on while answering Yara. Well, thank you for your hard work, Cole. When I regain my voice in the Iron Islands, I will let you have your own longship and become a glorious Iron Captain. I'm very much looking forward to seeing my own longship, dear Yara." After getting dressed, Cole heard the promise Yara made to him, turned around and replied with a smile, then walked out of the cabin directly. Time passed quickly, and in the middle of the night, when the moon was shining brightly, a small double-oared boat set out from the Blackwind and slowly rowed to a leeward reef far away from King's Island. Behind the reef, Quinton was waiting quietly with several of his men, holding torches. Yara and Cole stepped onto the reef from the boat, exchanged a few words with Quinton, and then began to discuss business. Yara tilted her head to glance at several of Quinton's men behind her. Quinton immediately understood what she meant and said, "These brothers are all friends with whom I have risked my life. I trust them, just like you trust Cole." "That's good. Quinton, I want to drive Ramsay, the outsider, back to the Greenland. You have been fighting him for so long, you must have thought of a lot of ways, right?" Hearing Quinton's words, Yara nodded and pointed out the topic very directly. "Well, this bastard Ramsay has contacted many smuggling merchant ships to secretly transport goods between the north and the south. He has made at least tens of thousands of gold dragons in the past few months. These gold dragons have not been taxed, which means that he has at least embezzled 5,000 gold dragons from the Iron Islands. King Theon valued him before, because no one could replace him. Now, you are back. Let's go to see King Theon together tomorrow and report this matter. Even if Ramsay is the candidate arranged by His Majesty Robb, this matter alone can make him go back to the Greenland." Seeing that Yara was so direct, Quinton was also very direct, and told the black material about Ramsay, that he had found out. "That's enough. After swallowing such a huge amount of gold dragons, even if Theon punishes him, His Majesty Robb won't say anything. Besides, His Majesty Robb doesn't seem to like Ramsay very much." After hearing what Quinton said, Yara knew that, just based on this black material, Theon, who has liked money and women since childhood, would punish Ramsay. "Okay, then we'll go to see King Theon at dawn tomorrow. Let me explain first. After Ramsay leaves the Iron Islands, I will take over his smuggling business. In addition, the troops on Oak Island will also be assigned to my jurisdiction." "Hey, wake up. Quinton, you're dreaming. Without my help, you can't do anything to Ramsay. Otherwise, you have been holding his intelligence for so long. Why didn't you report it earlier?" Seeing Quinton began to divide up Ramsay's power and asked for a huge sum of money directly, Yara chuckled and retorted, "Then how are you going to divide it? First of all, the troops on the 3 islands belong to me." "What? Impossible." The bargaining sound on this reef was like the sound of waves, one wave higher than the other. The night slowly passed, and the bright red sun jumped out from the sea level. Early the next morning, Quinton and Yara met at the gate of Pike City on time. "Yara, you look like this. Didn't you sleep all night last night?" Quinton looked at Yara with particularly eye-catching dark circles and asked directly. "Well, I couldn't sleep thinking about what happened today." Yara nodded and answered casually without expression. Hearing her answer, Quinton couldn't help but laugh in his heart. The woman really couldn't hold her temper. The two of them waited for a while, and the gate of Pike City was opened. Under the guidance of the servants, the two of them were taken to the long hall. However, what surprised Quinton was that Ramsay was already in the long hall, talking to Theon, who was sitting on the sea monster throne. King Theon. Entering the long hall and coming to the sea monster throne, Quinton and the others saluted and greeted Theon. "Well, Yara, Quinton. You came to see me so early in the morning. Is there something important?" Theon nodded in response to their greetings, yawning constantly and asking, "King Theon, we are here to report." Hearing this, Quinton took a step forward. He recited the speech he had prepared yesterday. Swish. Yara, who was behind him, suddenly pulled out the dagger on her right waist, stepped forward quickly, grabbed Quinton's neck with her left hand, and put the dagger against his throat with her right hand. Clang, clang, clang. The guards in the long hall saw Yara's action. They all drew their long swords and surrounded her. "Back off." Ramsay smiled as he watched the incident happen. He waved his right hand to the side and gave the order. The guards in the long hall heard Ramsay's order, turned their heads, and looked at Theon, who was frowning and not speaking, and put away their swords and returned to their positions. Yara, what are you doing? Feeling the chill on his throat, Quinton, who was completely unprepared, asked softly while trying to glance back. How did my father die? A cold question came from behind, and Quinton's hair stood up immediately. Lord Balon? He hanged himself. Several Iron Captains saw it with their own eyes. As soon as Quinton finished speaking, Yara, who was obviously dissatisfied with this answer, exerted a little force with her right hand, and the tip of the dagger instantly cut Quinton's skin, and bright red blood dripped down the dagger. Yara, do you suspect that your father's death is related to him? Hearing the conversation between Yara and Quinton, Theon, who seemed to understand a little, asked, Ramsay, didn't you say you had evidence last night? Where is your evidence? Yara did not answer Theon's question. She looked at Ramsay beside Theon and said loudly, Lord Theon, I just learned last night that King Balon was murdered by Quinton. Now, the evidence is outside the door. Seeing Theon turned his head and stared at him, Ramsay immediately bowed his head and smiled. Suicide, murder, humph, bring the evidence in quickly. Hearing this, Theon's face suddenly became gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and said to Ramsay, let them in. Ramsay nodded and immediately shouted at the door of the long hall, greetings, King Theon. The door to the long hall was opened, and 2 Ironmen came behind Yara and the others, bowing and greeting Theon. Lord Yara, the witness on the left, has a life and death relationship with Quinton. Quinton trusts him, just like you trust Cole. His words should be able to serve as evidence. Ramsay pointed to the Ironman on the left and spoke to Yara. Upon hearing this, Yara turned around and saw that the Ironman on the left was one of Quinton's trusted men who was brought to the reef last night. You are Quinton's trusted man. Tell me, what exactly happened to my father's death? A few months ago, Quinton took us to kill the guards outside King Balon's palace. Then I was on guard for them outside, and they went in and strangled King Balon to death. Hearing Yara's question, Quinton's trusted man immediately spoke up. The man on the right is an Iron Captain who was there to identify King Balon's cause of death. Tell us about what happened. The 4 of us Iron Captains went to identify King Balon's cause of death. Hawkeye John found something wrong with King Balon's cause of death and told him directly, but was suddenly stabbed into a hornet's nest by Quinton with a dagger. Poor old John's body was pushed into the sea by Quinton. The older Iron Captain, upon hearing Ramsay's words, immediately told the story of Quinton's murder. If their words cannot serve as evidence, we can arrest Quinton's confidants for questioning and find the other 2 Iron Captains. Seeing that Theon and Yara were silent after listening, Ramsay spoke immediately. King Theon, King Balon refused to surrender and wanted to execute you. I was saving you. Otherwise, how could you sit on the eastern seat now? And how could the Iron Islands develop so prosperously? Please, for the sake of my life for you, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Knowing that this matter could not be concealed, Quinton immediately said to Theon in a crying voice, my father doesn't want to die either. Yara, who was behind Quinton, heard the words and leaned close to his ear and whispered, swish. As soon as Yara finished speaking, the dagger in her right hand suddenly pulled from left to right. She was so strong that a large piece of flesh on Quinton's neck was cut and rolled up, and the white throat bone could be seen. Yara, you are responsible for Quinton's work. Speed up the fleet assembly. I want to go to Sealand City as soon as possible. Ramsay, the rest of the things are up to you. Knowing that Quinton was right, his father Balon did have the possibility of executing him at that time. Theon, who suddenly seemed to be a little bored, gave a light order and stood up and walked out of the long hall. You 2 are very wise. Go and claim your award. Anyone else who participated in or concealed this matter will die miserably. Come, clean up here. Ramsay slowly walked down the steps of the sea monster throne, smiled and said to the 2 witnesses, and then asked someone to come in to deal with Quinton's body. Ramsay, you are very good. You can accurately calculate the time when I return to the Black Wind. You also have your spies in my crew, right? Although Quinton is dead, don't be too proud. I know what you did. After Yara wiped the dagger on Quinton's body, she said coldly to Ramsay, Lord Yara, I don't have the courage to embezzle the assets of Pike Island. I gave those taxes to that person. Ramsay certainly knew what she was talking about. he immediately explained, and turned his head to gesture to the lofty sea monster throne. You deliberately revealed this to Quinton, didn't you? If he really investigates, Theon will hate him. Good trick. From today on, I will try to overestimate you. Be careful not to let me catch any handle. Yara's mind turned quickly, and she instantly figured out that smuggling taxes was also Ramsay's strategy. With a fake smile on her face, she turned and left the long hall. Looking at Yara's slender back, Ramsay's smile remained. On that day, all the Ironmen who were loyal to Quinton were bloodily dealt with, and Yara took over all the troops on Pike Island. However, among the external islands, only Great White Island expressed its willingness to follow Yara, while Old White Island and Salt Cliff Island both turned to Ramsay. No matter how angry Yara was, 5 days later, she assembled an iron fleet of nearly 10,000 people and a northern fleet of nearly 5,000 people, and rushed to Sealand City. When Theon arrived at Sealand City with a fleet covering the entire Ironman Bay, it was about 2 days later than expected. Due to the various restrictions of this era, although Yara was told that the assembly would take a week, Robb actually expected it to take 2 weeks. Therefore, he did not blame Theon for this. In Seagate, Theon did not talk about the changes in the Iron Islands. Robb carefully explained his subsequent strategic thinking to Theon several times. Finally, from the 18,000 recruits in Winterfell, 5,000 troops composed entirely of northern citizens were selected. Robb assigned them to Theon's troops. The next day, the two of them split into 2 groups and set out from Seagate with their respective troops. Robb led 2,000 light cavalry and the remaining 13,000 recruits, and did not go directly to Reveron. Instead, they went from Raventree, Stonehenge, and Derry in turn. 4,000 recruits from Winterfell were used to replace the northern veterans who had experienced the last round of war in the castles. After the replacement, the 3 castles were guarded by 6,000 northern soldiers, including 2,000 veterans and 4,000 recruits. For the defenders, this number is more than enough. In addition, the military supplies and defense equipment provided by Reveron have been delivered to the 3 castles in the past few months. As for the 3 commanders who led the troops to recapture the castles, Earl Titus, Earl Rickard, and Earl Jason, they were also transferred by Robb to the troops he led. More than 10 days later, Robb led this powerful northern army to Reveron. When Robb arrived at Reveron, Edgemuir was still attacking the stronghold of the Westerly army with Sir Mark. Although he had written a letter to report this matter before, as soon as he saw Robb in the council hall, Brynden immediately reported to him the abnormalities in the exchange of prisoners and the strangeness of Edgemuir's victory in every battle during this period. Your Majesty, this is the situation. With Edgemuir's successive victories, his reputation in Reveron and even the Riverlands has been getting higher and higher. Especially the newly recruited soldiers, most of them admire Edgemuir very much, and are eager to join his army. Uncle, my uncle's reputation has been cultivated very high. If you forcefully suppress him, not only will my uncle have other ideas in his mind, but others will also think that you are deliberately suppressing him. Therefore, I will assign all the new recruits in the Riverlands to my uncle, and he will be in charge. After hearing Brynden's report, Robb looked at the location of Threnal on the map and expressed his views on this matter. Your Majesty, I have known Edgemuir since I was a child. It is indeed no problem for him to fight with a small army, but on such a major battlefield, he may become a weakness for the enemy to defeat us. Just like the 5,000 cavalry he lost before, this time it is a force of nearly 10,000 people. If he buries them. Brynden heard that Robb was going to hand over the new recruits to Edgemuir, and immediately spoke anxiously. Uncle, don't worry. If Tywin really has something in mind, he won't attack you in the short term. If you really ruin this army of 10,000, I will make Tywin pay twice the price. Well, okay. Everything is up to you. Well, I'll tell you the general arrangements for the next step. When Robb explained the recent tactical arrangements to Brynden, Edgemuir, and Sir Mark returned triumphantly with hundreds of prisoners. The new recruits stationed outside Reveron were extremely excited and shouted Edgemuir's name loudly. The old soldiers in the north silently made preparations for the war, such as wiping their weapons and tidying up their armor. Earl Titus, who knew Edgemuir's character well, didn't even raise his head, but just talked quietly with Earl Rickard, Earl Jason, and other familiar earls. Edgemuir, who was riding a warhorse in the front, also saw this situation. He curled his lips and went straight to Reveron with some displeasure. After returning to the castle, Edgemure met Robb and Brynden, who had been waiting for a long time. When he heard that Robb was going to give all the new recruits from the Riverlands to him, he hugged Robb excitedly. Then, he asked Robb to let Lord Piper be free on the grounds that Ser Marco had accumulated enough military merits in the past 2 months. Of course, the punishment of deprivation of the title was still there. Robb, knowing that he could not refuse, readily agreed. Seeing Edgemure running excitedly to the prison, Robb called Clay and told him to pay close attention to the people and things related to Edgemure and Lord Piper. While Robb was handling various government affairs in Reveron, Tywin, who had already stationed troops in Harrenhal, received a raven letter from Casterly Rock in the west. Kingsburn Tower was once the tallest and largest tower in Harrenhal, but Aegon the Conqueror brought his dragon and melted half of Harren the Black, including the tower. However, the remaining rooms in the castle are as big as the living rooms of other small castles. Therefore, this is still the location of the Lord's Room of Harrenhal. Tywin, Kevan, Jaime and other Lannisters are gathering in the Lord's Room at this moment. All the squids of the Iron Islands are out, and 200 or 300 warships have occupied the seaport of Lannisport. Tell me what you think. After receiving the letter from Casterly Rock, Tywin did not hold a military meeting. Instead, he called Jaime and Kevan to hold a family meeting. Father, we have a total of 55,000 strong troops, including those cannon fodders recently recruited. I don't understand. Why have we been waiting in Harrenhal? Now, let the other side attack first. Knowing that his own troops have a great advantage, Jaime has been asking for battle for more than 10 days, but he has been directly suppressed by Tywin. Jaime, that wolf cub is good at avoiding attacks and attacking other places instead. In the war a few months ago, we suffered this loss and were messed around by him. So this time, we specifically waited for them to take action first and then planned a tactical plan to deal with it. Seeing that Tywin didn't speak, Kevan immediately explained to Jaime. Hey, you guys are so careful about it. It seems that Ed's eldest son is really capable. Well, let's get back to the point. We expected the squids to attack Lannisport. In the past few months, Davin has been leading people to add obstacles and set up nets near the port. Many catapults, crossbows and other defensive equipment have also been set up in the port area. If the squids really want to land in Lannisport, they may have to swim over. So, I think we don't need to care about them at all. We should just send troops to attack Reveron. After hearing this, Jaime praised and said what he thought. No, the squids' longboats have very shallow drafts. Their big ships can't enter the port area, but if they take advantage of their numbers and use many small boats to forcibly land, Davin's 2,000 or 3,000 people can't stop them at all. Kevan heard what Jaime said and directly pointed out his mistake. In that case, let's mobilize Adam's troops from Golden Tooth City to support. With his troops' assistance, Lannisport will definitely not have any problems. As soon as Kevan finished speaking, Jaime immediately said, but after Adam's troops leave, what will happen if the northern troops from Reveron attack the Golden Tooth? The walls of the Golden Tooth are high and strong. How can they capture it? That's hard to say. Casterly Rock is even more difficult to capture, and the result. Okay, stop it. Seeing that Jaime and Kevan started arguing, Tywin immediately spoke up to stop their quarrel. After Jaime and the other man looked at him, Tywin gave the order directly. Send a message to Adam to take 5,000 cavalry and 5,000 infantry to Lannisport. 5,000 stormtroopers plus the original 1,000 garrison. A total of 6,000 people will stay in Golden Tooth. Even if the Northern Army attacks together, they will not be able to capture Golden Tooth in a short time. Moreover, Golden Tooth is not far from Lannisport, and Adam's 5,000 cavalry can provide support at any time. Kevan will lead 30,000 Western troops to guard the crossroads, to prevent the Northern Army from taking the opportunity to go straight down to the King's territory. Jaime, since you like to attack, take 20,000 Western troops to capture other river castles except Reveron. This time, we don't need to divide our troops to occupy them. After taking the castle, the prisoners who are willing to surrender will be directly absorbed, and those who are unwilling will be killed. Finally, demolish or burn these castles. Yes, sir. After listening to the order, Jaime and Davin looked at each other, nodded and saluted, and took on their respective tasks. As Tywin's order was issued, the Westerly army, which had been almost rusty in Harrenhal for the past few months, immediately prepared and entered a state of war. The next day, Kevin and Jaime led their respective troops and left Harrenhal in a mighty manner. Tywin stood on the Kingsmaning Tower and quietly watched the two Westerly troops leaving. At the same time, the Northern army stationed in Riverrun was also divided into two teams. Edgemure led nearly 10,000 Riverland recruits and marched eastward along the river road. His goal was to tear down the Westerly defense line near Acorn Hall and then turn to the crown. Robb led a 13,000-man Northern army and marched westward along the river road. His goal was the Golden Tooth. Adam, who was stationed in the Golden Tooth, immediately took action after receiving Tywin's order and gathered his troops to support Lannisport. As the official starting point of the first round of war between the Westerly and Northern regions, Lannisport once again became the horn of the second round of war between the two sides. Thanks to the big names who voted for the monthly tickets, such as Sweetmouth and a Sharp Sword, Old Bookworm Hui, All Mortals Must Die, Fluttering Flying Pig, The Name Was Just Aranda My Dear, Zenshangle Weiyang, Laozi Shushankai, Wang Le 123, Falling Shadow, and Strange Jiang's I Obey. Thanks to all the big names who voted for recommendations every day and followed the reading here. Thank you for your support. PS. Tomorrow is also a big chapter. Please subscribe and vote. Thank you everyone. Chapter 154 Landing. Crash. In the port area of Lannisport, this once prosperous and bustling port, there are basically no ships to be seen. In the distance, a large group of small longboats are rowing quickly from the seaport to the port area. Because the underwater area near the port is full of obstacles, the ships of the Iron Fleet and the Northern Fleet cannot land on the shore. Yara, who has always been the first to fight and is in urgent need of re-establishing her prestige, volunteered to Theon to be the vanguard. At this moment, she is leading Cole and other members of the Blackwind and 5,000 Ironmen, rowing more than 500 small longboats, constantly approaching the port area. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the port area of Lannisport, this once prosperous and bustling port, there are basically no ships to be seen. Dozens of trebuchets made of rough wood are operated by Lannister soldiers, constantly throwing millstone-sized stones. Clang. 10 Ironmen are rowing a small 10-oared longboat with all their might. Huge rocks fall from the sky and hit the middle of the longboat, smashing 2 Ironmen on the spot. That's not all. The huge stone with powerful kinetic energy smashed through the keel of the longboat and broke it in two. Of the other 8 Ironmen who fell into the water, except for one unlucky guy whose throat was pierced by the splashing wood, the other 7 swam freely in the water towards other longboats nearby. The power of the trebuchet stones is indeed terrifying, but in fact, for the flexible small longboat, its aiming accuracy is very low, and the speed of reloading is very slow. On the contrary, those crossbows with high aiming accuracy and fast loading are the biggest threat. Bang. Snap. A crossbow was quickly loaded with a spear by a Lannister soldier, and it hit a small longboat like lightning with a loud bowstring sound. The Ironman at the front of the small longboat was directly shot with a powerful spear and half of his head was blown up. Blood mixed with brains splashed all over the Ironman in the same row with him. The spear pierced through the chest of the second Ironman and pierced the left leg of the third Ironman before stopping. After a short silence, a shrill scream suddenly sounded. Bang, bang, bang. The closer to the port area of Lannisport, the higher the accuracy of the crossbows. The casualties of the Ironmen continued to increase, and the screams and wails continued. In the port area, Davin, standing behind the trebuchet and crossbow formation, looked at the approaching squids expressionlessly, but the raging anger hidden in his brown eyes showed that his heart was not as calm as it seemed. A few months ago, he found his father's body in Casterly Rock. Because there was no one left in Casterly Rock, he didn't know who was the murderer of his father. But the broad arrow with barbs that the squids often used on his father's rotting body made him identify his father's murderer as Theon Greyjoy, the king of the Iron Islands. He swore on the spot that he would not shave before avenging his father's murder, so compared to a few months ago, he now has a thick and messy beard. Archers, draw your bows, shoot. Seeing that the squids had entered the attack range, Davin roared loudly and gave the order to shoot to the 600 archers in the square formation beside him. Swish, swish, swish. After 600 regular conehead arrows drew a parabola in the sky, they fell like raindrops towards the Ironman longship in the front. Boom, sizzle, sizzle. This wave of arrows from the Lannister soldiers had a very good killing effect on the Ironman in leather armor. Although nearly half of the arrows fell into the sea, the other half basically covered the Ironman longship, causing at least 100 or 200 Ironman casualties. Crack. A spear fired by a crossbow hit the longship next to Yara, and 2 crew members of the Blackwind were immediately strung together like human candied whores. Yara looked at the crew members who were killed on the longship next to him, and then turned his head to look at the longships in front of him, that were nailed like hedgehogs, and all the Ironmen on them died, and couldn't help showing a look of grief and anger. She wiped the blood that splashed on her face with the back of her hand, then stood up suddenly, and looked at the situation in the port area. She turned to Cole and said, "No, if we continue like this, even if we successfully land, our casualties will be very heavy. The distance is enough. Cole, tell the brothers in the front 200 longships to go into the water, and the brothers behind to provide cover." "Yes, Captain." Cole heard what Yara said and immediately agreed, then turned around and made a gesture to the other Ironman longships. The secret code was constantly passed on by the Ironman and gradually spread to the entire Ironman landing force. Plop. Yara threw the other items on her body on the longship, only put her one-handed axe on her waist, hung the short dagger on her chest, and jumped into the sea. As she jumped into the sea, the crew of the Blackwind jumped into the sea first, followed by the Ironmen on more than 100 longships in front, and then jumped into the sea like dumplings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the Ironmen on the longboats in front jumped into the sea, the Ironmen on the nearly 300 longboats in the back directly knocked away these unmanned longboats and moved forward. Once they entered the attack range, they immediately abandoned their oars and took up their boats and began to fight back against the Lannister soldiers in the port area. The catapults and crossbows were relatively scattered and easily blocked by obstacles. Therefore, these Ironmen were very smart to target the archer phalanx led by Davin. Since it was not a volley, the Ironman's arrow rain was not a covering attack, but a continuous free shooting. Therefore, the lethality was not very strong. But after all, the opponent was a counterattack of 2,000 or 3,000 people, and the more than 600 Lannister archers could only hide behind the houses behind them, and occasionally show their heads to shoot an arrow. Davin, who was also hiding behind a house, looked helplessly at his own archers, who were suppressed by the number of people. Of course, he had seen the movement of the Ironmen jumping into the sea just now, but now he was completely powerless to stop them. He had only 3,000 Lannister soldiers under his command. 1,000 men were left to defend Casterly Rock, which was the last line of defense reserved by Davin. Nearly 800 soldiers were transporting supplies and operating weapons to attack in Lannisport. 600 archers fought back, and the remaining 600 cavalry were on standby nearby. In the offshore area of the port area, thousands of Ironmen were densely gathered like sardines, and they kept diving in unison towards the front. As Ironmen who rely on water for their livelihood, they are extremely good at swimming. Basically, they swim 20 or 30 meters in one breath, before floating their heads out of the water to breathe. Yara is really like a big fish in the sea, with neat movements, graceful posture, and very fast speed. After a while, she saw the stone steps of the dock in the port area in front of her. She floated her head out of the water and took a deep breath, then quickly dived from the water to the bottom of the stone steps of the dock, where a crossbow was mounted. Leaning against the stone steps of the dock, Yara exhaled and took a deep breath, while reaching out to pull out the dagger hanging on her chest, and then holding the handle of the dagger in her mouth. Bang! Splash! Yara, who was waiting quietly, heard the loud sound of the bowstring above her head, put her hands up, and the even and strong muscles of her arms suddenly exerted force. With a sound of water, she jumped onto the stone steps of the dock. There were 4 Lannister soldiers next to the crossbow. 2 were responsible for adjusting the position of the crossbow and stringing it. 1 was responsible for aiming and shooting, and the other was responsible for carrying and installing the spear. When they saw Yara suddenly appear, they were all stunned. They didn't expect that the enemy had already touched them. Swish! Yara, who was well prepared, would not be dazed. She pulled out the axe from her waist with her right hand, and at the same time, took out the dagger from her mouth with her left hand, and threw it at the Lannister soldier on the left. Swish. Bang. The dagger accurately hit the throat of the Lannister soldier, and he immediately fell to the ground holding his throat. The Lannister soldier on the right only then pulled out the long sword from his waist, and Yara had already raised the axe in her right hand and rushed over. Clang. Clang. The Lannister soldier on the right drew out his long sword and raised it hastily above his head to block the axe that Yara was slashing at him. Although Yara was a woman, she had been through many battles and her right hand was very strong. She directly chopped the Lannister soldier's long sword from his hand to the ground. Wait. The Lannister soldier, whose right hand was numb from the shock, raised his left hand and shouted in panic. He wrapped his left hand around Yara, whose right hand was exhausted, and raised the axe from the lower left to the upper right with both hands. The sharp axe cut open the Lannister soldier's belly and cut off his raised left hand at the wrist. Zzzz. A large amount of blood spurted out from the Lannister soldier's body, covering Yara's head and face, and blinding her with blood. Just as she was wiping her eyes with the back of her hand, the Lannister soldier who was about to load the spear into the crossbow had already attacked Yara with both hands holding the spear. Whoosh! A one-handed axe flew out from behind Yara, embedding heavily into the front of the Lannister soldier. Yara, who had just wiped the blood from one eye, looked behind her and saw Cole, who was soaked with sweat, holding an axe in one hand and making a throwing gesture with the other hand. Yara smiled charmingly at Cole, turned her head, and looked at the last soldier who was aiming at the crossbow and had fled in panic. She raised the axe in her hand and shouted loudly, "Kill these bitches from the Greenland, and this city will belong to us Ironborn. The dead will not die. Woo-hoo. Kill. The dead will not die." Hundreds of Ironborn who climbed up to the port area with seawater all over their bodies, made all kinds of strange noises, and pounced madly on the Lannister soldiers who had abandoned their catapults, crossbows and other equipment, and were ready to fight with their swords drawn. Behind them, there was still a steady stream of Ironborn who climbed up to the port like water ghosts, and the Ironborn longships in the distance were constantly approaching the port area. Ta. A large number of Stormland soldiers ran on the walls of Golden Tooth City, preparing quivers filled with arrows, boiling oil, falling rocks and other conventional city defense items. The soldiers in charge of operating the trebuchets, catapults, crossbows and other city defense equipment were also debugged and quietly waited for the arrival of the war. Because Adam was transferred to Lannisport by Tywin, and the son of Count Leo was still young, he was staying in the safe main castle accompanied by his mother Alicent Lefford. Therefore, Real Lefford, the nephew of Count Leo, was appointed as the commander of the defensive Golden Tooth City by Countess Alicent. Rhea stood on the walls of Golden Tooth City, looking down at the river road under Tengshi Mountain. The dark mass, the neat and terrifying military formation, and the Northern Army that kept advancing forward, inexplicably emerged in their hearts a feeling of impending disaster. Hey, what am I thinking about? Golden Tooth City is an extremely solid fortress, and there will definitely be nothing wrong. Reaching out and patting his head a few times, Rhea couldn't help but laugh at his own wild thoughts in his heart. Indeed, as a famous westerly fortress, the name of the Golden Tooth City indicates its importance and solidity. The gold refers to the gold mine resources in the westerly mountains near the Golden Tooth City, and the tooth represents that it is the gateway fortress of the westerly region, which can protect the westerly region behind it like a solid tooth. Riding on Bloodwind, Robb frowned as he looked at the Golden Tooth City, which stood on the top of Tengshi Mountain like a towering giant. After seeing this westerly gateway fortress with his own eyes, Robb knew that it fully lived up to its reputation in Westeros. Seeing that the distance was almost the same, Robb raised his hand to signal to stop. The heralds behind him kept passing on Robb's orders. After several months of rigorous training, the Northern Army, which had already obeyed the orders, immediately stopped and lined up in neat and quiet formations. The army will set up camp on the spot. Tell Earl Rickard to lead the scout cavalry to explore the surrounding intelligence. Tell Earl Jason to lead the logistics team of 1,000 people to build fortifications. Robb jumped from the prone Bloodwind to the ground and gave his orders to the messenger beside him. "Yes, your majesty." Looking at the messenger who hurriedly left, He turned around and patted Bloodwind's head, whispering, "Bloodwind, take your wolf pack and go play around." Abu. Hearing Robb's words, Bloodwind's spiritual eyes suddenly lit up. It opened its mouth and growled, and 15 direwolves, including Nymeria and the lady, left the wolf guard and followed Bloodwind, rushing into the lush Tengshi mountains. Clay, all the intelligence of the past 2 days, give it to me, as soon as possible. After arranging Bloodwind properly, Robb finally turned around and ordered Clay, who was following behind him. "Yes, your majesty." After giving all the orders, Robb looked at the towering golden tooth again, turned around and walked towards the special carriage where Yeezy was. Swish. Whoosh. Yara's axe was embedded in the chest of a Lannister soldier with great force, making the enemy's eyes lose their luster instantly. While pulling out the axe, she glanced around, quickly took out the dagger in front of her chest, and threw it to her side, accurately nailing it into the eyes of an enemy who was about to attack Cole from behind. Cole chopped down the Lannister soldier in front of him. After hearing the movement behind him, he turned his head and showed Yara a bloody smile, as if telling her that one person saved one time, they were even. As more and more Ironmen successfully landed in the port area, this group of Lannister soldiers trained in recent months could not resist the fierce Ironmen, who were as fierce as wolves and tigers, and began to retreat step by step. No, if they continued to fight, they would be defeated. After absorbing the experience of the last battle, Davin realized that his mission this time was just to delay time. So he did not bravely rush forward to fight, but stood with the archers, calmly observing the situation and commanding the battle. Blow the horn. Woohoo. Following Davin's order, 2 consecutive and rapid horn sounds rang out. Da-da-da. 600 Lannister cavalrymen who had been waiting nearby, along the bluestone pavement of the port area, launched a charge from left to right in the port area. Bang, bang, tear, screech. These 600 Lannister cavalrymen charged directly through the middle of the 2 warring parties in the port area. They bumped into many soldiers from both sides, who were fighting fiercely. During the charge, the long swords in the hands of the cavalrymen harvested the lives of many Ironmen. However, many cavalrymen were either chopped off their horses' legs or shot down by the surrounding Ironmen. However, after the charge of this group of Lannister cavalrymen, the soldiers from both sides, who were originally entangled and fighting anxiously, were like being drawn a horizontal line by a huge brush. The Lannister soldiers on the other side of the horizontal line took the opportunity to join up with Davin's archers. They barely maintained their formation and retreated to the town of Lannisport behind them. Just like the last battle, Davin was familiar with the town's home field, and street fighting was his strong point. Yara watched the defeated enemy flee into the town, and she would definitely not give up this opportunity to hit the drowning dog. She directly raised her sharp axe and wanted to lead the army to pursue. Woo. A loud horn sounded from behind, and Yara, Cole and other Ironmen in the port area all paused. Clang. The sharp axe in her hand hit a stone next to the catapult heavily, making a loud collision sound. Yara's face was a little distorted because of anger at this moment. She turned her head to the direction of the Iron Fleet and roared loudly, "What a joke. Sacrificing so many Iron Brothers, we finally landed and defeated the enemy, and now we are asked to retreat." Woo. It seemed that seeing that the vanguard troops in the port area were motionless, the Iron Fleet at the seaport sounded the retreat horn again. "Captain, retreat. King Theon strictly abides by the military law and discipline established by His Majesty Robb. Disobeying orders is a crime of beheading." Having experienced the last invasion of the Westerly, Cole, covered in blood, came to Yara and advised, "It must be that damn Ramsay." Alas. Cole, let the brothers destroy all these equipment before retreating. Hearing Robb's name, Yara, who has always been unruly, pursed her lips that still had dried blood on them, and gave an order. At the mouth of Lannisport, the ocean troll was parked on the sea like a monster. "King Theon, Lord Yara is about to capture Lannisport. Why is he ordering a retreat at this time?" Ramsay didn't understand why Theon suddenly ordered a retreat this time, and he asked with a puzzled look on his face. Seeing Ramsay, who often guessed his thoughts in advance, asking, Theon answered with a smug look on his face, "I'm no longer interested in Lannisport, which has been conquered. Our real goal is, thank you to Taai Kingling, the original supreme and holy god, Kang Shen Ye Feng Su, and Leah King for voting for the monthly ticket. Thank you to all the big guys who vote for recommendations every day and follow here. Thank you for your support. PS. Well, I was going to write a big chapter today, but my daughter called me to go to the movies. Who can resist a cute little cotton padded jacket then? Mozart in outer space is suitable for children to watch. I think the major events of life are better. Please watch me work hard to write and update in the second half of the month. Finally, please subscribe and vote. Thank you everyone. Chapter 155. Ambush. Ha ha. Davin led less than 1,000 Lannister soldiers through the town of Lannisport. When he arrived at the streets, where he had set up fortifications, he immediately divided the soldiers into small groups and ambushed them in the complex streets and alleys with a team of 10. But to his surprise, he waited for a long time, but did not see the Ironman soldiers chasing him. Davin felt that something was wrong, so he immediately sent a team to investigate. After a while, Davin received a report that the Ironman had retreated. He hurried back to the port area after hearing the news. When he arrived at the port area, Davin found that the huge fleet that covered the estuary had disappeared, and there were still many longship wreckages floating on the sea in the offshore area. The port area was dead silent. He did not see any figures, only corpses and equipment wreckage were left. Da-da-da. A sound of horse hooves came from the right side of the port area. The Lannister cavalry who had just been responsible for the rear guard turned their horses around and returned when they saw that there were no pursuers behind them. Seeing his own cavalry, Davin knew that the Ironborn had not gone to Casterly Rock either. He racked his brains to think, where did the Ironborn go after giving up Lannisport, which was within their grasp? Early the next morning, Davin was awakened by his guards because their reinforcement had arrived. Boom. 5,000 Westerland cavalrymen lined up in a long line and came to Lannisport from the direction of Casterly Rock. This was the reinforcement force Adam brought from the Golden Tooth. Adam felt that it was his slow return to the west that led to the fall of Casterly Rock last time. Therefore, this time, the 5,000 Westerland cavalrymen were all lightly equipped, and in less than 2 days, they rushed back to Lannisport from the Golden Tooth. These 5,000 Westerland cavalrymen originally had 2,000 heavy cavalrymen, and all their equipment was transported by the 5,000 stormtroopers who were slower, and they may have only marched halfway. What? The squids retreated? Even after they successfully landed? How many people are there? Where are they going after leaving Lannisport? Adam, who had traveled all the way to Lannisport, asked loudly in surprise as soon as he heard Davin's description of the current situation. The squids have more than 200 longships and dozens of captured Lannister fleet warships. I estimate that their number should be around 20,000. As for where they are now, I want to know too. Davin told him the estimated strength of the Ironman, and then shook his head repeatedly to indicate that he didn't know about the Ironman's movements. They don't want to attack King's Landing directly from Blackwater Bay. No, I have to report this to Lord Tywin. Well, Lord Tywin has brought all the troops of King's Landing to Harrenhal. They may indeed attack King's Landing. After all, they attacked Lannisport to everyone's surprise a few months ago. Lord Davin, Lord Adam, there is a raven letter from the Golden Tooth. While Adam and Davin were discussing heatedly, a cavalryman rode over from the direction of Casterly Rock. As soon as he jumped off his horse, he immediately handed a letter to Davin with both hands and began to report. Before Davin could reach out, Adam, who had failed to support again, grabbed the letter and read it eagerly. These sons of bitches. Damn. Adam quickly read the letter without caring about his image, and his mouth was full of common greetings in Westeros. Sir Adam, what's going on? Yesterday, at least tens of thousands of northern troops set up camp in front of Golden Tooth City and built siege equipment. It seems that they are really preparing to attack Golden Tooth City. Hearing Davin's question, Adam let out a long breath to calm down his emotions and answered. Hiss, you just brought troops to Lannisport for support, and they are preparing to attack Golden Tooth City. I always feel something is wrong. But you don't have to worry too much. Golden Tooth City still has 6,000 soldiers defending it. Unless the Northern Army deploys all its forces, it is impossible to capture Golden Tooth City. After hearing this, Davin seemed to feel manipulated. However, thinking of the defensive strength of Golden Tooth City, he was more relieved to comfort Adam. I can't think in the best direction. The letter said that a grey giant wolf with a group of dire wolves appeared outside the city. This time it should be Robb Stark who is leading the army in person. Although the Golden Tooth City is high and strong, and the defense is strong, I'm still very worried. After all, even Casterly Rock, which has never fallen, has. As soon as Davin finished speaking, Adam immediately made an excuse with a worried look on his face and told the unfinished information just now. You are right. Then you should take these cavalry back to the Golden Tooth City as soon as possible. If I were not worried that the squids would return again, I would want to go with you. Well, then I will leave now. By the way, remember to report the situation here to Lord Tywin. Don't worry, I will start writing a letter to report right away. The 5,000 Westerland cavalry who had just arrived at Lannisport had not had time to rest properly. Under the leadership of Adam, they mounted their horses again and headed back to the Golden Tooth City for support. The Western Fortress, the Golden Tooth City. After reporting the situation to Countess Alicent in the main castle early in the morning, Rhaenyra climbed up the wall of Golden Tooth City and asked, "Thank you for your hard work. Was there anything unusual with the Northern Army last night?" Upon hearing the question, a captain who was in charge of the night watch last night immediately saluted and replied, reporting to Lord Rhaenyra, "No, it's just what?" Looking at the hesitant captain of the guard, Rhaenyra frowned and asked, "Late last night, there seemed to be some movement in the enemy camp." When the captain heard Rhaenyra's question, he gritted his teeth and said what he was hesitant about. "There is movement in the enemy camp late at night. Are they taking advantage of the darkness to mobilize their forces? Oh, I can't figure it out at all. Forget it. I'll take a look at the situation tonight." After hearing the captain's answer, Rhaenyra scratched his head and thought in vain, then looked up and said to him, "No matter what tricks the Northern Army plays, as long as our Golden Tooth City is here, they can't think of entering the West. You've worked hard. Wait for the brothers who are on duty to come, and go down to rest early." "Yes, Lord Rhaenyra." After seeing the captain of the guard retreat, Rhaenyra began to patrol the city wall. As a fortress-level castle, Golden Tooth City has sufficient reserves of food, fodder, and weapons, and can fight a protracted war of years. After the patrol, Rhaenyra, who was very satisfied with his own battle preparations, jumped onto a parapet with a thought. He looked at the Northern Army camp with smoke rising from the kitchen at the foot of the mountain, and couldn't help but imagine in his mind that he would keep the King of the North, who had won consecutive battles in the past few months, out of Golden Tooth City for a long time, and become famous in Westeros. That night, Rhaenyra was waiting on the wall of Golden Tooth City early, but there was no movement from the north border camp at the foot of the mountain. Although the temperature in the west is much higher than that in the north, the mountain wind whistled through the Golden Tooth City on the top of the mountain late at night, and it was still very cool. Giloo. Feeling the chill, Rhaenyra just took a big sip of fine wine to keep warm, and heard the movement from the north border camp at the foot of the mountain. After waiting for a long time, he immediately opened his eyes and observed. With the help of the large bonfire in the north border camp, Rhaenyra seemed to see some surging figures. Due to the distance, it was completely unclear what they were doing. You 5 people go down the mountain to explore the situation of the enemy camp and pay attention to disperse and hide. After thinking for a while, Rhaenyra called 5 scouts and gave them the task of scouting the enemy camp. After the 5 scouts nodded and accepted the order, they took 5 hanging baskets with the help of the soldiers on the wall and slowly descended to the wall of Golden Tooth City. Shuttle. Rhaenyra, who was looking out to watch the 5 scouts successfully land under the city, suddenly heard a faint sound coming from near the city wall. But now it was dark, and he couldn't see clearly, so he took a torch from a soldier beside him and threw it in the direction of the sound. As the torch kept spinning in the air, the swaying light barely illuminated the surroundings. Rhaenyra used the light to see the pairs of egg-sized green eyes in the woods beside the city wall. Rhaenyra, who reacted, immediately opened his eyes wide and shouted in panic with a face full of fear, "Hurry up! Pull them up!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The torch that fell to the ground was not extinguished. Under its illumination, huge figures of grey or black quickly rushed out of the woods and rushed straight to the 5 scouts under the city wall. Ah! The scout closest to the woods had just stretched his left foot out of the basket and stepped on the ground when he heard someone shouting "Watch out" ahead above his head. He looked up and immediately uttered a short, terrified cry. Three direwolves, about the size of war horses, rushed in front of him in the blink of an eye. Their sharp teeth bit his left shoulder, right waist, and left leg fiercely, and then tore them apart fiercely. A lot of blood was poured on the basket. The three direwolves each held part of the prey in their mouths and ran back to the woods from when they came. The results of the other three scouts were similar. After a short scream, they were torn apart by the three direwolves. In the end, one scout didn't know whether to say he was lucky or unlucky. There was only one direwolf attacking him, but, save me, save me. The last scout who was bitten by the direwolf let out a loud and shrill scream. As the direwolves disappeared in the woods, the screams gradually weakened and faded away. Gilu, Rhea, who had hurriedly taken the bow and loaded the arrows, had just pulled the bowstring when he found that the direwolves that attacked his scouts like lightning had disappeared. He remembered that the idea of going to scout in person had just flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but sweat all over his body and swallowed a big mouthful of saliva nervously. Don't worry, as long as we don't leave the city, those direwolves will not threaten us. Although they are indeed larger, they are just beasts. If they are really capable, they can climb over the wall and eat us. Looking at the pale faces of the soldiers guarding the city, Rhea pretended to be relaxed and joked to ease the atmosphere. The soldiers guarding the city were frightened by the huge and ferocious direwolves. After thinking carefully about what Rhea said, they found that it was indeed the truth, and their faces slowly returned to normal. After this incident, Rhea didn't want to find out what the Northern Army was doing. Anyway, they were not prepared to attack the Golden Tooth City. After instructing the night watchman to be careful, he returned to the comfortable room in the main castle to rest. For the next 2 nights, the Northern Army had the same movement. Originally, I thought they were mobilizing troops, but from the amount of smoke from the daytime meals, it seemed that their number had not decreased. Therefore, the battle situation in Golden Tooth City remained deadlocked in the strange situation that there was no tentative attack. Adam, who was returning with 5,000 cavalry troops, encountered 5,000 Stormland infantrymen who were marching to Lannisport with food and supplies near Sarsfield City. After giving the order to the 5 confused infantry commanders to return to Golden Tooth City, Adam led the cavalry troops to continue to throw away the cumbersome infantry troops and return to Golden Tooth City first. Due to the days of riding and rushing to help, the western cavalry troops were already exhausted. It took 3 full days to reach the valley section of the river road between the Tengshi Mountains and the Golden Mountains, half a riding day away from Golden Tooth City. Because this section of the valley is sandwiched between 2 mountain ranges, the road is low and narrow, and only 5 war horses can pass side by side. For such a dangerous section, Adam should send scout cavalry to explore the safety before leading the army to pass. But this is in the safe western border, and they just passed here a few days ago, so Adam did not add exploration tasks to the already tired cavalry. In his opinion, even if the Northern Army really captured the Golden Tooth City, then before the city was broken, there must be people in the Golden Tooth City who fled to the city of Sarsfield or Casterly Rock behind them. They didn't see any escapees along the way, so Adam led the army directly into the valley section without hesitation. This valley section is very narrow and long. It took about an hour of horseback riding to get close to the exit of the valley section. Adam, who was riding at the front, could even vaguely see the Golden Tooth City in the distance. Awoo, awoo, awoo. Suddenly, a terrifying giant wolf, much larger than a warhorse, jumped out from the exit of the valley road. It howled to the sky, and the melodious wolf howl echoed in the valley. Bang, bang, crash, crash. The western cavalry, who were marching like a long dragon in the narrow valley, were suddenly frightened by the loud noise above their heads, and stopped their horses. They looked up at the source of the sound, and saw a large amount of orange-red flames rising from the top of the valley behind them. A large amount of shattered rubble fell down, blocking the valley road behind them. The last dozen cavalrymen in the western cavalry column were buried under the rubble, because they could not dodge in time. As the explosion sounded, dense enemy figures appeared on the mountains on both sides. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. boom, 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 boom. Countless arrows were shot down from above like a downpour. There were also many logs and boulders pushed down by the enemy troops on the hills on both sides. The 5,000 cavalrymen from the west were in chaos, and people were shot and fell off their horses. The logs as thick as pillars and boulders as big as wash basins that rolled down from the hill smashed people and horses to death. There is an ambush. If you want to live, follow me. Get out. There was no time to think about where the enemy came from. Adam, who was ambushed, roared with all his strength and drew his sword, rushing towards the exit of the valley that was just a stone's throw away. At the exit of the valley, 15 ice wolves wearing metal wolf armor appeared behind Bloodwind, who was howling at the sky. Behind them, there were thousands of elite spearmen from Winterfell, armed to the teeth, waiting quietly in formation. Whoosh, woo. As the long howl signal for the attack ended, Bloodwind took a deep breath of air. At the same time, it felt the transmission in its heart. After it let out a low roar at its own wolf pack, it directly charged at the Westerland cavalry rushing out of the valley. 15 direwolves, including Nymeria and the lady, followed closely behind and began their first war show in the Westeros continent. Use the crossbow. Free shooting. Looking at the oncoming giant wolf pack with extremely oppressive body size, Adam pulled out a crossbow engraved with a lion emblem from the saddle and gave his orders loudly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 20 Western cavalrymen beside and behind Adam simultaneously aimed at the white giant wolf rushing in the front and pulled the trigger to shoot crossbow arrows. The white giant wolf was of course the Bloodwind with white ice mist surrounding its body. When it saw the human opposite take out the weapon that it remembered so clearly, it immediately used the magic power in its body and used the ice armor. Under the urging of magic power, the white ice mist quickly condensed into diamond-shaped brilliant ice crystals, which tightly wrapped the Bloodwind. Ding, ding, ding. More than 20 crossbow arrows were shot at Bloodwind's huge body, but were easily deflected by the Ice K with super strong defense, making a series of crisp collision sounds. Bloodwind charged against the rain of crossbow arrows, leaving no trace of the ice armor on his body. When it was about to approach the Western cavalry, it lowered its head and rushed in like a heavy tank. Bang, bang, bang. Adam, who was in the center of the Western cavalry formation, was knocked out by Bloodwind before he could swing his sword. Bloodwind, like a heavy tank, kept knocking the Western cavalry away, including the horses. The Western cavalry that passed by it on the left and right were knocked away by the pack of ice wolves wearing metal wolf armor following behind Bloodwind. From the top of the valley, it was like a group of ants charging in a line, being crushed by a group of beetles wrapped in heavy shells. Poof. Adam, who had not yet fully demonstrated his excellent swordsmanship, was hit hard by the bloody wind and flew to the right rock wall. He fell to the ground and spit out a large mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. He looked at the terrifying giant wolf that was gradually losing its power to charge and was surrounded by a large group of Western cavalry. Adam barely managed to smile. Even a huge mammoth would be slowly tortured to death after being surrounded by a group of lions. Whoosh. Suddenly, a huge tornado of ice mist spurted out from the mouth of the terrifying giant wolf, sweeping across the Western cavalry that surrounded it. After the tornado of ice mist dissipated, the Western cavalry that surrounded the terrifying giant wolf turned into crystal clear, lifelike ice sculptures, including people and horses. Crack, crack. After the terrifying giant wolf sprayed the tornado of ice mist, its huge body continuously hit left and right, directly smashing the Western cavalry ice sculptures into pieces. Looking at the terrifying giant wolf that continued to kill, after escaping the encirclement, and the group of direwolves wearing metal armor behind it, Adam felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. As darkness fell, the last thought popped up in his mind. What on earth have we provoked? This is not a direwolf at all. It's a monster. The other Westerland cavalrymen who originally followed Adam to charge watched the 100 or 200 cavalry companions in front of them being slaughtered in various ways by the giant wolf pack, with a huge armored body, sharp claws, and ferocious wolf mouth. In the end, they even used ice magic. The fear in their hearts quickly grew, and in the end, these Westerland cavalrymen directly abandoned their horses that could not turn around due to the narrow terrain and fled on foot behind them. Robb, standing on a platform at the top of the Tengshi Mountains, looked down at the tragic battle in the valley like a god. The second half of the Westerland cavalry, whose retreat was cut off, was being shot by the northern soldiers, who kept coming up the mountain. The spear formation prepared at the front exit of the valley had not yet been activated. After only testing the combat effectiveness of the direwolves, the first half of the western cavalry began to flee. It's almost done. Try to get them to surrender. Our strategy this time is to occupy the west. Don't waste these precious labors. Seeing that the situation was settled, Robb turned around and gave an order to Clay beside him, and then left this platform. So far, the victory of this valley ambush has been won by Robb with minimal damage. Thanks to Tae Kingling, the original supreme and holy god, the trapezoidal heart, the dark horse, TTH, the chaser on the ladder of time, book friend 20180927170808750. Yes, ability for the monthly votes. Thanks to all the big guys who vote for recommendations every day and follow here. Thank you for your support. PS. Well, the battle scenes were deleted and revised, and I wrote about 5,500 words. Please subscribe and vote. Thank you everyone. Chapter 156 Crushing. Surrender. We surrender. We have lost our weapons. Don't kill us. Save me. On the valley section of the river road, thousands of Westerland cavalrymen raised their hands and knelt on their knees to surrender. Beside them were cavalry corpses and wounded soldiers howling loudly. Bloodwind and its wolves had long stopped killing and were eating food on the spot to replenish their physical strength consumed in the battle. The northern soldiers on the mountains on both sides received the order and stopped attacking. At the exit of the valley in front, Will led the wolf guards and the fully armed and spirited Winterfell spearmen to maintain order at the exit of the valley, and shouted to the surrendered Westerland cavalrymen to lead their horses out of the valley. Will and others' calls were passed on one by these Westerland cavalrymen. The Westerland cavalrymen who had discarded their weapons led their horses slowly towards the exit. Some loyal Westerland cavalrymen also helped their injured companions on their horses and brought them out together. The Western cavalry who had seen the bloody massacre in the front half of the surrender team were fine. The Western cavalry who came to the slaughter site near the exit could not help but let their hair stand on end and swallowed nervously. The ground of this valley was covered with various blood-soaked body parts, and there were many ice sculptures of different sizes. In some intact ice sculptures, you can still clearly see the lifelike expressions of fear on their faces. Badgie. This bloody journey was accompanied by the background music of wolves eating, which made their hearts beat faster. Hand over the horses to the left, and then take the initiative to surrender all the weapons on your body, remove the armor, and stand on the right and wait. Will looked at the Western cavalry who walked out of the valley with a look of fear on their faces, kept pointing in the direction with his fingers, and loudly told them the surrender process. The surrender of the Western cavalry was carried out in an orderly manner, which lasted for more than an hour. In the end, more than 2,800 Westerland cavalrymen, more than 600 wounded soldiers with minor injuries, and nearly 3,000 tall, strong, and intact war horses walked out of the valley. Robb, who had already come down from the mountain, looked at those tall horses with great satisfaction. These high-quality war horses carefully cultivated by the Westerland can be immediately transformed into the combat power of the Northern Army. The reason why they bypassed the Golden Tooth City this time was because of the mountain trail discovered by the Ice Wolf Greywind in his previous life. On the day he arrived at the Golden Tooth City, Robb released the Wolf Pack to search for the bypass trail in his previous life. Under the search of more than a dozen Ice Wolf packs with all attributes far stronger than Greywind in his previous life, the bypass trail in the Tengshi Mountains was discovered that day. Therefore, that night, under the cover of night, Robb ordered the northern soldiers to march towards the bypass trail in teams of 10. In order to prevent the Golden Tooth City defenders from discovering clues, he specifically instructed the northern soldiers to move forward in the dark under the moonlight. Only after entering the trail and leaving the site of the Golden Tooth City guards can you light a torch for lighting. At the same time, Robb sent a message to Bloodwind, asking it to lead its wolf pack to roam in the woods around the Golden Tooth City for the past few days. This was because they were worried that the Golden Tooth City would send out scouts and discover clues about the northern camp. At this time, tens of thousands of northern soldiers gathered at the ambush site in the valley, and only 3,000 were left in the northern camp. However, they followed Robb's instructions every day, chopping wood and making stoves, creating the illusion that the northern army was still there. Your Majesty, here are 5,000 Westerland cavalry led by Adam Marbrand. The cavalry commander Adam is dead. There are also 5,000 stormtroopers in the rear, carrying a lot of food and supplies from Sarsfield to Golden Tooth. According to the prisoners, among these food and supplies are 2,000 sets of full armor for heavy cavalry with both men and horses. In addition, there are some special items that Adam brought back from King's Landing. After going down the mountain, Clay, who interrogated the prisoners for intelligence as soon as possible, hurried to Robb and reported in a low voice. No wonder the number of people and the intelligence of the Golden Tooth City spies were wrong. It turns out that this Adam abandoned the baggage and infantry and went ahead. TSK, what a fool who made trouble. Originally, I planned to deal with them all at once here, and then turn around to attack the Golden Tooth City. Hearing Clay's report, Robb couldn't help but shake his head and complain about Adam, and then continued with a gleam in his eyes. 2,000 sets of heavy cavalry, full sets of armor? The Westerlands are really strong. There are also special items. Clay, you go and organize these Western Territory prisoners to clean up the battlefield and clear the road as soon as possible. After the road is cleared, I will personally lead 5,000 cavalry to pick up the goods. You will communicate with these prisoners in a friendly manner to see if they are willing to work with the Golden Tooth City spies to open the city gate for us. Yes, Your Majesty. I will do it now. Clay nodded and turned to leave. Since the end of the first round of war a few months ago, the Northern Territory Intelligence Organization that Robb has always attached great importance to has developed rapidly in the south at an astonishing speed. After all, the little wolf cub from the north, who was not favored by all the nobles, not only won battle after battle, but also captured Casterly Rock, which had never fallen, and dealt a heavy blow to the power of the Lannister family. In addition, Robb, who had obtained a lot of spoils, generously allocated a large amount of gold dragons to the Northern Intelligence Organization. Whether it was a gamble to stand on the side of the Stark family, or because of the temptation of the gold dragon. Anyway, there are spies from the Northern Intelligence Organization in many castles in the south. There is strength in numbers. With the joint efforts of the captured Westerland cavalry and the northern soldiers, the debris in the valley section was cleared in less than half a day. A large number of Westerland cavalry bodies were buried directly, and a large number of warhorse bodies were cleaned up and used as military rations. That afternoon, Robb rode Bloodwind, with the Wolf Guards, Little John, Eddard, Gendry and others following closely by his side. He led the original 5,000 cavalry of the Northern Army through the valley section and headed towards the 5,000 stormtroopers. On the morning of the second day after the Westerland cavalry was ambushed, the Stormland infantry responsible for transporting food and supplies was camped in the middle of the valley between Sarsfield City. Lord Aura, I checked the head count this morning and found that dozens of soldiers have escaped. A soldier with a dark green turtle family emblem armor entered a military tent and reported to the brown-haired middle-aged man who was washing. Don't panic, this is expected. If it weren't for the Westerland cavalry led by Adam Marbrand, there would have been many deserters on the Golden Avenue on the way from King's Landing to the Westerlands. The black-haired middle-aged man wiped the water drops on his face with a linen cloth and answered in a natural tone. Aura Iceman, the nephew of Earl Iceman of Greenston Castle. The Iceman family belongs to the nobles of the Stormland and rules in Iceman Island south of Shipbreaker Bay. The most famous person in their family is Cassandra Iceman. She is the mother of the late king, Robert I. At the beginning of the War of the Kings, the House of Estamont was the first to express support for Renly Baratheon. Then after Renly died at Bitterbridge, they turned their allegiance to Stannis Baratheon. But in the Battle of King's Landing, they were abandoned by Stannis as abandoned pawns. After surrendering, Lord Estamont paid a ransom to Tywin Lannister in King's Landing in exchange for freedom. After Tywin sent someone to collect the ransom, he did release all the direct members of the House of Estamont. But they read out Joffrey I's conscription order and forcibly conscripted the troops of the House of Estamont to stay, and disrupted and reorganized with the troops of other families in the Stormlands. Some of the Stormland soldiers who had fought and changed their masters in succession had already developed a war weariness in their hearts. In addition, they marched from King's Landing to the Golden Tooth, and then marched to Lannisport, and now they had to return to the Golden Tooth again. In such repeated tossing, there was no patrol supervision by the Westerland cavalry around. There have been sporadic deserters since the day before yesterday, but the situation is getting worse now. The desertion situation of the other 4 commanders is worse than ours. Lord Aura, how about we go back to Isle of Ethman as well? The family soldier from Isle of Ethman tentatively suggested. If you want to go back to Isle of Ethman, find a chance to leave later. I can't leave, because my last name is Iceman. Lord Aura. Boom. While Aura and the other were talking, a thunderous sound of horse hooves came from the direction of Golden Tooth City. Is Adam Marbrand back again? Matt, he won't ask us to march to Lannisport again this time. Enemy, it's the enemy cavalry. Put on your armor, and pick up your weapons. When Aura heard the sound of horse hooves, and was frowning and muttering, many warning shouts came from outside the tent. Aura's face changed drastically when he heard the warning. He hurried out of the tent, and saw that the entire camp had begun to fall into chaos. No, the chaos must be stopped in time. An idea flashed through Ola's mind, and he immediately ordered the family soldiers beside him, go and tell the other 4 commanders that it is too late for us to escape now, and let them organize their family soldiers to line up for defense. Otherwise, we will all be used as military rations by the northern barbarians, and fed to their dire wolves. Yes. After watching the family soldier take the order and leave, Arla immediately stopped several Stormland soldiers who passed by him and asked them to shout with him, "All soldiers, gather here." Arla's idea of using a human trumpet worked very well. Many panicked Stormland soldiers heard the shouting and quickly gathered near Arla's tent, as if they had found their backbone. The people on the right move the transport wagon to the northeast, and the people on the left take the spears and lances and go to the northeast to line up to meet the enemy. If we win this battle, each person will get 500 silver deer. If we lose, everyone will be fed to the dire wolves by the northern barbarians. Hurry up. After Ola quickly assigned the tasks, he was worried that the morale of the Stormland soldiers who had been defeated in successive battles would be low. Therefore, he announced a high reward and threatened them with the gossip of the dire wolves he had heard in King's Landing. With his various means, the chaos in the camp was quickly calmed down, and a large number of carriages carrying food and supplies were moved to the northeast of the camp. The place where the Stormland soldiers camped was a plain far away from the mountains. From the time they heard the sound of horse hooves until they gradually formed a decent defensive formation, the northern cavalry was about to charge in front of them. Riding on Bloodwind, Robb looked ahead at the simple defense line built by the crooked transport carriages and couldn't help but chuckle. He turned his head and ordered the wolf guards behind him, prepare an ice crystal fruit and an explosive fruit. Listen to my command later. Throw the ice crystal fruit first, and then throw the explosive fruit. Yes. The 13 wolf guards riding on the dire wolves agreed in unison, and took out a fruit from each end of the ring-shaped fruit capsule wrapped around their waists. This ring-shaped fruit capsule was made by Gendry, and the fruit capsule can hold a total of 8 fruits. In order to avoid collision and damage to the surface texture, each fruit was placed separately in a grid full of cotton. Speed up, destroy the fruit texture, throw it out after 5 breaths. As Robb's order was issued, all the dire wolves suddenly accelerated and broke away from the northern cavalry's charge formation, quickly approaching the Stormland's defense line. After 5 breaths, the 13 wolf guards threw the ice crystal fruits in their hands towards the enemy's defense line several dozen meters ahead. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The 13 ice crystal fruits thrown side by side emitted a dazzling white light in the air. It immediately attracted all the attention of the soldiers on both sides. When the ice crystal fruit just touched the transport carriage, countless dazzling ice crystals suddenly appeared out of thin air. This time was completely different from when used alone. The ice crystals formed by the 13 ice crystal fruits merged together very naturally, freezing the transport carriage of nearly 20 meters in the ice crystals. Throw the explosive fruit. Seeing that the effect of the ice crystal fruit this time was unexpectedly good, Robb immediately continued to order the wolf guards. Bang! 13 explosive fruits flashing with blue light hit the dazzling ice crystals that froze the transport carriage, and suddenly a series of violent explosions accompanied by orange-red flames appeared. The ice crystals of the transport carriage, frozen by the extremely low temperature, were immediately shattered into countless shining fragments, splashing into the air, which was very beautiful. At the same time, under the high temperature of the orange-red flames also formed by magic power, a large number of ice crystal fragments quickly dissolved, and a thick fog that blocked the vision rose from the scene. Aura, who was standing at the back of the Stormland soldiers' formation, was so shocked that his mouth opened into an O shape for a long time. The transport carriage, which was originally the first line of defense, was first frozen by the magical and beautiful ice crystals, and then in a series of explosions. Their first line of defense disappeared with countless ice crystal fragments splashing everywhere. Boom. Gurgle. Listening to the sound of horse hooves coming from behind the thick fog that blocked the vision, Aura couldn't help but swallow nervously like many Stormland soldiers at the scene. Damn, what kind of war is this now? If I had known this would happen, I would have just run away. The words of the family soldiers asking him to run away suddenly rang in his head, and he was filled with regret. Whoosh. Crack. A tornado of ice mist suddenly came from behind the thick fog, and the 3 Stormland spearmen standing side by side had no time to react and were directly frozen into ice sculptures. At the same time, a terrifying giant wolf, whose size was much larger than that of a warhorse, jumped out of the thick fog and smashed the 3 ice sculptures when it landed. Tear. As the terrifying giant wolf broke into the formation of the Stormland soldiers, its 2 sharp front claws were like the sickle of the god of death, constantly harvesting the fragile life in front of it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 13 ice wolves, much smaller than the terrifying giant wolf, followed closely behind it and jumped out of the thick fog with a whistle. As soon as they appeared, the wolf cavalry on their backs threw 13 black balls at the surrounding Stormland soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. Orange-red flames continued to rise in the formation of the Stormland soldiers. The power of the explosion only devoured dozens of lives, but the morale of the Stormland soldiers was not a little bit affected. Da. A large number of northern cavalry appeared from the thick fog, following the path opened up by Robb and the wolf guards, and began to kill the enemy with weapons in their hands, easily breaking through the formation of the Stormland soldiers. Oh my god. They know magic. Run. Otherwise, you will be eaten by the giant wolf. Mom, I don't want to die. I surrender. I surrender. Looking at the Stormland soldiers' formation that was about to collapse in front of her, Aura turned around and ran towards her own tent without thinking. Although this group of Stormland soldiers were infantry, the officers all had their own war horses. Aura had no intention of organizing a battle now and wanted to escape on horseback. Robb, who easily broke through the defensive formation, of course saw the enemy officer who was wearing obviously different clothes and was fleeing in a hurry. He thought about it, and Bloodwind caught up with Aura in a few steps. Hearing the noise behind him, Arla turned around and saw the terrifying giant wolf covered in blood, which had already caught up to him. He immediately raised his hands with a terrified look and shouted, "Don't eat me, don't eat me. I know an important piece of information." Thanks to Chang'e Xiaoling for the 1500 points reward, and Chang'e Xiaoling for the monthly vote. Thanks to all the big guys who vote for recommendations every day and read here. Thank you for your support. PS. Well, I came back late today, but luckily I caught up. It's not easy to write part-time. Please subscribe and vote. Thank you everyone. Chapter 157. Massacre. Bang, bang, bang. The endless rain of arrows drew a perfect parabola and fell on the phalanx of western border siege soldiers holding wooden shields and siege ladders. Most of the arrows were only nailed on the thick surface of the wooden shields, and a small number of them shot into the flesh of the siege soldiers through the gaps. At the same time, solid stones the size of heads were thrown out from behind the battlements of the stone fence wall, making a loud collision with the wooden shields held by the western border soldiers. Most of the stones were directly bounced off by the solid wooden shields, and a small number of stones were smashed together with the wooden shields in the heads of the siege soldiers below. Snap, snap, snap. Staring at the attack of the guards of the stone fence city, the western border siege soldiers came to the bottom of the stone fence city, and countless siege soldiers drilled out from the defensive wooden shields, and they put the siege ladders in their hands on the walls of the stone fence city. This foreshadowed the beginning of a more bloody and tragic battle to climb the city. The Lord of Stonehenge, Lord Janos Bracken, and the northern captain Robb Stark, who led the Stonehenge guards, were standing in a safe position behind the walls of Stonehenge, commanding and watching the battle. Lord Harrion, we have to find a way to get the message out for help. Otherwise, we may not be able to hold on. Lord Janos looked at the westerly camp outside the city wall with a worried look on his face, and turned to Harrion. Don't worry, Lord Janos. Although the Western army shot the ravens we sent out, our spies in the Riverlands will definitely pass the news that Stonehenge is surrounded to Riverrun. Harrion smiled and comforted Lord Janos, then looked at the northern soldiers fighting bravely on the wall and continued, look at how brave these soldiers from the north are. With them, Stonehenge will definitely be fine. Well, they are indeed very brave. But, the casualties are also very heavy. Lord Janos heard this, nodded and answered, and then muttered to himself very quietly. As he said, most of the people defending the enemy on the walls of Stonehenge at this time were new recruits from the north. Due to the stimulation of the new military merit system, they fought very bravely and rushed to kill as many enemies as possible. But they didn't know how to protect themselves when killing the enemy, so in the 4-day siege, the 4,000 new recruits from the north suffered casualties of up to 700. According to the statistics of military merit, they killed less than 1,500 soldiers from the western siege. This is actually a casualty ratio that is unfavorable to the defenders. Normally, the casualty ratio between the attackers and the defenders should be about 1:3 to 5. Some exaggerated battle casualty ratios can even exceed 1:10. Lord James, I really don't understand. It's okay that you don't want to capture civilians from the Riverlands to consume the enemy, but why don't you let the soldiers from the Stormlands attack the city first? Our western soldiers have suffered heavy casualties in the past few days, and the death rate is almost 10%. In the western camp outside Stonehenge City, the Lord of Deep Cave City, Lin Li, asked Jaime in a bad tone. Have you seen the morale of those Stormland soldiers? Letting them attack the city is just sending them to die. The key is that their collapse will affect the overall morale of our army. Over the past few days, the death rate in Stonehenge City is not low, and more soldiers on our side have reached the top. Well, although they were beaten down again, James looked at the situation of the siege with an expressionless face, and he answered without turning his head. But why are my Leighton family soldiers always in the siege team? Among the more than 1,700 casualties of western border soldiers in the past few days, half were soldiers of the Leighton family. Erlands, who had been patient for several days, finally asked, I have selected soldiers who are brave and have strong combat effectiveness to attack the city, so that we have a better chance of breaking it. Don't worry, Erlands, after the city is broken, I will reward you according to your merits. I will not let you suffer. Hearing Erlands finally say this, James snorted in his heart, replied with a normal expression, then changed the subject and continued, Erlands, I want to remind you, I'm the commander of this army. I know how to lead the troops to fight. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Do you understand? Understood, Lord James. I'll take my leave first. Hearing James' ruthless tone, Erlands replied with an extremely ugly expression, and turned around and left. Lord Leo, who had been standing quietly by the side, listening to the argument between Jaime and the other man, looked at Lord Lin's back, stepped forward and whispered to Jaime, Lord Jaime, is there really a problem with Lin's Leighton? I'm not sure. The letter that my father sent to me by his servant on horseback only told me to consume all the forces of the Leighton family. Jaime turned to Lord Leo and shook his head. Then, with a worried look on his handsome face, he continued, we have been defeated in this war with the North, which has made some people have inappropriate thoughts. Therefore, we must re-establish the prestige of the Lannister family in the next war. Our Lefford family is absolutely loyal to the Lannister family. As soon as Jaime finished speaking, Lord Leo immediately spoke up to express his loyalty. Well, everyone in the Lannister family knows the loyalty of the Lefford family. The forces of the Leighton family have been almost consumed. Lord Leo, start the general attack. We must take Stonehenge today. As you command. Woo. As the horn sounded in the West Border camp, the West Border army, which had only deployed 1/5 of its troops, began to attack the city with all its strength without reservation. The 9 catapults that had been hastily made in the past few days were also pushed out and loaded with stones the size of a human upper body, ready to attack. Haha, Thomas, I killed another enemy. I have killed 5 enemies and can apply for citizenship. On a parapet on the left side of the stone fenced city, Male threw a stone to kill an enemy and then turned around excitedly to Thomas, who was hiding under the parapet not far away because of fear, and said, Male, have you forgotten what those old soldiers taught us? Hurry up and lower your body and be careful of the enemy's arrows. Thomas saw that Male, who was so excited that he forgot everything, stood upright and talked to him. His face changed drastically, and he immediately shouted at Male. Haha, I'm a man who will become a knight in the future. How can I die so easily? Look, their arrows are all flying around me. Hearing this, Male not only did not squat, but deliberately leaned out of the city wall. When several stray arrows shot over his head, he laughed and said to Thomas very proudly, okay, I know. You squat first. Seeing Thomas's panicked expression, Male finally squatted down, then smiled and said to Thomas, Thomas, be brave and fight. You have missed a lot of military exploits in the past few days. If you continue like this, it will be difficult for you to become a citizen, not to mention a knight. I'll tell you secretly, the more afraid of death, the first to die. This is the experience I got from an old soldier at a price. So, be as bold as me. Bang, crash. Just as Male was imparting battlefield experience to Thomas, the 9 catapults in the West Border camp launched the first wave of attacks towards Shilly City. A huge stone hit the parapet, where Male was hiding. The parapet of Stonehenge City was not particularly strong, and was directly shattered by the stone carrying huge kinetic energy. The broken stones and the boulder hit Male heavily, burying his next words forever. Male. Thomas, who was stunned by the scene in front of him, immediately crawled to the pile of rubble and tried to rescue Male after he reacted. When Thomas frantically dug the rubble, a lot of bright red blood seeped out of the rubble, foreshadowing Male's tragic end. After 2 rounds of bombing by the catapult, there were Western siege soldiers pouring in like a tide. Harrion had never expected that the Western army, which had been conducting a normal tentative attack, would launch a general attack today. Facing an enemy that was several times larger than their own, the northern recruits on the walls of Stonehenge City suffered heavy losses. Some Western siege soldiers had already climbed up the walls and fought with the northern recruits on the walls. Seeing the situation suddenly turn into this, Harrion hurried down the wall and transferred the old soldiers of the north who were resting in Stonehenge City back to the wall to join the battle. With the leadership of 2,000 brave and combative old soldiers of the north, the other new soldiers of the north mustered up the courage to continue fighting and beat back waves of Western siege soldiers. The blood, limbs and corpses on the walls of Stonehenge City continued to increase, and the lives of soldiers on both sides continued to disappear in this offensive and defensive battle. The defenders of Stonehenge City in the fierce battle did not notice that a special carriage with wooden shields installed on the surface and covered with raw cowhide on the wooden shields came to the gate of Stonehenge City under the cover of a team of Western siege soldiers. When this special carriage stopped at the gate of Stonehenge City, these Western siege soldiers immediately fled to the rear in a hurry, as if some monster was chasing them. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and the familiar green flames directly engulfed the oak iron gate of Stonehenge City, along with hundreds of soldiers from both sides on the tower. Harrion, who was gathering the newly recruited soldiers and servants of the Bracken family in the parade ground of Stonehenge, was stunned for a long time after hearing the loud noise. Looking at the empty gate of Stonehenge, where the Westerland siege soldiers were constantly putting out the fire with mud, Harrion, who reacted, immediately roared loudly, "The gate is broken. Everyone come here to form a formation to resist the enemy." When the wildfire at the gate of Stonehenge was completely extinguished, Harrion gathered thousands of soldiers defending the city and the parade ground to form a square formation. But facing tens of thousands of Westerland soldiers, their solution was already doomed. Jane rode his warhorse into Stonehenge and saw the Westerland soldiers finishing off the seriously injured enemy. At this time, in the parade ground of Stonehenge, about 3,000 captive northern soldiers were kneeling on the ground. I'm Jaime Lannister. Whoever is the leader, stand up and talk to me. I'm Harrion Stark. As soon as Jaime finished speaking, Harrion, who had a bloody sword wound on his left shoulder and was covered in blood, stood up from the kneeling crowd. Lord Jaime, I'm Janos Bracken, Lord of Stonehenge. We are all nobles. The king in the north will give you the corresponding ransom. Please treat us as noble captives. Lord Janos stood up right after Harrion and said loudly to Jaime, sorry, we don't need the ransom this time. What I want to ask is, are you willing to submit to the Lannister family and fight for us? Hearing Lord Janos' words, Jaime shook his head, obeyed Tywin's instructions before the expedition, and asked for the captives who were willing to surrender. You want us to abandon the king in the north? Dream on, Lannister. Hearing this, Harrion chuckled and refused directly. Yes, the Stark family is indeed a relative of the Stark family, and they are very loyal. Hearing his words, Jaime praised Harrion without getting angry, then turned to the other northern captives kneeling on the ground and said loudly, if you are unwilling to pledge allegiance to us, you will die. There should be many Westerly civilians among you who were forcibly conscripted. Now is a great opportunity for you to pledge allegiance to the Lannister family again. Lord Jaime, I pledge allegiance to the Lannister family on behalf of the Brackens. Hearing Jaime's words, Lord Janos's face changed drastically, and he immediately expressed his willingness to pledge allegiance. Under his lead in pledging allegiance, many Westerly recruits spoke up and expressed their willingness to pledge allegiance to the Lannister family. Jaime Lannister, I have a precious item that I want to exchange for my life. Harrion looked at Lord Janos, who had surrendered directly to the enemy, and he turned his head with cold eyes and said to Jaime, hey, I'm not interested in property. I'm not talking about property. Its value is related to the victory of this war. Oh, now that you mention it, I'm very interested. I promise you, if it is really valuable enough, I will spare your life. So, where is it? Harrion's words made Jaime curious, and after agreeing to Harrion's conditions, he asked, in my room, you can have someone accompany me to get it. Lord Jaime, I will take someone to accompany him to get it. As soon as Harrion finished speaking, Earl Leo behind Jaime turned over and dismounted, and said to Jaime, okay, then I'll trouble Earl Leo. After Jaime nodded in agreement, Earl Leo took several guards, and accompanied Harrion back to his room. After a long time, they returned to the parade ground, and came to the right side in front of Jaime. Is this the precious item? Looking at the black ball in Harrion's uninjured hand, Jaime frowned and asked, yes. Looking at the trump card that King Robb had given him before he left, Harrion nodded in response, scratching the lines on the explosive fruit with his right thumbnail, and counting silently in his mind 1, 2, 3. You said it was precious, so what's its value? Haha, its value is that it can kill you. Harrion finally answered Jaime with a big laugh, and then with his right hand, he threw the explosive fruit that began to glow blue at him. When Jaime heard Harrion's laughter, he began to be alert in his heart. When he saw the blue fruit thrown from the right, Jaime immediately fell to the left swiftly, using the warhorse under his crotch as a meat shield. Bang! Along with the explosion, an orange-red flame rose, and the poor warhorse instantly turned into several pieces of charred corpses. Jaime, who was knocked to the ground by the strong impact at close range, had burns all over his right face, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Sizzle. Count Leo, with a face full of anger, drew out his long sword and stabbed Harrion's heart directly from behind, then roared to the stunned western soldiers around him, damn, kill everyone in this city, rob all the valuables, and set fire to the castle. Yes. With the excited responses of the western soldiers, the bloody massacre in the castle began. Thank you for the coin reward from Brother Leo Jiu, bloody prodigal son, all mortals have to die. She Mau patted my head, TTH, I'm going to get off work, and Wang Ziohoi downstairs voted for the monthly ticket. Thank you for voting for recommendations every day, and all the big guys who follow here, thank you for your support. PS, please subscribe and vote. Thank you everyone. Chapter 158, Earth-Shattering. Robb, who was far away in the Westerly, certainly didn't know about the massacre at Stonehenge. He pushed open the door of a carriage parked near Aura's tent with a solemn expression. As soon as the door of the carriage was opened, a pungent and unpleasant smell wafted out. Robb was certainly not unfamiliar with this familiar smell. It was wildfire. Fortunately, they had made a detour to Golden Tooth City for a surprise attack in advance. Otherwise they had set up a wildfire trap, which would have been troublesome. Looking at the wildfires that filled 5 carriages, Robb felt relieved. He turned to Orla and asked, "Your important information is just these wildfires used to deal with me? This is not enough to keep you alive. Your Majesty, these wildfires are not used against you. Before, when I was in the Golden Tooth, Adam Marbrin told me drunk that these wildfires were prepared by Tywin Lannister, in order to blow up the north wall of Reverin from the Tumblestone River." Hearing Robb's question, Orla answered with a stutter. While he was speaking, he kept turning his head to look at the terrifying giant wolf beside him, fearing that it would bite him directly because he did not satisfy Robb. Tywin's target is Reverin, the north wall. He wants to place the wildfire in the blocked sluice gate to explode. Well, that might really destroy the solid wall of Reverin in one fell swoop. Hearing the important information from Orla, Robb nodded and whispered, then immediately touched his chin and thought. If Reverin is lost, it means that the Northern Army will lose the most important intermediate hub of the Riverlands battlefield. The Northern Army's defense line will retreat to the Twins, or even the Moat Cailin. In this way, the Western Army will slowly swallow up the entire Riverlands. After guessing Tywin's general strategic thinking, Robb immediately asked Orla, "Did you hear anything else about wildfire from Adam? Other things?" Adam seemed to say that Tywin had the Alchemist Guild's wildfire storage emptied out after seeing the power of wildfire at the Mudgate of King's Landing. "Your Majesty, with my identity, I only know this." "Very good. Your information is indeed very valuable." Orla, right? You are a person who can see the situation clearly. The previous defense formation was also organized by you, right? Now, you are a northern citizen, and your mission is to help the people who are left behind manage these prisoners. After Orla told him everything he knew, Robb patted him on the shoulder and rewarded him with a northern citizenship, wanting him to manage these prisoners. "Yes, Your Majesty. I will do my best." After leaving Eddard and 3,000 northern cavalrymen to escort the captives and the spoils, Robb led the rest of the people to the direction of the Golden Tooth. Tywin must have entrusted such an important plan as the use of wildfire to the person he trusted the most. Therefore, the Northern Intelligence Organization did not obtain relevant intelligence. According to the intelligence that Aura accidentally heard, Tywin emptied all the wildfires of the Alchemist Guild, and it must not be just the number of these carriages. Therefore, the troops commanded by Kevin and Jane must have wildfires in stock. This is a big deviation from Robb's initial judgment of this second round of war. The Westerly Army originally had more troops than the Northern Army. Robb's original plan was to use the city defense tactics in the Riverlands to delay most of the Westerly Army, and then quickly occupy the entire Westerly and eat up the base of the Lannister family. But now that the Westerly Army has begun to fully use wildfire, the threat to the Riverland cities will increase exponentially. Therefore, Robb must take down the Golden Tooth as quickly as possible, and then return to the battlefield in the Riverlands. The Shield Islands are the collective name for the 4 islands on the coastline of the Reach. They are Green Shield Island ruled by the Chester family, Grey Shield Island ruled by the Green family, Oak Shield Island ruled by the Hewitt family, and South Shield Island ruled by the Siri family. The Shield Islands were once called the Misty Islands. Later, it was renamed by the King of the Reach and used as a shield to prevent the Iron Islands from harassing the Manda River Basin. On the jagged coastline of the Shield Islands, a watchtower stands at intervals. These watchtowers follow the ancient tradition and continue to be passed down. In the watchtower on the north side of Oak Shield Island, an old man in his 60s or 70s is cooking fish soup on a campfire, and next to the campfire is baking rye bread that was not finished yesterday. The old man picked up the almost cooked fish soup bowl, blew it gently, and then gently drank a sip of the delicious fish soup. Clang! The fish soup bowl fell from the old man's hand to the ground, and the milky fish soup spilled everywhere. Looking at the squid longboat covering the entire sea south of Sunset Sea, the old man, who had never seen such a scene in these years, was stunned for 2 minutes before finally waking up. He pulled out a burning wood from the campfire and staggered to the top of the watchtower. Because the old man was too panicked, he kicked the rye bread baked next to the campfire into the campfire. The old man, who had no time to feel sorry for the food, came to the top of the watchtower and immediately threw the burning wood into the beacon tower. When the ignition in the beacon tower burned fiercely, the old man kept adding dry reeds, red willow branches and other materials. A lot of thick smoke rose from the beacon tower, which was very eye-catching. As the billowing smoke from this watchtower rose, other watchtowers that saw the smoke signal also raised smoke. The news of the squid's attack spread from one hilltop to another, from one island to another. The tradition of watchtowers in the Shield Islands is long-standing. It didn't take long for the noble families who attached great importance to this to form a joint fleet and prepare for battle in front of the coastline of the Shield Islands. Crash. An astonishing number of squid longboats and large rowing warships of different sizes appeared in the sight of the Shield Islands joint fleet. Looking at the number of enemy longboats that were obviously outnumbered, Earl Mabad Chester of Green Shield Island wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to the Earl of Grey Shield Island beside him, "What should we do? Such a number of squids is simply not something we can handle." Earl of Grey Shield Island, Gonsa Green, was not as panicked as him and comforted him. "I have just sent a letter to notify Highgarden and King Ting Island. If the naval battle cannot be won, retreat to the castle and hold on. All we have to do now is to delay time as much as possible." However, why did the squids come from the south of the Sunset Sea? The enemy is approaching. Prepare for battle. As the Iron Fleet and the Northern Fleet gradually approached, everyone in the Shield Islands joint fleet was highly nervous, waiting for the enemy to enter the attack range. But what happened next stunned everyone in the Shield Islands combined fleet. The huge enemy fleet had no interest in them at all. It was very precise and quickly sailed along the outer edge of their attack range towards the north of the Sunset Sea. Well, the first plan that King Robb and I had envisioned was to bypass the narrow sea from the sea and then enter the Three Forks River Basin from Crab Bay. At the critical moment, we would attack the Westerly army from behind. But now, the damn Red Wine fleet simply won't let us pass through and directly block the Red Wine Strait. Then, we can only implement the second plan, find a suitable place to land near the Crake Forest, and we will take down Crake Hall and Cavern Deep. Together with the Golden Tooth City that King Robb personally took down, we will completely cut off the entire Westeros imports and exports. In the captain's room of the Iron Fleet, the Ocean Troll, Theon explained to Ramsay and Yara the two strategic plans that he had slightly polished. "Lord Theon, it's basically no problem to take Crake Hall. But if you want to take Cavern Deep, you have to pass through Lannisport and take the Golden Road. So after we take Crake Hall, will the next step be to continue attacking Lannisport? Since Lannisport was going to be taken anyway, why didn't we just occupy it at that time, but withdraw our troops and leave?" After listening to Theon's story, Yara pointed to the map on the table and questioned with a somewhat ugly face. Robb specifically told me to retreat after attacking Lannisport. As for whether to attack Lannisport after taking Crake Hall, humph, why are you asking so many questions? The first priority now is to take Crake Hall. As for how to act later, I will write to discuss with His Majesty Robb. The strategic plans were all formulated by Robb, and Theon just followed orders, so he couldn't answer many of Yara's questions at all. In the end, he simply got angry and didn't explain. Yes. Seeing that Theon's tone was unfriendly, Yara and Ramsay answered in unison. After half a day of sailing, the Iron Fleet and the Northern Fleet finally landed on the southern coast of the Rail Forest. 5,000 Northern recruits boarded the ship from Heijiang City, and 3,000 Ironmen led by Yarl landed here. In Golden Tooth City, the Northern Army has been stationed in the camp for nearly 10 days. The mentality of the 6,000 soldiers guarding the city has changed from the initial anxiety of worrying about the Northern Army's attack on the city, to now being accustomed to it. It seems that the Northern soldiers under Tengshi Mountain are just here for show, and the biggest movement every day is just cooking on time. As usual, when the sun hangs in the middle of the sky, many cooking smokes rise from the Northern camp. Ding, ding, ding. A very urgent warning sounded in Golden Tooth City, which made the soldiers guarding the city on the east wall of Golden Tooth City feel nervous. But when they looked outside the city wall, there were no enemies on the river road up the mountain. There is no enemy at all. Who is sounding the alarm? Yes, those who lie about military intelligence should be arrested. It's not us who sounded the alarm, it's the West Wall. West. Upon hearing this, many soldiers guarding the East Wall looked west. However, since the walls on both sides were at the same height, they could not see the situation outside the city at all. They could only see a large black smoke rising from outside the West City. Lord Lin Li ordered that 500 people be left on the East Wall. The rest of the people should all carry the items for defending the city and go to the West Wall for support. At this time, several messengers ran up the East Wall from different stone steps to convey Lin Li's order. Due to the terrain, the East Wall of Golden Fang City is much higher than the West Wall, and the original intention of Golden Fang City was to defend against enemies invading the west from the east. Therefore, when Lin Li arranged the city defense, he arranged all 5,000 Stormland soldiers on the East Wall. There were only 800 Golden Fang City soldiers on the West Wall, and the remaining 200 were responsible for security and guarding in the city. At this time, looking at least tens of thousands of northern enemies outside the Western Wall, Riaz's face turned pale. He didn't know why such a large number of enemies appeared here. It might be that Lannisport was breached and they landed from the Sunset Sea. It might also be that the Crake Hall was breached and they came from the coastal avenue. In fact, it didn't matter what the reason was, because at this moment, the enemies were pouring towards the Golden Tooth City like a tide. These enemies. Originally, Riaz didn't think that the relatively low western wall of the Golden Tooth City could stop the enemies. But when he saw the enemies getting closer and closer, he immediately shouted to the surrounding soldiers in ecstasy, "Brothers, they don't have siege equipment, only that battering ram. Keep an eye on that battering ram and attack. Don't let them get close to the wall." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The soldiers guarding the western wall heard this and found that it was indeed as Riaz said. These enemies didn't even have siege ladders and immediately began to focus on the enemies carrying the battering rams and attacking fiercely with high morale. Continuously, soldiers from the Northern Territory were shot and fell. Not only did they not have siege equipment, they did not even have shields that could cover their entire bodies. These soldiers could only use a small round shield in front of them to protect their upper bodies. The casualties of the soldiers carrying the battering ram were very heavy, but fortunately, there were other soldiers constantly replenishing them. This thick battering ram slowly moved towards the gate of the Golden Tooth City. Various screams and wails were heard on the battlefield on the West Wall. These sounds were all from the soldiers from the Northern Territory. Even Riaz was extremely surprised that these nearly 3,000 siege soldiers did not cause any death in the second party. $and $sign. Suddenly, a melodious and strange song that could not be covered by the extremely noisy screams came into Riaz's ears. His sight could not help but move to the left, looking towards the source of the melodious song. Two northern siege soldiers came to the left wall of Golden Tooth City carrying a sedan covered with wooden shields and reinforced with layers of wood. Since the guards on the west wall focused their attention on the wooden ram, they didn't see the sedan until now. Boom, boom, boom. As a small hand in the sedan stretched out and pointed to the left side of the west wall, Riaz suddenly felt the ground begin to tremble, as if a monster was brewing underground and was about to break out of the cage. Crack, crack, crack. The compacted soil under the left side of the west wall was suddenly torn apart by an invisible force, and a crack with a length of nearly 10 meters and a depth of 15 or 16 meters in the center suddenly appeared, decreasing from the middle to the left and right. Bang, bang, bang. The 10-meter wall without the compacted soil foundation was like a castle in the air. After a series of cracking sounds, they directly split from the middle and fell into the dark crack. After the huge smoke and dust raised by the collapse of the city wall dissipated, the west wall of the Golden Tooth City became a V-shape as the crack deepened. Let those Westerland cavalry captives be used as bait to attack the city, and then let Yeezy use this magic that tears the ground. Your Majesty, as you said, times have changed. We really don't need siege equipment to attack the city. Gendry looked at the Golden Tooth City in front of him, which was equivalent to the city gates being opened, and sighed sincerely. Well, blow the horn. Charge the whole army. Robb had already thought of many ways to use Yeezy's magic. He nodded calmly, and then gave the order for the whole army to charge. Woo, woo. The low horn sounded, and the real northern soldiers who had been waiting for a long time rushed towards the gap in the Golden Tooth City wall with high morale. The first to rush to the gap in the west wall were naturally the cavalry captives used as bait. Because of Robb's personal promise, they were eager to take the heads of their former companions in exchange for freedom, status, and wealth. When the wall collapsed, Rhea fainted and fell to the ground due to the violent tremor. After regaining consciousness, he immediately commanded the archers on the wall to concentrate their firepower and shoot at the gap. Then, he immediately ran down the wall, shouting loudly, asking a large number of Stormland soldiers who had just arrived from the east wall to go and block the gap. As the Stormland soldiers and the Westerland cavalry captives approached, extremely tragic close combat began at this gap. Abu. Rhea looked at the temporarily blocked gap in the west wall and was thinking about how to block the gap when a wolf howl that frightened him came. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen huge and terrifying giant wolves jumped into the gap and crushed many Stormland soldiers to death when they landed. These blood-related direwolves, who were raised to full maturity by Robb through fighting and using the blood points obtained from recent mass killings, now turned into terrifying killing machines, constantly widening the gap that was originally blocked. Looking at a terrifying giant wolf attacking him under the command of a knight on its back, Rhea wanted to turn around and run away, but his feet were stiff at this time and he couldn't move at all. Looking at the wolf's mouth full of ferocious teeth getting closer and closer, Rhea's mind actually emerged with his own words when the 5 scouts were eaten, asking these direwolves to enter the city and eat him. Damn, I really have a stinky mouth. Thank you Chang'er Xiling for the 3000 points reward, and Hima-Ao for the points reward. Thank you Chang'er Xiling. 10 years you, listen thanking, reasonable Chen Papi, Yu Yang Sui Feng Wu for the monthly votes. Thank you for voting for recommendations every day, and for all the big guys who follow here, thank you for your support. PS, please subscribe and vote. Thank you everyone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 159 Self-Immolation. Whoosh, rip, boom, boom. As the magic attribute increases, Bloodwind's control over the tornado ice mist becomes stronger and stronger. A bucket-thick ice mist swept through the gap in the western wall, and the calves of a team of Stormland soldiers standing side by side were instantly frozen. Robb, who was on Bloodwind's back, waved the ice in his hand vigorously and rushed past them. The team of Stormland soldiers who could not escape were all beheaded in an instant, and more than a dozen heads of different sizes with remaining fear on their faces fell to the ground. In fact, for this battle that was bound to win, Robb didn't have to participate in person. But for this opportunity to harvest blood points, he certainly wouldn't miss it. In the more than 2 months of the intermission of the war with the West, Robb, who had been executing prisoners in the North, was subtly improved by the red mist. In addition, he insisted on practicing combat skills with the wood dancers every day. Now he can be said to be the most powerful human in Westeros, well, the strongest normal human. The 4,500 stormtroopers who came to support surrounded the gap in the western wall. The stormtroopers in the front row were actually frightened by the bloody slaughter by Robb and the wolf guards, and wanted to turn around and run away. But the other stormtroopers who were not clearly visible behind them kept rushing forward under the urging of the supervisory team. They forced the soldiers in the front rows to fight the enemy. Snap. Robb found an opportunity to let Bloodwind cooperate, and then jumped off it. Due to the height, Robb could only attack the enemy's head when riding Bloodwind, which made him not very efficient in harvesting blood points. Swish. The place where he jumped off was exactly the front, where the cavalry captives were fighting with the stormtroopers. After standing firm, Robb held the ice tightly in both hands, and slashed a semicircular sweep at the enemy in front with all his strength. Clang, clang, clang. Under Robb's inhuman strength, the steel giant sword dice instantly knocked away the 3 Stormland soldiers who were holding swords and shields to block. The long swords in their hands flew away, and the round shields were split from the middle. Rip. Zzz. The 3 Stormland soldiers whose defenses were forcibly broken were directly cut in half, and a large amount of blood spurted out like 3 small fountains. The 3 Stormland soldiers whose internal organs were all over the ground were not dead yet. They wailed in pain and tried to climb on the ground with both hands, trying to get away from the terrifying Robb. Robb, who had come out of the bloody storm, had already achieved a record of killing thousands of people. He had killed countless people, but he was not addicted to the enjoyment of killing. He still had mercy in his heart, but he would never be soft on the enemies on the battlefield. After killing 3 Stormland soldiers, Robb continued to wield ice to fight. He and the bloody wind beside him, who was also killing wantonly, were like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, constantly harvesting lives, leaving blood and corpses all over the ground. Led by Robb and the Wolf Guards, the captive cavalrymen of the Westerlands tried to expand the gap in the western wall in a semicircle. However, the number of more than 4,000 Stormland soldiers was too large compared to the few hundred cavalrymen captives at the gap until now, and they could not break through for a while. Kill. When the gap in the western wall was about to fall into a stalemate, suddenly, a huge shout of killing came from behind the group of Stormland soldiers. Earl Rickard took the lead and led 2,000 high-spirited northern soldiers to charge from behind the Stormland soldiers. These were 3,000 northern soldiers stationed in the northern camp at the foot of Tengshi Mountain. When Earl Rickard saw Robb send out a smoke signal, he organized the northern soldiers in the camp to attack the Golden Tooth along the river road. Since they were originally far away from the Golden Tooth, and it was still a road up the mountain. Therefore, they arrived at the eastern wall of the Golden Tooth, just when the western wall collapsed. The northern spies who had been quietly operating in the Golden Tooth city seized the perfect opportunity of the collapse of the western wall, and persuaded the captain of the gate who had been winning over the Golden Dragon during this period to directly open the gate of the eastern wall of the Golden Tooth city from the inside. When Earl Rickard entered the city, he sent out 1,000 northern soldiers to follow the spies, to encircle and suppress the 500 soldiers who had just reacted to the east wall. He led 2,000 northern soldiers to the west gate wall and attacked from behind. Disarm and kneel down to avoid being killed. As the 2,000 northern soldiers shouted in unison, the Stormland soldiers who no longer had a supervisory team behind them threw down their weapons and knelt down to surrender. The gateway fortress of the west, the Golden Tooth city, fell into Robb's hands. Creak. In the Red Keep of King's Landing, the door of the Black Cell was opened, and Sander carried on his shoulders a man whose upper body was covered by a sack, twisting and whimpering. Arriving at the deepest part of the Black Cell, in front of the cell where Eddard was once imprisoned, Sander stopped and a look of reluctance appeared on his face. Finally, he sighed lightly, pushed open the cell door and walked in. Many burning torches were inserted on the moss-covered walls of the cell, making the originally dark cell brightly lit. Crash. Joffrey was sitting on an exquisite wooden chair, playing with a pair of shackles in his hand with a bored look on his face. On the wall directly in front of him, there was a stone execution rack carved into a T-shape. "Have you brought the man? Dog, tie him to the execution rack." Hearing the movement of the cell door, Joffrey immediately stood up with excitement on his face, stretched out his hand to hand over the shackles, and pointed at the execution rack, and said to Sander, "Yes." Sander answered expressionlessly, then walked directly to the execution rack, put the man on his shoulders down, and then tied him to it with the shackles handed by Joffrey. "Take off the pockets and the cloth on his mouth." Seeing that everything was ready, Joffrey rubbed his hands excitedly, and then gave orders to Sander. "Ah, Your Majesty, Joffrey. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to escape your labor conscription. I have 3 children at home, and a lamb-old mother. Without me, they can't survive in Flea Bottom." Sander took off the pockets and cloth covering the man. The haggard middle-aged man closed his eyes to adapt to the light and recognized Joffrey as soon as he opened his eyes. Then he immediately admitted his mistake with tears in his eyes and asked for forgiveness. "Well, I will pardon your crime of escaping labor conscription, as long as you can pass the justice trial." Joffrey heard this, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and he answered, "Your Majesty, what is a justice trial?" Hearing that he might be pardoned, the tearful man immediately asked, "Dog, bring me justice." Sander heard Joffrey's order, took down a small glass bottle filled with green liquid from the wooden rack, nailed to the other side of the wall, and then turned around and handed it to Joffrey. Pop. Joffrey took the small glass bottle, then pulled out the wooden cork at the mouth of the bottle, smelled the pungent smell with an intoxicated look on his face, and said to the man in a soft tone, "When the traitor Stannis attacked King's Landing, it helped me eliminate many enemies. So, it is my justice splash." As soon as Joffrey finished speaking, he poured the green liquid in the small glass bottle directly to the man. The man, who couldn't avoid it, was doused by the green liquid. He smelled the pungent smell, remembered what Joffrey had said just now, and immediately cried out in despair, Wildfire. Justice is actually wildfire. Woohoo. Children, mother. Whoosh. Joffrey took out a flint from his arms, blew it quickly, and threw it to the man with expectation on his face. Woohoo. Ah. When the red-hot flint touched the man's body, it instantly ignited the wildfire all over his body. The green flames instantly ignited and began to devour the flesh and blood of the man, who screamed miserably. Ha ha ha. The execution racks made of wood and steel were always burned before. Now, they really can't burn this stone execution rack. Hearing the man's screams, Joffrey, whose face was ruddy like a sickly red, actually commented on the stone execution rack. The green firelight illuminated Joffrey's unusually enjoyable face, making him look like a demon. Sandor, behind Joffrey, showed fear when the wildfire ignited and retreated straight to his back against the wall before stopping. Hearing the man's increasingly weak screams, he slowly lowered his head. The black cell transformed by Joffrey was unusually quiet, without any jailers or prisoners. There were only the two of them, and a burning charred corpse. Red Keep, throne room. Varys, with his hands in his wide sleeves, was reporting the intelligence he had collected to Cersei, who was sitting on the Iron Throne. "Your Majesty, this is roughly the situation of the rebel army. Next is the situation in King's Landing. Because the commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks, Lothar Brune, has been forcibly conscripting laborers in Flea Bottom, there is now a lot of discussion in King's Landing. Some people even privately said that this was His Majesty's order, calling His Majesty a tyrant. You see, should we do something to calm the increasingly powerful public opinion in King's Landing? Humph, these pariahs are getting bolder and bolder." Hearing Varys' report, Cersei immediately snorted with a cold face, and then she continued to say to Varys, "Lord Varys, please deal with these pariahs who slandered His Majesty. As for public opinion, let it brew for a while. When the time comes, I will tell you how to calm them down." "Yes, as you wish." Varys nodded in response, then hesitated slightly, and whispered to Cersei, "Perhaps I should tell you that His Majesty has had Meryn Trent capture a lot of civilians in Flea Bottom and put them in the Black Prison during this period, and no one can get out." "I know that. Joe asked Meryn Trent to arrest criminals who disobeyed the call. It is normal to put criminals in the Black Cell. Since he is interested in these lowly people, it is better to distract him. It is better than him wanting to lead the army to fight against traitors personally." Cersei obviously knew what Joffrey did, and she answered calmly, "Yes, Your Majesty, I will take my leave first." After hearing what Cersei said, Varys saluted expressionlessly and turned to leave the throne room. "Lancel, Your Majesty, please give me your orders." Hearing Cersei's call, Lancel Lannister, who was wearing Lannister armor, immediately stepped forward to wait for her orders. "Go check the people around His Majesty. If you can confirm who leaked the information to Varys, just deal with it. As you wish." Just as Cersei was sitting quietly in the throne room thinking about how to manage King's Landing, Joffrey, looking satisfied and refreshed, walked out of the Red Keep with Sandor. "Your Majesty." Merlin and other King's Guards who had been waiting at the door of the prison immediately saluted and greeted him. "Well, Sir Merlin, you have done a good job during this period. I will reward you well. By the way, there are 3 kids and an old woman in the man's house. Go and capture them now. I want to see them in the cell tomorrow." Joffrey praised Merlin and asked him about his needs for tomorrow. "Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. I will do it right away and send them here on time tomorrow." Merlin smiled when he heard Joffrey's praise and nodded in response. Sandor, who was standing behind Joffrey, heard their conversation, and his eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. I don't know what he was thinking. Time passed quickly, and it was already the next day in a blink of an eye. Woo, woo. The door of the black cell opened, and Sandor carried an old man with wrinkles on his face and white hair. Merlin held a sharp sword and drove away 3 children wearing tattered clothes and suppressing their crying. When they arrived at the inner cell of the black prison, Joffrey was already waiting there with expectation. "Dog, don't tie up this old woman. You two are here. Are you afraid that they will harm me? Besides, I want to change the game today." Sandor put down the old woman on his shoulder and was about to tie her to the execution rack when Joffrey stopped him. "Hey, old woman. Yesterday, your son was here, and I burned him to death. Look, the pile of ashes at your feet is him. In order to reunite you, I didn't let the dog clean it up." Looking at this old woman who didn't cry or make a fuss and was unusually calm, Joffrey pulled a sly smile at the corner of his mouth and directly provoked her. "Why?" Leaning over and holding the ashes at his feet, 2 lines of tears finally flowed from the old woman's calm face. "Maybe because he's a criminal who escaped the draft. Haha, in fact, it doesn't matter, even if he's not a criminal. I want to burn a pariah to death. Why do I need a reason? I'm the king. I can do whatever I want." Seeing the old man start to cry, Joffrey laughed happily and replied, "King, I beg you to release the children." The old man turned his head and looked at the 3 children who were huddled in the corner because of fear and asked Joffrey, "Release them? I can promise you." Joffrey walked to the wooden rack and picked up a small glass bottle while continuing to say to the old man, "The premise is that you use this to burn yourself to death." "Okay." Without any hesitation, the old man nodded and agreed. "Haha, I'm tired of burning people all the time. Today I can see what's different about people who burn themselves." After handing the wildfire and a flint in his hand to the old man, Joffrey took 2 steps back, licked his lips very pervertedly, and showed an excited expression on his face. Crash. The old man looked at the 3 children with kind eyes, then took the small glass bottle with his left hand and poured the green liquid on himself. "Grandma." Wow. The 2 older boys seemed to know something and desperately called out to their grandma. The other youngest girl seemed to be frightened by the 2 of them and burst into tears. "What are you arguing about, Sir Merlin? Teach them a lesson." Joffrey, who was a little impatient with the crying, scolded the 3 children without turning his head and ordered Merlin. Clang. Merlin heard Joffrey's order, turned around and raised his palm, ready to teach the 3 children a lesson. At this time, a crisp sound of sword drawing sounded, and before he could react, a sharp long sword pierced his neck from behind. Then it passed through his throat and came out from under his chin. "Dog. What are you doing?" Hearing the sound of sword drawing behind him, Joffrey turned his head and saw Sandor piercing Merlin's neck with a sword from behind, and a lot of blood flowed down Merlin's neck. Snap. Just as Joffrey turned his head and was stunned, the old man in front of him limped in front of him and hugged him tightly. "What are you doing? Damn old woman, let me go." Joffrey, who was suddenly hugged, tried to break free from the old woman's hands. But he didn't expect the old woman to be so strong, and he couldn't break free for a while. "Thank you." The old woman looked at the 3 children reluctantly and then thanked Sandor softly. She held the flint in her right hand tightly and touched the wildfire bottle in her left hand. Wow. The green liquid touched a spark and quickly ignited a green flame. In the blink of an eye, the green flame wrapped the old man and Joffrey. "Ah. Save me, save me. I'm the king, I am. Grandma." Joffrey, who turned into a torch, kept screaming in pain, but the sound became smaller and smaller. The old man didn't make any sound from beginning to end, and died quietly in the children's crying. "I said I would take you to the north." Looking at the 2 people who were constantly being engulfed by the green flames, Sandor had some understanding in his heart. Maybe the old man was worried that he was a burden, so he died together with the enemy who killed his son. The black prison transformed by Joffrey was indeed very soundproof, and the screams in the cell did not attract anyone's attention at all. After a while, Joffrey and the old man were completely engulfed by the green flames, leaving only a pile of ashes. The ashes of the arrogant King Joffrey and the mother and son were mixed together, and it was completely indistinguishable. Maybe this wildfire is really, as Joffrey said, his just judgment. Thank you Chang'e Zirling for the 5,000 points reward. Thank you Chang'e Zirling, Tei Kingling Original Supreme Holy God. Book friends 33,021,203,796,475. Let you rely on 1980. I add you. 535 asterisk 151 Liu Shiguangayao for the monthly votes. Thank you for voting for recommendations every day and all the big guys who follow here. Thank you for your support. PS. Thank you Chang Erzaoling for being the second helmsman of this book. I had accompanied in it today, so I didn't write much. I will write a big chapter tomorrow and add more for you. Finally, please subscribe and vote. Thank you everyone. Chapter 160 Malay, 6400 chapters. Tier. In the meeting hall of the Prime Minister's Tower, the meat carpet with a crowned stag and a lion standing opposite each other on the floor suddenly bulged out irregularly, and then a long sword pierced the carpet and cut left and right. Clang. After a large gap large enough for an adult to pass through was cut in the meat carpet, a long sword was thrown out from the secret passage under the carpet and hit the ground. Since Tywin and Jaime had left King's Landing, no one lived in the Prime Minister's Tower. Therefore, this sound did not attract anyone's attention. A 4-year-old girl with tears in her eyes, trying hard to hold back her tears, was lifted up by a rough big hand and struggled to crawl out of the secret passage. Then, Sander, with a circle of cloth tied around his chest, crawled out of the secret passage after her. After coming out, he immediately turned around and reached out to pull out a 7-year-old boy and the 9-year-old boy, the oldest of the 3 children, from the secret passage. Sander, who escaped from the secret passage of the Black Prison, was ready to escape from the Red Castle through the secret passage of the Prime Minister's Tower's bedroom, while the Red Castle guards could not find the situation of the Black Prison for a while. When Robb took Sansa away, Sander, who missed Sansa, followed them quietly. After they left, Sander helped cover up the traces near the secret passages of the Prime Minister's Tower, so these 2 secret passages have not been discovered by the Gold Cloaks. After picking up the long sword on the ground and putting it back into the scabbard, Sander fixed the little girl to his chest with a cloth strip again. Then he led the 2 little boys to the Prime Minister's Tower. The little girl lay on Sander's chest with tears in her eyes, and the other 2 little boys followed him closely. Obviously, they all regarded Sander as their support. Yesterday, when Joffrey ordered Merlin to arrest the relatives of the unfortunate man, Sander, who had been trying to endure during this period, finally made up his mind to get away from Joffrey, who was as shit as his brother, the Mountain. Maybe it was because of the guilt of helping the evil, maybe he wanted to redeem himself, or maybe he wanted to find a reason to see Sansa. He finally decided to save the family that was about to be harmed by Joffrey and take them to the north. So, when Merlin went to Flea Bottom to arrest, he volunteered to follow. Then he took the opportunity to have a secret talk with the old woman, telling her that he would save their family and go to the north together. The old woman trusted Sander without any hesitation, because their family was no longer worth Sander's deception. Because the 2 boys moved slowly, it took Sander and his party a long time to get from the narrow secret passage of the Prime Minister's Tower to the exit between the north gate of the Red Castle and the North Tower. Outside the house at the exit, there was a carriage prepared by Sander in advance. After he put the children in the carriage, he drove the horse towards the Dragon Gate in the northwest corner of King's Landing. Before leaving, Sander turned his head and looked at the still peaceful Red Castle, knowing that the matter of the Black Prison had not been discovered yet. It has been more than 2 months since Stannis' siege war. King's Landing has long been open to traffic, but there will be routine inspections by the Gold Cloaks. With his highly recognizable face, Sander casually lied in Joffrey's name, and the Gold Cloaks hurriedly let him pass directly, not even having the courage to check the carriage he was driving. Ding, ding, ding. Half a day after Sander's carriage left, the Red Keep rang loud and urgent alarm bells. Upon hearing the alarm bells, the Gold Cloaks at all the gates of King's Landing immediately closed the gates and prohibited anyone from entering or leaving. Snap. In the black cell, Lancel used his scabbard to dig through a pile of ashes, and a rich and pure oval ruby appeared in front of him. Your Majesty, this is the ruby on His Majesty Joffrey's crown. Lancel picked up the ruby from the ashes and spread it in his palm, then turned and said to Cersei, who was as cold as frost behind him, "Impossible, it couldn't be Joff." Meryn Trant was shot from behind. Where's the hound? Where's the damn hound? Cersei slapped the ruby out of Lancel's hand and shouted loudly with a firm tone. Your Majesty, the hound left the Dragon Gate in a carriage. It has been nearly half a day. Varys, who had just come in from the cell, immediately answered when he heard Cersei's roar. Carriage? Joff must be in that carriage. The damn hound kidnapped him. That must be it. Hearing Varys' words, Cersei's eyes suddenly lit up, and she spoke with certainty. Ser Mandan Moore, take 100, no, 300 gold cloaks and chase them from the Dragon Gate immediately. Make sure to rescue your king safely. Yes, your Majesty. Hearing Cersei's order, a Kingsguard with light grey eyes and a dull and lifeless face standing quietly by the side saluted and replied, then immediately turned around and walked out of the cell to pick people to carry out the task. The reason why Cersei did not send Lancel was because she knew that Lancel was a fool, and Jaime had evaluated all the Kingsguard when he was entangled with her. He said that Mandan Moore never had friends, only long swords, never had a life, only responsibilities. It can be said that he is the most responsible and most dangerous sworn brother in the Kingsguard except Jaime himself. Go through the Dragon Gate. This mad dog who devours the master must want to go to the north. Varys, send a message to Harrenhal. Let them close the King's Road and prohibit anyone from going north. Yes, I'll do it now. After giving the order, Cersei drove everyone out of the cell directly. A person stared blankly at the pile of ashes on the stone execution rack and quietly shed 2 lines of tears. Harrenhal, the Hall of the 100 Hearths. The Hall of the 100 Hearths, like other rooms in Harrenhal, was unusually spacious and majestic. At that time, it was said that it could accommodate 100 furnaces or a complete army. At this time, the stretcher carrying Jaime was placed on the smooth floor. Maester Clarion of Casterly Rock, who had been with Tywin since the beginning of the war, was examining his condition and treating him. After replacing the blood-soaked gauze covering Jaime's right cheek with medicine, Claire stood up and said to Tywin, who looked concerned, Lord Tywin, I have changed the medicine for Sir Jaime. However, he has started to have a fever now. The medical environment in Harrenhal is too poor. Considering that it is only 2 or 3 days away from King's Landing, I suggest sending him back to King's Landing and being treated by Grand Maester Purcell. Well, Leo, you take 500 people now to escort Jaime and Claire and return to King's Landing together. By the way, where is Lin Li? After hearing Maester Claire's suggestion, Tywin immediately gave orders to Earl Leo. At the end of his speech, he suddenly realized that he had not seen Earl Lins of Cavendish. Lord Tywin, Lin Li has betrayed the Lannisters. When Sir Jaime had an accident in Stonehenge, I ordered the massacre of the city and took him to the hospital for treatment. Who knew that Lin Li gathered the remaining soldiers of his family to rescue nearly 1,000 enemy prisoners, snatched the horses and headed for Averon. Except for the 1,000 of them, all other enemies have been wiped out, and Stonehenge is now only a ruin. Upon hearing this, Earl Leo immediately told what happened after Jaime was injured in Stonehenge. Humph, the Leighton family has always liked to marry with the nobles of the Riverlands. During the negotiation of the prisoner exchange, my spies noticed that he went to Patrick Malister's room several times. When I'm free, it will be time for Deep Caverns to change its owner. Because Jaime's condition showed signs of worsening fever, Leo did not dare to delay. He directly asked Maester Clarion to ride in a carriage with Jaime, and then led 500 cavalrymen to King's Landing. Tywin, standing in the Tower of the 100 Hearths, watched them go away. He thought for a while, and asked the guards to call up the nobles who stayed in Harrenhal. Lord Tywin, Earl Swift of Corn City, Earl Shallet of Silver Mountain City, and the Mountain entered the 100 Hearths together and saluted Tywin. Shallet, where are Edgemuir's troops now? Tywin nodded slightly in response to them. Without too much greeting, he went straight to the point and asked Earl Shallet, who was in charge of collecting intelligence recently. They were originally wandering around Acorn Hall, but after we sent them the news that Stonehenge was besieged 2 days ago, he led the army to support Stonehenge. According to their marching time, they should be near Stonehenge now. Hearing Tywin asking him, Earl Shallet immediately stepped forward and answered respectfully. A few days ago, I ordered Kevin to leave 10,000 troops at the crossroads and lead 20,000 troops to march west along the river road. Where are they now? Lord Kevin should have passed the kneeling stack and headed towards Reveron. Okay, let them make a loud noise when passing by Reveron, and make sure that the trout see it. After hearing the report from Earl Chariot, Tywin nodded and gave an order, then continued. A few days ago, Davin sent a message from Casterly Rock that Greyjoy's fleet suddenly withdrew after successfully landing. It is possible that they wanted to take a detour from the sea and directly attack King's Landing. And Robb Stark led tens of thousands of northern troops stationed in front of the Golden Tooth, and there has been no attack for nearly 10 days. I don't know if he really wants to attack the city or deliberately confuse us. But it doesn't matter. I want to take this opportunity to capture the empty Reveron. Lord Tywin, I'm willing to lead the vanguard to attack Reveron. As soon as Tywin finished speaking, Lord Swift, who was older than Tywin, immediately spoke. Lord Swift, who has always been shrewd and smooth, knew that Tywin had suffered losses and withdrawn his troops in the last attack on Reveron. This time he must be sure to capture Reveron, so he took the initiative to volunteer and wanted to take the opportunity to show more. Well, Swift will lead 5,000 soldiers as the vanguard to station at Reveron. Saliot, you will lead 12,000 soldiers to wait at the Kneeling Tavern. I will meet you then. As for Clegane, you are still responsible for Harrenhal. Catch all the rats of the Brotherhood without banners as soon as possible. Yes. After Tywin gave the order in a steady tone, the other three immediately stood up and answered in unison. Creaky, creaky. The carriage driven by Sandor was driving fast on the King's Road. They had just passed the south corner and escaped from the royal territory. After a whole day of high-intensity travel, the originally sturdy carriage made an unpleasant sound. If it continues in this state, the carriage will inevitably fall apart. Sandor didn't want to travel so hurriedly, but he knew that the Red Castle would definitely send gold cloaks to chase him. Therefore, he planned to follow the original plan, to pass Harrenhal controlled by the Lannisters, and then change other routes, to slowly move towards the north. Da-da-da. Sandor drove the carriage forward for another half a day. When passing the section of the King's Road near the southeast of God's Eye Lake, a sound of horse hooves came from behind him. Damn, they caught up with us. Hearing the sound of horse hooves behind him, Sandor turned his head and saw the various flags of stags and angry lions approaching them, as well as large pieces of golden robes fluttering in the wind. Seeing the target in front, Sir Mandon and 300 golden robes whipped the horses hard to make them run faster. The carriage couldn't outrun them, so what about driving into the lake? No, I can't take care of all three children. Looking at the God's Eye Lake on the left, Sandor, who still refused to give up, thought of various ways to get out of it. Da-da-da. At this moment, there was a sound of more horse hooves in front of him than behind him. A group of cavalrymen holding red angry lion flags were galloping towards them. Sandor saw the larger number of Lannister cavalrymen in front of him, and he pulled the reins in his hand and stopped the carriage in the middle of the King's Road. Clang. Pulling out his long sword from his side, Sandor jumped off the carriage. He walked a few steps to the back of the carriage and took a defensive posture, spitting on the ground and said, "Bah. Fuck the king. Fuck the Lannister." Clang. As Sir Mandon rode close to Sandor's right side, he used the force of the horse's charge to slash at his head with his right long sword. But his slash was directly blocked by Sandor, who was well prepared. Sandor, whose hands were numb from the shock of this force, had no time to rest. The gold-cloaked man on the left side of his body had already stabbed him with a spear. Clang, clang, clang. In order to avoid hitting the carriage carrying King Joffrey, these gold-cloaked men controlled their horses to dodge from Sandor's left and right sides, and attacked him with spears. At the beginning, Sandor, who was very good at swordsmanship and had rich combat experience, was able to resist. But there were too many gold cloaks, and blood began to appear on Sandor's body. 1, 2, 3. In the gap of the carriage, the 9-year-old boy was trying to observe the situation outside. In the boy's eyes, the extremely tall figure was like a pillar in the water, standing in the fierce torrent. Bang. But when human power is exhausted, Sandor, covered in blood, finally couldn't hold on, and fell heavily to the ground. Right in front of the carriage, Sir Mandon frowned at the Lannister cavalry who were getting closer and closer, but had no intention of slowing down. He waved his hand and shouted, "Stop! King Joffrey is in the carriage behind." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the distance was close enough, Sir Mandan saw that these hundreds of Lannister cavalry were guarding a carriage. Behind them, a large group of flagless cavalry in tattered armor were chasing them. There are enemies. Quickly form a spear formation and protect the carriage. To be an enemy of the Lannister family is, of course, to be an enemy of King Joffrey, to whom he is loyal. Without any hesitation, Sir Mandan turned over and dismounted, calling on the gold cloaks to dismount and form a formation. Lord Leo, who had just set out from Harrenhal for a day and was ambushed by the Brotherhood without banners, of course saw this group of friendly gold cloaks. He glanced at the enemy cavalry behind them who were biting them tightly and immediately ordered the last 10 squads stay to block the enemy and the others protect the carriage and move closer to the reinforcement in front. The Lannister cavalry led by Lord Leo were all elite cavalry arranged by Tywin. After hearing the order, the last hundreds of Lannister cavalry resolutely stopped running and turned around to charge at the enemy who was more than 10 times their number. But their number was too small for the nearly 1,500 Brotherhood without banners cavalry. In less than 10 minutes, the Lannister cavalry was drowned in their crowd. However, the precious time they bought allowed Earl Leo to escort the carriage smoothly and go around the rear of the spear formation of the gold cloaks. Earl Leo originally had 500 Lannister cavalrymen, but he lost nearly 50 of them in the pursuit. Adding the hundreds of losses just now, he currently only has 350 Lannister cavalrymen left. Since they had to escort the carriage, it was impossible to get rid of the enemy cavalry's pursuit. But now that they have joined forces with the 300 gold cloaks with spear formations, at least they have the strength to fight. Gilu. Beric, I have a feeling that this is a big fish, right? Thoros, riding on a warhorse, took advantage of Beric's free time to reorganize the cavalry formation. He first opened the wine bag on his body and took a big gulp, then spoke. Everything is guided by my lord. What does it have to do with you? Beric, with blood vessels bulging on his face, replied with a pious expression. Okay, it's not far from Harrenhal. Let's deal with the enemy first and then chat. Okay. Thoros, please start praying. Listening to Thoros and Beric's chat, Brienne rolled her eyes and reminded them to focus on the enemy in front of them. In the past few months, the Brotherhood without banners has developed rapidly in the Riverlands. Brienne, who has been watching them silently, has a deep understanding of the horror of brainwashing by religious beliefs. The Brotherhood without banners accepts everyone, whether they are civilians, deserters, or even vicious robbers. Of course, the premise is to believe in the Lord of Light. But whether they are sincere believers at the beginning or those who pretend to believe for temporary shelter. After praying with everyone every day and listening to Thoros's explanation of doctrines and dogmas, they gradually became true believers. There is a very important reason for this. The Lord of Light is different from the 7 gods of Westeros. In recent months, he has frequently performed various miracles through Thoros. For example, the night is dark and dangerous everywhere. The night is dark and dangerous everywhere. As Thoros finished his prayer, all the members of the Brotherhood without banners, except Brienne, chanted with piety. Who, except Brienne, the long swords in the hands of all the members of the Brotherhood without banners were ablaze, and this large area of flaming swords looked very visually impactful. The Lord of Light blesses us, and we will win. Charge. Beric pointed the flaming longsword in his right hand forward, and all the cavalrymen of the Brotherhood without banners, with fanatical expressions on their faces, charged towards the enemy in front. Compared with the fanaticism of the Brotherhood without banners, the Gold Cloaks and Lannister cavalry opposite them, as well as Sir Mandan and Count Leo, were all stunned and panicked. After all, humans are always full of fear of the unknown. Don't be afraid, these guys have wildfire on their swords, just to scare people. Seeing that his own morale was obviously declining, Earl Leo immediately shouted to encourage his soldiers. Some of the Gold Cloaks and Lannister cavalry reluctantly agreed with his statement, while others were skeptical. In this situation, the soldiers of both sides collided fiercely. Screech. Bang, bang, bang. The front row of the Brotherhood without banners cavalrymen fearlessly and directly crashed into the forest of spears with their bodies, and were immediately stabbed into rags and sacks. However, many Brotherhood without banners cavalrymen still broke through the spear formation of the Gold Cloaks, and fought with the Lannister cavalry behind them. The morale of both sides was very obvious at this moment. These fanatical Brotherhood without banners cavalrymen kept coming forward like a wave, tearing the formation of the Gold Cloaks from a straight line to a wavy line. In the end, Beric, Brienne, Thoros and others poked a big hole in the enemy formation like sharp spear tips. The defensive formation of the Gold Cloaks and Lannister cavalry collapsed instantly. The two sides on the battlefield were then intertwined with each other, and the positional battle turned into a big melee. Ding. On the chaotic battlefield, Beric and Sir Mandon happened to bump into each other. After the two fought each other, they immediately recognized each other. Sir Mandon and Berry had never fought each other, but he had seen Berry's swordsmanship at the Prime Minister's Tournament to Celebrate edition. Sir Mandon, who thought that the opponent's swordsmanship was only second-rate, immediately attacked the enemy leader with his sword. Clang, clang, clang. In the initial stage of their sword fight, Sir Mandon found that Berry's hands were extremely powerful, but the opponent's swordsmanship level was indeed as he expected, not at the same level as his own. So, relying on his own swordsmanship, Sir Mandon no longer fought Berry head-on. Instead, he took advantage of the opportunity of the fight to hit Berry with a sword from time to time, adding a blood mark on his body. Generally, sword fights are decided in a short period of time, because the energy and physical strength of normal people are at their peak in the initial stage. But as Sir Mandon and Berry continued to fight, Sir Mandon gradually became exhausted, while Berry was still full of energy, as if he had no idea of fatigue. Sizzle. When avoiding Berry's attack, Sir Mandon stumbled and failed to stabilize his body in time. Beric, who had been waiting for the opportunity, stabbed Sir Mandon's right eye with his long sword like a venomous snake. The battle between the two of them was very aptly explained. I can make countless mistakes, but you can't make a single mistake. Beric's battle ended last. After more than half of the Gold Cloaks and Lannister cavalry died, Lord Leo saw that the situation was hopeless and took the lead in surrendering. Beric took out a tube of potion prepared by Coburn from his arms and drank it directly with his head tilted back. He walked towards the two carriages at the back. When the first carriage opened, he saw Jaime, who was unconscious, and Maester Claren, who looked nervous. Jaime Lannister, very good. Thoros, have someone guard this carriage. Beric recognized the people in the carriage at a glance, and immediately asked Thoros to keep an eye on the carriage. Beric had just arrived at the second carriage when he saw Sandor, who was covered in blood and struggling to get up. Look who this is, a hound entangled in countless sins. It just so happens that today I will give you a just judgment on behalf of the Lord of Light. Berry recognized the highly recognizable Sandor, and he raised his sword in his right hand, ready to kill him. No. Suddenly, the second carriage opened from the inside, and a little boy jumped out of the carriage and stood in front of Barry. Berry, it seems that the Lord of Light doesn't want you to kill him. Seeing this, Thoros walked to Berry's side and said. Berry looked at the little boy with determination in his eyes, sheathed his sword, and then said, brothers, clean up the battlefield. Take them all away. Thank you to Zhao Dengling, Liu Shiguangayao, and Liu Yumin for voting for the monthly ticket. Thank you for voting for recommendations every day and all the big guys who follow here. Thank you for your support. PS. Today's big chapter is considered an extra chapter, and will continue tomorrow. Finally, please subscribe and vote. Thank you everyone. Chapter 161, Dark Chess, 6200 chapters. Clang, clang. The fully armed Westerland army lined up like a long snake, marching in a swagger on the river road not far from Riverrun. These Westerland soldiers also carried several marching pots on their backs, and when they moved, they made loud collisions, which attracted a lot of attention. Lord Brynden, I just received a report from the scouts. This group of Westerland troops led by Davin Lannister has about 20,000 people. Judging from the direction they are moving, they should want to support the Golden Tooth. On the west wall of Riverrun, Earl Titus leaned over and whispered to Brynden, who was observing the enemy. The Westerland army just passed by us in a scattered manner. It seems that they are very sure that we, Riverrun, do not have the strength to fight outside the city. Support the Golden Tooth. Is there any news from His Majesty Robb? And, is there any news from the other 3 cities? Brynden still had an expression that did not show his emotions, but his eyes were full of thoughts. After a brief pause, he turned to ask Lord Titus. There is no news from His Majesty Robb. Raventree reported that everything is normal. Derry City has investigated the crossroads and there are still 10,000 westerly troops stationed there. As for Stonehenge, there is still no news. Lord Titus answered directly when he heard the question, but his voice gradually weakened at the end, as if he guessed that the situation in Stonehenge was not very good. Before the second round of the war, under the operation of the Northern Intelligence Organization, the flow of information was relatively timely and comprehensive. But after the war really started, the delay and asymmetry of various information will have a crucial impact on the war situation. There has been no news about the 20,000 troops led by Jaime Lannister. They should be besieging Stonehenge. However, Stonehenge has more than 6,000 soldiers defending the city and can hold on for a long time. The current situation depends on which side can open up the situation faster and take the initiative. Brynden speculated on the situation of Stonehenge, based on the known information, and finally summarized the key to the battlefield between the North and the West in one sentence. Edgemure arrived at Stonehenge with an army of nearly 11,000 soldiers. The Stonehenge was completely different from what he remembered. It had already become a pile of charred ruins. The walls of Stonehenge had collapsed on a large scale. The original mud-red exterior walls were now charred black, and some of the bricks were actually melted. Following the warhorse under his crotch, he entered the former parade ground of Stonehenge. In the center of the ruins here, a large number of charred corpses were shocking. These charred corpses burned by the fierce fire had already been completely unrecognizable and could not be identified. Most of the charred corpses were in a stiff posture, while a few were in a curled posture. In fact, it was a bit cruel to say that the stiff charred corpses meant that they were burned by the fierce fire after death, and those who instinctively curled up due to the high temperature were burned to death. Alas. Looking at the many charred corpses still emitting a strange smell in the parade ground, Edgemure showed an expression of pity on his face and sighed heavily. Wow. My Paul, Captain. A young soldier in the team behind him looked at the charred corpse in front of him and cried out in grief. Lord Edgemure, when we broke out of Stonehenge, Jaime Lannister was already injured and unconscious. Since they didn't stay here to recuperate, they should have returned to Harrenhal. Moreover, we were originally planning to go to Reborn, but who knew that we would encounter the Westerly army led by Kevan Lannister. They have a large number of soldiers. Judging from the direction of their march, they are likely to attack Reborn. In the team behind Edgemure, Lord Lins of Deep Caverns rode up to him and said, the nearly 1,000 extra people in Edgemure's 10,000-man army were Lord Lins who took advantage of Jaime's coma and escaped from Stonehenge with some northern soldiers. On their way to Reborn, they were blocked by Kevan's 20,000 westerly troops. The west was blocked, the north was Stonehenge, and the east was a crossroads, where troops were still stationed. Finally, under the advice of a northern centurion, Lord Lins led them south to Acorn Hall to join Edgemure's army. But they did not reach Acorn Hall. On the way, they met Edgemure's army who received the news that Stonehenge was besieged and came to support. In fact, when Edgemure saw their brown and green-white badger flag, he wanted to attack directly. Fortunately, Patrick, who was following him, stopped him. At Harrenhal, Lord Lins did express his goodwill to Patrick, that he wanted to surrender to the King of the North. And he had a big appetite, and asked Robb for the position of the future Guardian of the West. Later, Robb agreed to it through a secret letter to Patrick through the Northern Intelligence Organization. After all, he was the first Westerly noble to surrender, so he was worth a lot of money. And for Lord Lins, the risks he suffered were proportional to the benefits he gained. During the intermission of the war, Lord Lins continuously sent Robb the movements and specific intelligence of the Westerly army through the Northern Intelligence Organization. Robb certainly would not trust Lord Lins directly, but as the Northern Intelligence Organization continued to investigate and verify, it was confirmed that these intelligence were true and valid. Therefore, at the beginning of the second round of the war, Robb launched a targeted strategic layout for the Westerly. However, judging from the current situation, Tywin also has a very clear grasp of the movements of the Northern Army. Lord Edgemure, I believe in Lord Lins's judgment. We must hurry back to Reborn. Patrick drove his horse forward and suggested to Edgemure, who was thinking. Patrick is right. We should go back to Reveron. However, Lord Edgemere, please let me take the cavalry first and find out the specific information for you. Sir Mark also supported the return to Reveron. At the same time, he took the initiative to ask Edgemere to investigate first. Edgemere pondered for a while, looked up at the miserable situation of Stonehenge, and said resolutely, I have decided to go back to Reveron. I will never allow Reveron to become the miserable state of Stonehenge. The enemy army has 20,000 people. Our 11,000 people will attack from the rear unexpectedly, and then the 6,000 defenders of Reveron will definitely attack from both sides. Being attacked from both sides at the same time, the enemy's morale will definitely be in chaos, and our chance of winning will be very high. Sir Mark, you lead 1,000 cavalry to scout first. We will go back to Reveron. Yes, Reveron. The third day after Davon's army passed through. Order the whole army to set up camp, arrange fortifications according to pre-arrangements, and the logistics personnel will start making siege ladders. As soon as the 5,000 Western Frontier Vanguard troops arrived at Reveron, Earl Swiftford gave his orders to the messenger. After receiving the order, these Western Frontier soldiers immediately began to set up camp and make siege equipment. They did not take the defenders who were staring at them in Reveron seriously at all. Lord Brynden, the 20,000-man Westerland army a few days ago should have deliberately pretended to go to the Golden Tooth, but they were actually hiding in a place we couldn't see. So, these 5,000 people should be bait to lure us out of the city. On the wall of Reveron, Earl Titus gently stroked the hilt of his sword with his right hand and said to Brynden next to him, HMPH, don't worry about whether they are bait or not. Anyway, we will never take the initiative to go out of the city to fight before receiving the order from His Majesty Robb. Before, Tywin led tens of thousands of people, but failed to capture Reveron. Now, do we still need to be afraid of these thousands of people? Brynden heard this and snorted coldly. After saying this, he turned around and left the wall of Reveron. In the next 2 days, Brynden and others lived and worked normally in Reveron, and did not take the thousands of Westerland soldiers outside the city seriously at all. And these Westerland soldiers certainly could not attack the city, so the two sides just faced each other calmly. Dong dong dong. At noon on the 5th day, Brynden, who was taking a nap, was suddenly awakened by a hurried knock on the door. He quickly put on his fish scale armor and opened the door. Hello, Lord Brynden. Lord Titus asked me to report to you that Lord Edgemere's troops are fighting the Westerland army outside the city. A panting messenger saw Brynden open the door and told him the reason for waking him up in one breath. Let's go. Hearing this, Brynden led the messenger to the west wall of Reveron. Kill. Stop them. Woo-wah. As soon as Brynden stepped onto the wall, he heard a noisy shout of killing, and then saw the Westerland army camp outside Reveron, where a fierce battle was going on. Edgemere's nearly 10,000 troops were frantically attacking the Westerland army camp. Thanks to the defensive fortifications that the Westerland army had built with all its strength in the past 2 days, Edgemere's troops could not spread out and attack at the same time. Only a few hundred people who were in direct contact between the two sides were engaged in close combat, and the rest of the soldiers were shooting with bows and throwing spears. Anyway, the scene looked very intense and bloody. Are you sure it's Edgemere's army? Brynden, who has always been cautious, took a look at the battle ahead and walked a few steps to Earl Titus, who was watching intently, and asked, Yes, I saw Lord Edgemere. He didn't fight in person, but was commanding the battle from the rear. Look, that familiar white horse is him. Earl Titus heard Brynden's question, turned around and answered very affirmatively. Well, it can be seen from this period that Edgemere's scout cavalry is quite capable. So, after knowing that the Westerland army was coming to Reveron, it was completely reasonable for him to lead his troops back to help. However, in my opinion, Edgemere's behavior of returning to help was too reckless and even a little stupid. If Davon's 20,000 people were ambushed nearby, now should be the best time to enter the battlefield. We can eat up Edgemere's 10,000 troops in one fell swoop. Following the direction pointed by Earl Titus, Brynden also saw a familiar figure riding a white horse in the distance. Then he scanned the battlefield left and right while speaking. After hearing Brynden's analysis, Lord Titus also looked around with a grim expression. The people on the walls of Reveron were watching, while the fierce battle below Reveron began to heat up. Although the number of Edgemure's troops in the raid was twice that of the Westerly soldiers, the outcome of the war was never determined by numbers alone. The situation under the wall was changing rapidly. The Westerly soldiers who were attacked were all veterans of the battlefield. After the initial raid, they gradually stabilized their positions and began to counterattack the enemies outside the camp. No, most of Lord Edgemure's troops are new recruits. It would be fine if this raid was successful and the enemy formation collapsed. But now that they are in a stalemate, their morale has plummeted, and their casualty rate is obviously higher than that of the enemy. Lord Titus, who was experienced in the battlefield, saw the problem at a glance. He anxiously asked Brynden, "Lord Brynden, let me lead the soldiers of Reveron to charge out. The enemy is totally unprepared for us, and they are bound to be defeated if they are attacked from both sides. It seems that Davon's 20,000 troops are not ambushed nearby. So are these 5,000 Westerly soldiers just to scare us and prevent us from leaving the city? Now, the other side is totally unprepared for us. We only need to go out of the city to attack, and they are bound to fail. I feel something is not right." Brynden did not agree to Lord Titus' request to fight, but fell into deep thought. "Lord Brynden, are you worried that Lord Edgemure will betray us and is playing a trick with the Westerly soldiers? But the battle between the two sides is fierce, and they are really fighting for their lives." Lord Titus heard what Brynden meant. He turned his head and looked at the battlefield full of corpses and blood, and answered, "No, Edgemure is indeed not smart enough, and he is very arrogant. But he is not stupid enough to surrender to Tywin, which has no benefit for him. Forget it, the situation under the city is tense. If we delay any longer, Edgemure's troops may collapse across the board. Lord Titus, you will lead 3,000 people to guard Reveron, and I will lead 3,000 people out of the city to attack." Brynden did not think about it anymore, and directly gave his order to Lord Titus. "Yes." Clang, bang. The iron chain on the gate of Reveron made a series of noises, and the heavy ironclad oak door fell down quickly. Kill. As soon as the gate opened, Brynden, holding a long sword, rushed towards the enemy in front of him. Since all the horses of Reveron had been killed by Edgemure in the previous few months, Brynden and his 3,000 men could only charge on foot. Woo. Brynden led the Reveron soldiers to charge in front of the Westerland army camp when a loud horn sounded from the Westerland army camp. The moment the horn sounded, Brynden's heart jumped. He looked at the Reveron soldiers behind him who had not yet completely come out of Reveron, and immediately shouted loudly, "Close the gate, close the gate." Da-da-da. At the end of the battlefield, where the battle was still going on, more than 1,000 cavalry troops belonging to Edgemure no longer paid attention to the enemies in the Westerland army camp. They quickly divided into two columns to bypass the Westerland army camp and rushed straight to Brynden's troops from the left and right sides of the moat that had been filled in during the previous siege. Enemy cavalry, quickly form a defensive formation to protect the city gate. Following Brynden's loud command, the nearly 2,000 Reveron soldiers at the gate of Reveron, after a commotion, barely formed two defensive squares on the left and right sides of the city gate. If there were only more than 1,000 cavalry, Brynden's troops would definitely be able to hold them back and allow the gate of Reveron to close smoothly. But thousands of Western troops turned around and charged at them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The archers in the Western army camp no longer targeted Edgemure's troops, but began to draw their bows and shoot at Brynden's troops. The Reveron soldiers in the battle lines on the left and right sides of the city gate were constantly shot and fell to the ground. The defensive squares, which were already reluctant to form, continued to have loopholes. Bang, bang, bang. After 2 rounds of volleys, more than 600 enemy cavalrymen rushed from both sides of the moat and rushed directly into the loophole-ridden phalanx of Reveron soldiers, instantly breaking through the formation. Swish. Brynden squatted down to avoid a slash from an enemy cavalryman and chopped off his horse's hind legs with a sword. Swish. The enemy cavalryman fell to the ground from his wailing warhorse. Before he could get up, a Riverland soldier stabbed him in the throat. Crash. Behind the Riverland soldiers who could no longer form a defensive phalanx, the ironclad oak door of Reveron was constantly being lifted by chains. A large group of Westerland soldiers joined the chaos at the gate of Reveron. The Reveron soldiers, who had been barely holding on in front of the enemy cavalry, were instantly at a disadvantage, and were suppressed by their offensive and kept retreating. Snap. Some westerly soldiers who had chopped down the enemies in front of them saw the portcullis that was closing continuously, and they jumped up very quickly and lay on the edge of the portcullis, trying to stop it from closing with their own weight. The actions of these westerly soldiers were not in vain. After adding these weights, the speed of closing the portcullis decreased significantly, and the sound of the portcullis chain became louder and louder. Swish. Bang. Brynden turned around and stabbed a westerly soldier who was lying on the portcullis with a sword in the back, and then pulled him down with all his strength. He glanced at the increasing number of enemies around the portcullis, and then looked up at the city wall. Coincidentally, Brynden's eyes met with the anxious Earl Titus on the wall of Reveron. Then, Brynden smiled and nodded to him. Lord Titus on the wall understood Brynden's intention instantly. He took a deep breath, and then ordered the soldiers around him in a resolute tone, target the enemy at the gate, shoot arrows and throw stones. Swish, 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 bang, bang, bang. A large number of arrows and stones as big as heads fell from the sky, and the soldiers on both sides at the gate of Reveron suffered heavy casualties. Those Westerland soldiers lying on the portcullis were the main targets of attack. Crash. Bang. Under the cover of the attack on the wall of Reveron, the portcullis was successfully pulled up 90 degrees by the iron chain and heavily closed. At the same time, Lord Titus, who saw the gate close successfully, immediately stopped the attack on the wall. Shuttle. In the pile of corpses under the wall of Reveron, Brynden, with an arrow stuck in his left shoulder, used his right hand to pull away the corpse pressing on him, and struggled to get up. But as soon as he stood up, he was captured by several westerly soldiers holding shields and roughly dragged towards the westerly army camp. Seeing that the walls of Reveron had stopped attacking, these westerly soldiers carried all the injured friendly soldiers back to the westerly army camp, and captured all the surviving Riverland soldiers. Blackfish Brynden Tully. In the westerly army camp, Lord Swift recognized the very famous Brynden at a glance. Although they failed to capture Reveron directly this time, capturing the enemy's famous general was also a great achievement. Brynden didn't even look at Lord Swift, and directly spat a mouthful of bloody saliva to the side. On the other side of the westerly army camp, where the fighting had long stopped, Edgemere, with his hands behind his back, walked slowly to Brynden with Sir Marco, Lord Piper and others. Seeing Edgemere coming as a victor, Brynden couldn't help cursing. "You are a fool who betrayed the monarch and the family, you beast. We shouldn't have agreed to exchange prisoners and rescue you. I asked you what Tywin told you, but you didn't want to tell me. You betrayed us as early as Harrenhal, right?" Tywin said at the time, "I won't advise you to betray your family and give me Reveron. You are not a fool without a brain. But I will agree to this prisoner exchange, to let you go back. And your life will get better and better in the future." Hearing Brynden's scolding, Edgemere showed a sad face. He first told Tywin what he said to him, then nodded and continued, "Uncle, you are right to scold me. I'm indeed a fool. You have already reminded me that there is something wrong with my victory during this period. But I was blinded by those honors and reputations, and did not see the people around me clearly. But I will never betray you." As soon as Edgemere finished speaking, he turned around and showed his hands, which had been behind his back, in front of Brynden. His hands were tightly tied with a thick rope, and at the same time, his left hand was wrapped with layers of blood-stained gauze. Except for the thumb and index finger, the other 3 fingers disappeared. "Haha, Brynden, Edgemere. At the beginning, the 2 of you deprived me of my honor and locked me in the dungeon. I didn't expect this day. Let me tell you, I planned your current fate." Earl Piper behind Edgemere walked out with a big laugh. Seeing the miserable state of Brynden and the other man, he said with a look of successful revenge on his face, "At the beginning, my son heard about my affairs and came back to visit me in the dungeon of Reveron. I asked him to join Lord Tywin and become his hidden chess piece. Edgemere, do you really think you are a military genius and have won consecutive battles? Humph, that was the military merit that Lord Tywin gave you through my son. And our careful Lord Brynden really questioned you because of these things, and a gap was created between you two. Then, you, Edgemere, could only consult me, or my son, and follow our ideas step by step. After hearing what Lord Piper said, Brynden and Edgemure looked at each other and seemed to see the guilt in each other's eyes. Indeed, if the two uncles and nephews could sit down and communicate calmly and eliminate the gap between them, they would not fall into the calculations of others so foolishly. Okay, father. There is no point in saying more. We made a mistake by not taking Reveron in time today. Before Lord Tywin arrives, let's take Reveron first. Sir Mark, who had been standing quietly and expressionlessly, seemed to be a little fed up with his father's face and interrupted him directly, then turned to Earl Swift and said, Lord Swift, Lord Tywin thinks I'm more familiar with Reveron. So, you have no objection to letting me be the commander-in-chief of this siege? Of course, everything will be in accordance with Lord Mark's orders. Well, let those new prisoners serve as cannon fodder to attack the city first. Just as Sir Mark began to arrange the attack on Reveron in the Westerland army camp, in the woods not far from them, Patrick, with dried blood on his face, and Thomas, a new recruit from the north, quietly observed the situation. Oops, Lord Patrick, we are still late. What should we do? Go to Golden Tooth City, where His Majesty Robb is. Thanks to Xiling for the 1,500 points reward. Thanks to Xiling. The name is just a random idea, and the monthly votes from book friends 201711010014309004, TTH, Flippy, and 0007. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for recommendations every day and followed the reading here. Thank you for your support. PS. Please subscribe and vote. Thank you everyone. Chapter 160 to charge. After seeing the situation outside Reveron, Patrick immediately made up his mind to report to Robb at the Golden Tooth. He and Thomas were relatively easy to target, and they had both ridden 2 horses when they escaped a few days ago. If they traveled from Reveron to the Golden Tooth overnight, it would only take a day. Patrick and Thomas carefully passed through the woods behind them and returned to where they had placed the 4 war horses. Lord Patrick, shall we still take the wilderness path? Thomas asked as he untied the reins tied to the tree and handed them to Patrick. No, we don't have to avoid the scouts of the Westerlands on the road ahead. So, we will take the river road directly. We must see His Majesty Robb as quickly as possible. Patrick took the reins of the 2 war horses and shook his head in reply. After determining the route, the 2 of them led the 4 war horses through the woods quickly, wanting to get back to the river road as soon as possible and ride forward. Sir Patrick, I heard in Reveron that you, Lord Edgemure, and Marco Piper were all close friends? Thomas suddenly asked as Patrick and the other man were on their way in silence. Yes, Mel and I are also close friends, but we will never point swords at each other. Marco Piper's behavior towards Lord Edgemure really tarnished the word close friend. Hearing Patrick's sad answer after his steps stopped, the young Thomas spoke. Perhaps, the word close friend can only exist at your age. After hearing this, Patrick was silent for a long time, and then he answered Thomas dimly, and the night a few days ago came to his mind. Since Sir Marco led nearly 1,000 cavalry troops ahead, the rest of Edgemure's large infantry troops were stationed near the river road half a day away from Stonehenge. Sir Marco had not returned yet, so Edgemure discussed the battle plan with Patrick, Earl of Linz and other senior officials, and then returned to the military tent to rest. Ugh, cluck. So late at night, Patrick, who was in a sweet dream, was suddenly awakened by a muffled groan and tiny footsteps outside the military tent. Hearing the obviously abnormal sounds outside the tent, Patrick, who suddenly felt something was wrong, didn't even bother to put on his armor. He picked up his axe from the weapon rack and ran out of the tent. What are you doing? As soon as Patrick left the tent, he saw 2 Hegian soldiers holding ropes and strangling the 2 guards in front of his tent from behind. But the 2 guards had one hand stuck between the rope and their necks and were in a stalemate with the 2 Hegian soldiers. Those sounds were the guards' muffled groans and the sound of their feet stomping on the ground when they struggled. Squeak. Patrick's shout attracted the attention of the 2 Hegian soldiers, and they unconsciously relaxed their hands. One guard took the opportunity to catch his breath and pulled out the dagger from his waist with his other hand and stabbed the soldier behind him in the eye. The other Riverland soldier wanted to let go and run, but was firmly caught by the guard he had strangled. Patrick took 2 steps forward and hit him hard on the head with the sharp axe in his hand. After rescuing the 2 guards, Patrick had time to look at the bodies of the 2 Riverland soldiers. Judging from the newness of their fish scale armor, they should be inexperienced recruits. Otherwise, the 2 guards would not have had the opportunity to struggle and wake up Patrick in the tent. Moreover, a red cloth strip as thick as a thumb was tied on their left arms, which was obviously for identification. Enemy attack. Wake up, there are enemies. Patrick leaned over and untied the 2 red cloth strips from the 2 bodies, then led the 2 guards while shouting loudly and moving towards Edmure's tent. Crash. Kill. The shouts of Patrick and the other 2 broke the peace of the camp, and many soldiers in the tents were awakened immediately. The soldiers with red cloth strips tied on their left arms saw that their tracks were exposed and simply started to attack directly. The camp was in chaos. Some Riverland soldiers who had no idea who the enemy was were chopped down by their former comrades dressed in the same way. The ones with red cloth tied on their hands are rebels. They are enemies. Line up here and follow my command. Patrick chopped down a rebel in front of him and then shouted to the confused Riverland soldiers around him. With Patrick's backbone erected, more and more Riverland soldiers gathered around him. They formed a battle squad and killed the rebels in the camp. However, Edmure's tent was obviously the main target of the rebels. Hundreds of rebels gathered together and besieged Edmure, who was protected by dozens of elite guards. Although these rebels composed of Riverland recruits were numerous, they could not do anything to the dozens of guards who were strong in combat and coordinated tacitly. At the same time, the soldiers gathered by Patrick were constantly advancing in their direction. Da-da-da. A sound of horse hooves approached the camp quickly from far away. Patrick, who was near the entrance of the camp, turned his head and looked. He saw that it was Sir Mark who led the cavalrymen who had not returned for a long time, and returned to the camp at the critical moment. Mark, the one with the red cloth in his hand, is a rebel. Come and save Edmure. Sir Mark seemed to have heard Patrick's shout. He drew his sword and led the cavalrymen behind him to come towards Patrick and his men. Patrick, who had smiled when he saw Sir Mark, gradually stopped smiling when he saw Sir Mark's cold eyes getting closer and closer. Ding. Patrick, who was already alert in his heart, raised his axe in his hand to block when Sir Mark suddenly drew his sword. Rip. Patrick did block the attack in time, but the river soldiers beside him who were facing Edmure's tent and facing Sir Mark's cavalry were suddenly attacked from behind, and they were covered in blood and fell to the ground screaming. The cavalry behind Sir Mark kept rushing into the camp. Judging from the current number, there were far more than 1,000 of them. With the help of these cavalry units, the battle in the camp fell into a one-sided situation. Facing an enemy that was dozens of times larger than his own, Edmure in the general's tent did not want these elite guards who were as close as brothers to sacrifice in vain, so he directly ordered to surrender. Finally, Sir Mark ordered that all the soldiers loyal to Edmure be escorted to the center of the camp. Bastard who betrayed the monarch and betrayed his brothers, beast. Your future will definitely be the 7 hells. Patrick, with blood on his face and his hands tied behind hys back, looked at Sir Mark walking towards them with an expressionless face, spitted directly, and then cursed. Lord Edmure, are you willing to surrender to Lord Tywin and offer him reverence? Sir Mark continued to move forward without looking away, and had no intention of paying attention to Patrick at all. He walked straight to Edmure and asked very politely, Mark, I regard you as my only friend, and I believe I have never treated you unfairly. Why did you betray me? As if he was hit by Mark's betrayal, Edmure did not get angry, nor did he curse Sir Mark. He just asked with a frustrated face, Edmure, there is no point in asking why now. It seems that your answer is no. Sir Mark did not want to get too entangled with Edmure. He said something in a cold tone, then turned his head and nodded to the 2 cavalrymen beside him. Seeing Sir Mark's signal, the 2 cavalrymen walked directly to Edmure's side, untied his rope, and then held his hands tightly. Our hands are sensitive to touch, because they need to do a lot of dexterous work. But because of this, the pain in our hands is more intense than that in the body, and pain is the best reason to persuade you to surrender. Sir Mark chattered expressionlessly, while pulling out a sharp dagger from his waist and walking to Edmure's left hand. Mark, what do you want to do? I swear to the gods, if you dare to touch Edmure, I will kill you with my own hands. Definitely. Seeing Sir Mark draw his dagger and have another cavalryman bring a wooden block, Patrick shouted at him with a worried look. Sir Mark still ignored Patrick's threat. He tilted his head towards the cavalryman who controlled Edgemure's left hand. The cavalryman directly pressed Edgemure's left hand on the wooden block. "Edgemure, are you willing to surrender?" Sir Mark looked at Edgemure, who was unusually calm, and asked again, but Edgemure still chose to remain silent. Boom. Ah. The sharp dagger chopped heavily on the wooden block, and along with Edgemure's screams, the little finger of his left hand was chopped off, and a stream of bright red blood flowed on the wooden block. "Surrender? No." Looking at Edgemure's face twisted in pain, Sir Mark asked again. But this time Edgemure was no longer silent, but roared in anger. Boom. Ah. After getting a clear answer this time, Sir Mark directly swung his knife to cut off Edgemure's left ring finger. His movements were crisp and neat, just like a skilled butcher chopping meat. "Submit." "No." Sir Mark asked again, and Edgemure, who began to tremble all over because of the severe pain, answered again in a weak but firm voice. Boom. As the sharp dagger fell, Edgemure's left middle finger was cut off again. But this time he did not scream, because the excessive pain triggered the body's protection mechanism, and he fainted directly. "Piper, stop it. Lord Tywin." Just as Sir Mark looked at the unconscious Edgemure and hesitated, a low and majestic voice came from behind them. Everyone turned their heads and looked behind them, and then Sir Mark and all the cavalry immediately saluted and greeted respectfully. "Well, come here, stop the bleeding and bandage him." Tywin, wearing Lannister family armor and a bright red cloak embroidered with angry lions, nodded slightly to them, then pointed at Edgemure and ordered, "Yes." Upon hearing the order, a military doctor immediately came forward with a toolbox to apply medicine to Edgemure to stop the bleeding, and bandaged him with white gauze. "Piper, I recognize your loyalty to me and the Lannister family. There is no need to prove anything." Tywin walked to the side of Sir Mark, patted his shoulder gently, and whispered in a low voice, "Yes, Lord Tywin. By the way, my dear vassal, where is Lin Li of Deep Cave City?" Hearing Sir Mark's answer, Tywin nodded slightly, then turned to ask the densely packed captives in the center of the camp. Boom. A figure with tied hands stumbled out of the crowd and knelt on the ground with a plop. Then he replied to Tywin with a trembling voice, "Lord Tywin, I was wrong. These things were entirely my idea. Please let the Leighton family go." "Well, it's good that you know how to admit your mistakes. Come on, chop off his head for me and store it with lime. When I collect all the heads of the Leighton family, I will put them together in Lannisport to let everyone see the fate of betraying the Lannister family." After listening to the words of Earl of Lins, Tywin nodded in agreement, and then gave his own orders to the cavalry beside him. "It's not the Leighton family's business. It's me. Just kill me, Lord Tywin." Tywin. Hearing Tywin's order, Earl of Lins was immediately terrified and kept shouting, until a cavalryman chopped off his head. "Piper, you don't need to force Edgemure to surrender. He has ancient noble aristocratic blood. As long as he is alive, he is valuable. Just let these soldiers choose. Surrender or die. If they are willing to surrender, let me see." Edgemure's personal guards probably have dozens of people, which is enough. When Edgemure wakes up, let each of the surrendered soldiers stab his personal guards. Seeing the beheading of the Earl of Lins who betrayed him, Tywin nodded with satisfaction. Then he taught Sir Marco how to do things in a calm tone. "Yes, Lord Tywin. When you are done with your affairs, take these captives to stage a scene with Swift, who is now stationed outside Reveron. Let them fight for their lives, and act realistically. Okay, you will still be the commander of these Lannister cavalry. I still have to meet up with Chariot's army." Seeing that the situation on Sir Marco's side was completely under control, and the task was properly explained, Tywin did not stay for too long, and left with his troops. After Tywin left, Sir Mark followed his instructions, and told thousands of Riverland soldiers the choice of surrender or death. He gave them a night to think. Although Patrick insulted Sir Mark, he still treated him as a noble prisoner, and imprisoned him in a separate tent. The camp gradually spent the night in this bloody rebellion, and near dawn, Thomas, who had been skilled in hiding among the corpses since the beginning of the rebellion, slipped into the tent where Patrick was imprisoned from the back. After being rescued by Thomas, Patrick knew that the power of the two of them was not enough to change the status quo. So, he used the 2 red cloth strips he had collected at the beginning to confuse the Lannister cavalry who did not recognize the Riverland soldiers at all, stole 4 war horses, and escaped from the camp. After nearly a whole day of traveling overnight, at noon the next day, Patrick and his companions finally saw the Golden Tooth City standing on Tengshi Mountain. But the distance between them and Golden Tooth City is still half a day's ride. Clang, clang, kill. When Patrick and his companions rode to the top of a hill on the river road, all kinds of noises accompanied by a strong smell of blood rushed to their faces. At the foot of the Golden Tooth City, on the plain where Davin defeated Count Vance and Count Piper's 4,000 Riverland soldiers, tens of thousands of soldiers were fighting fiercely. The Western infantry, who were obviously more numerous, were holding the Western flag, and they formed a huge square formation. They were fighting fiercely with an infantry square with the Northern flag in front of them, but the number of the Northern phalanx was only about a quarter of that of the Western phalanx, and they were obviously no match. But on the left and right wings of the Western infantry square, there were 2 waves of thousands of cavalry with the Northern flag, charging towards them. The first to come into contact were the light cavalry on the right. They did not directly attack the formation of the Western border infantry phalanx, but very shrewdly charged back and forth from their right wing to the rear. They scraped the flesh and blood of the Western border infantry phalanx layer by layer, just like cutting dough with a knife in the previous life. The heavy cavalry on the left, wearing heavy armor and holding lances, directly and fiercely charged into the left wing of the Western border infantry phalanx, like a sharp knife inserted into a piece of meat. At the same time, following these heavy cavalry to charge, there were more than a dozen terrifying giant wolves with very conspicuous and eye-catching bodies. After they broke into the Western border infantry phalanx with the knights on their backs, they immediately caused a commotion, leaving a small vacuum zone in the Western border infantry phalanx. From the perspective of Patrick and the others, it seemed as if dozens of giant beetles were driving away a group of ants. Abu. Among the terrifying wolf pack, there was a grey giant wolf that was also outstanding in size. It carried a knight wearing armor with the emblem of the ice wolf, and raised its head to the sky and let out a wolf howl that shocked the entire battlefield. Patrick and Thomas looked at each other, and were immediately surprised. It was His Majesty Robb and his direwolf, Bloodwind. Thanks to the chasers on the stairs of time, and wretched uncle for voting for the monthly ticket. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for the recommendation every day and followed here. Thank you for your support. PS. Please subscribe and vote. Thank you everyone. Chapter 163 Defeat. The wolf guards who heard the bloody wolf's howl signal immediately took out 2 explosive fruits from the ring-shaped fruit capsules on their waists, destroyed the fruit patterns, and threw them towards the densely positioned Westerland infantry phalanx. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions accompanied by orange-red flames continued to sound in the left wing of the Westerland infantry phalanx. The Westerland infantry on the left wing, whose morale had already been greatly reduced by the terrifying giant wolf pack, were now extremely panicked. However, Kevin's central army behind them had not yet taken action, so they did not dare to actually run away, even if they wanted to. There was no other way. These Westerland infantry on the left wing had to bite the bullet and hold guns and swords to meet the attack of the terrifying giant wolf pack and the 3,000 Northern heavy cavalry. The Westerland infantry on the left and right wings were all soldiers recruited by various noble families in the Westerland and in Hirennal in the later period. Only the central army led by Kevin himself was the direct soldiers of the Lannister family. Kevin looked at the 4,000 or 5,000 Northern light cavalrymen charging back and forth on the left, right wing, with a grim face. He turned around and observed the direwolves and the familiar heavy cavalry on the right, left wing. Fuck, these Northern barbarians fight in a completely unconventional way. Moreover, after fighting for so long, what is Adam of the Golden Tooth doing? Why hasn't he attacked yet? Kevin had all kinds of chaotic thoughts in his mind at this moment, cursing the Northern army and blaming Sir Adam. Kevin, who had never thought that the Golden Tooth would fall, led his army to the plains under the Tengshi mountain and happened to meet Robb's army, who had organized the army and was preparing to go to Riverrun. Before the two armies approached, their reconnaissance cavalry had already fought in advance and had explored the opponent's approximate strength and types of troops. Although the number of their own cavalry was completely inferior to that of the Northern Army, their total military strength had a great advantage, and they could also attack Adam's cavalry from the Golden Tooth from both sides. Therefore, Kevin decisively ordered the entire army to form a classic defensive cavalry formation, and then approach the Northern Army camp in a mighty manner. The war in Westeros rarely uses military tactics. It has always been a cavalry unit against a cavalry unit, or a cavalry unit directly attacking an infantry unit. This war mode is extremely simple and crude, just to see who has more people, better equipment, and higher morale. In fact, in the ancient times of China in the previous life, basically no commander would let the cavalry unit charge directly at the beginning of the war. Even if it is a heavy cavalry unit, it will only launch a group charge when there is a huge gap in strength, or it can be decisive. Before, Robb had fewer cavalry units, so each time it was used in surprise attacks, or at critical moments. Now, this regular large-scale group battle just let Kevin experience the correct use of ancient Chinese cavalry. Robb directly ordered 5,000 Northern infantry to engage in battle with the Western infantry phalanx first. Well, because there were too many prisoners in the war to capture the Golden Tooth city. Therefore, the front 4,000 of these 5,000 Northern infantrymen were a mixed force of Western soldiers and Stormland soldiers, and the last 1,000 soldiers who were the last to supervise the battle were Northern soldiers. After the infantry phalanxes of both sides engaged in battle, the spearmen of both sides in the front stabbed each other with their spears and hurt each other. The sword and shield soldiers and archers in the back then engaged in battle. Then Robb ordered 5,000 Northern light cavalry to charge from the right wing, using the scraping tactic to charge back and forth from the right wing to the rear, scraping the Western infantry phalanx layer by layer. The 3,000 Northern heavy cavalry charged from the left wing, using the flanking tactic to attack the connection between the enemy formation. Their goal was to cut off the connection between the front phalanx and the central army, split the enemy and create chaos. This set of offensives caught Kevin off guard. As usual, he placed all the spearmen in the front row of the Western infantry phalanx, and was entangled by the Northern infantry phalanx. Facing the cavalry charging from the weak points on both sides, he had no other choice but to order the archers to shoot arrows to stop them. In fact, even if Kevin's frontline spearmen were not entangled, he could not change the formation of such a scale in a short time. Robb had experienced it a long time ago, that the traditional Westeros army, which lacked common sense of Q training, could not follow orders and change the formation quickly. Bang, bang, bang. Thanks to the 2,000 sets of heavy cavalry armor seized, the 3,000 Northern heavy cavalry along the charging path opened up by the huge but extremely flexible Ice Wolf pack constantly knocked away the Western soldiers who dared to block the horses and easily cut into the interior of the Western infantry phalanx. Let the central army press up and don't let them break through our formation. Seeing that the Northern heavy cavalry was about to rush to the center of the infantry phalanx, Kevin did not dare to hesitate any longer and immediately gave orders to the messenger beside him. Woo, woo. The horn sounded in the Westerlands, and thousands of well-equipped elite infantrymen of the Lannister family immediately maintained a relatively complete formation and pressed forward, trying to stop the charge of the heavy cavalry of the north. Abu. Robb on Bloodwind's back had been observing the overall situation from a high altitude. When he saw the movement of the Westerland's central army, he immediately understood their purpose. So he sent a thought directly to Bloodwind, making it emit a short howl different from the long wolf howl just now. The wolf guards took out the ice crystal fruit this time. With the experience of using it last time, this time they controlled the blood relatives of the direwolves to quickly approach the front of the Westerland's central army, and after standing in position, they threw out the ice crystal fruit together. Squeak. Squeak, squeak. The 13 ice crystal fruits thrown almost side by side emitted a dazzling white light in the air. Even on the battlefield, this beautiful light attracted everyone's attention. But beautiful things are often accompanied by deadly dangers. Creak, creak. Just like last time, the fusion effect of multiple ice crystal fruits appeared again, and the elite infantrymen in the front row of the Western Frontier Central Army were frozen in an ice crystal that was more than 10 meters long. This is magic. They can use ice magic. Oh my god, how can we win? That was not wildfire just now, it was their fire magic. If the explosion fruit just now could be imagined by the Western Frontier infantrymen as wildfire, then this dazzling ice crystal, that was more than 10 meters long, was beyond their imagination, causing large-scale chaos among the Western Frontier infantrymen who were already demoralized. Compared with other Western Frontier infantrymen who were farther away, the Lannister elite infantrymen in the Western Frontier Central Army experienced the horror of the dazzling ice crystals at a closer distance. The elite infantrymen in the front row who were still in formation and ready to fight to the death a second ago were instantly frozen. Like a small insect caught in a drop of resin, they turned directly into ice crystal amber. More than a dozen elite infantrymen who didn't know whether to say they were lucky or unlucky escaped the fate of being directly frozen, but their palms or soles were frozen in ice crystals. The skin in the frozen area gradually changed from pale to blue due to the extremely low temperature. At the same time, edema and blisters began to appear on the frozen skin, and it was accompanied by severe pain and burning itching that they had not felt just now. Swish. Seeing this, the other elite infantrymen around them immediately drew their long swords and chopped off their palms or soles. Bang, bang, bang. Taking advantage of the gap when all the enemy soldiers were shocked, the heavy cavalry of the Northern Territory broke through the Western Territory infantry square directly from the middle, successfully dividing them into two parts. Clang. Tear. A Stormland soldier who surrendered to the Northern Territory blocked the slash of a long sword with his left hand shield and tried to chop down a former companion with his right hand long sword. After they were driven to the battlefield by the Northern Expeditionary team behind them, they were attacked by enemies that were several times larger than their own. Originally, he was in the center of the Northern Infantry square, but now he is in the front row. Alas, it seems that there is no chance to return to Fallonwood City to see her. The Stormland soldier felt that his right hand was almost unable to hold the weapon, and a slender figure emerged in his mind. Knowing that he would definitely die here today, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What happened to the Central Army? They have a terrifying pack of giant wolves and can use magic. We can't beat them. Kevin Lannister ran away. Brothers, let's run too. Suddenly, the 7,000 or 8,000 Western soldiers who were besieging the Northern Infantry square broke out into a huge chaos. At least more than half of the Western soldiers collapsed in morale and began to scatter, fleeing towards the woods on both sides far away from the plain. A magical scene appeared in front of the Northern Infantry, who were only about 2,000 people left. The remaining at least 3,000 or 4,000 Western soldiers actually threw down their weapons and surrendered to the Northern Infantry, who were far fewer in number than them. Da-da-da. As the cavalry units that blocked their vision began to chase the fleeing enemies, the Northern infantrymen could see clearly that the Lannister soldiers in the center of the Westerly army were also fleeing. However, they were being chased by the Northern Light Cavalry, and it was impossible for them to escape with just their two legs. In the distance were nearly 2,000 Westerner cavalry. Judging from the distance, it was impossible for the Northern Light Cavalry to keep them. Da-da-da. Patrick and Thomas are behind a big rock on the river road. After the Lannister cavalry led by Kevin left, they returned to the river road and went to join the Northern army. Tear. Snap. Robb and Bloodwind were slaughtering the Westerner soldiers who were fleeing. Since there was no need to provide a large number of Blood Covenant points to the Wolf Pack, and the battlefield was adding points in real time during this period, Bloodwind's physique and magic points were about to reach 50 points. It seemed that every time the data of the Blood Covenant Goldfinger was added to an oath-like value, there would be a big change. Therefore, Robb, who was eager to obtain the Blood Pact, showed no mercy to these deserters from the west. Your Majesty, Patrick Mellister has urgent intelligence to report to you. Just as Robb was looking at the Blood Pact, that was getting closer and closer to the target, Gendry, wearing armor and holding a hammer, brought Patrick to his side and reported loudly. Bloodwind, go and have fun by yourself. Remember not to go beyond the distance. Hearing Gendry's shout, Robb patted Bloodwind's head and gave him a warning, then jumped off him. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Mark Piper betrayed. After seeing Robb, Patrick pulled the nervous and stiff Thomas to kneel on one knee and then immediately picked out the key points of the matter, telling him about Ser Mark's betrayal, Bryndon's capture, and the danger of Reverin falling. Damn it. I asked Clay to send people to keep an eye on Lord Piper and his son, but they didn't find any possible way to communicate with the Westerly. Now it seems that, since my uncle's military achievements were all sent by Tywin, their way of transmitting information should be among those captives. Clay had previously focused on Lord Piper and his son, but in the end he ruled out the suspicion of betrayal from both of them. Now after hearing Patrick's report, Robb immediately thought of the blind spot they had missed before. It is understandable that such a misjudgment occurred. After all, Robb and others are not omniscient and omnipotent gods. Since the previous misjudgment led to the current consequences, Robb must solve it as soon as possible instead of complaining about himself. Gendry, tell the messenger not to chase the deserters from the Westerlands anymore. Tell Lord Rickard to come down from the Golden Tooth, to take over the camp at the foot of the mountain, clean up the battlefield, and count today's prisoners. Then, use the prisoners from the Golden Tooth to make up for the infantry troops lost today. We will set out for Reborn tomorrow morning. Robb, who had no messengers to follow him because of the charge, thought for a moment and gave Gendry the order directly. As you command, Your Majesty. Gendry nodded and agreed, then got on his horse and went to convey Robb's order. Patrick, and this little brother, you have been running around for the past few days. You don't have to participate in the next battle. Just stay in the Golden Tooth. No, Your Majesty. I want to follow you to support Reborn. I want to rescue Lord Edgemere. Your Majesty Robb, my name is Thomas. I want to follow you to fight, just like Lord Patrick. As soon as Robb finished speaking, Patrick immediately expressed his excitement that he would follow him to Reborn. The young Thomas had watched the battle today and had deified Robb in his heart. He also wanted to fight with Robb. Very good, then let's go to Reborn together. At Reborn, near sunset, the siege force composed of surrendered Riverland recruits and Westerland soldiers, after leaving a field of corpses, retreated to the Westerland army camp in a panic. Even though there were only 4,000 not so elite Reborn soldiers left, under the leadership of Earl Titus, they had successfully repelled 6 sieges by the Westerland army in this day and a half. At least 2,000 Westerland siege soldiers were killed. Looking at the mottled bloodstains left on the solid walls of Reborn, Sir Marco, who had been unable to capture it, bit his lips in annoyance. During the day and a half, he used his familiarity with Reborn to launch several feints. He thought that the enemy's troops were not enough to completely defend the narrow and wide west and south walls. As long as he successfully attracted the enemy's attention, he could secretly give him a fatal blow. But who knew that Earl Titus knew his thoughts clearly and was not moved by the feints at all. Every time, he could accurately defend against Sir Marco's real siege target. This situation where the enemy saw through his purpose everywhere and returned empty-handed made Sir Marco, who was as self-righteous as Edgemere, feel frustrated. On the 3rd day of the siege of Reborn, Tywin arrived at Reborn with 15,000 people after joining Earl Shallet. Lord Tywin. Seeing Tywin coming, Sir Mark, Lord Swift, Lord Piper and others came forward to greet him. Well, I'm very disappointed that you didn't greet me in Reborn today. Looking up at Reborn, which his side had not conquered for the 2nd time, Tywin spoke to Sir Mark and others in a calm tone. This is my fault, Lord Tywin. Please give me 3 more days. I will definitely take Reborn. Lord Swift and Lord Piper were so scared when they heard Tywin's words that they immediately lowered their heads and dared not speak, fearing that they would get into trouble. Sir Mark looked directly at Tywin and answered in a firm tone. Haha, Piper. I admire your confidence, but I don't have time to waste on this castle. Tywin heard Sir Mark's words and shook his head to reject his request. 2 days, Lord Tywin. I ask for 2 days. Looking at Tywin's face, that showed no emotion at all, Sir Mark gritted his teeth and spoke again. No. Today. Today I will destroy this solid castle that has been built for thousands of years. Thanks to Mossad, book friend 201704221231026001. Hey ow. Next station hell. I have a big catfish, trapezoid heart, more sunshine, developable for the monthly votes. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for recommendations every day and followed here. Thank you for your support. PS. Please subscribe and vote. Thank you everyone. Chapter 164 boom. Hurry up, lift it. On the afternoon of the third day of the siege of Reveron by the Westland army, in the open space upstream of the Tengstone River diagonally opposite Reveron, more than 300 soldiers were struggling to lift more than 20 small fishing boats. Tywin, Earl Swift, and Earl Charlotte were watching quietly behind them. Lord Tywin, when Earl Leo attacked Reveron last time, he requisitioned almost all the nearby fishing boats. I sent people to expand the search area, and it took most of the day to find only these 20 fishing boats. However, Sir Mark has already begun to supervise the construction of simple boats. I believe that in less than 2 days we will have hundreds of small rowing boats that are enough to cross the Tengstone River. Please forgive me for being so nosy. Sir Mark's siege in the past 2 days was like cooperating with Reveron to perform a play, and there was no result. Lord Tywin, I think Piper has proved his loyalty in front of me. Earl Swift, who was standing behind Tywin, had a flashing look in his eyes and was about to trip up Sir Mark. Tywin, who understood his character, interrupted him directly. Of course, I have never doubted Sir Mark's loyalty to you. I just think he may be too tired, so it is inevitable that he is a little careless when commanding. Hearing that Sir Mark was so trusted by Tywin, the smooth Earl Swiftwood immediately smiled and replied, and then immediately changed the subject. Lord Tywin, I have already sent people to inquire. After the last sneak attack by Earl Leo, Reveron has already blocked the water gates tightly. So, do you want them to clear the water before we enter the city and occupy Reveron? Occupy? No, I want to destroy Reveron today and force the enemies inside to surrender. Tywin stared at the northern wall of Reveron not far downstream and shook his head. Begin. Without waiting for the confused Earl Swiftwood to continue asking questions, he turned his head and spoke to the silent Earl Charlotte. Upon hearing this, the strong man wearing armor with the family emblem of peacock immediately waved to the back. 3 transport wagons loaded with goods then drove to the Tengshi River. Squeak. The cargo compartment of the transport wagon opened, and it was filled with fine sand, with wine barrels sealed with wax in the middle of the sand. At the same time, a pungent smell wafted out. Let's go. Let's stay away. By the way, Charlotte, remember to remind them to be extra careful when carrying wildfire. Yes, Lord Tywin. Tywin gave Earl Charlotte instructions and rode his horse back to the rear. He never liked to put himself in a dangerous environment. On the west wall of Reveron, Earl Titus, with a tired face, was staring at the camp of the Westland army. The huge army of nearly 30,000 people felt powerless in his heart. In the past 2 days, he used 4,000 Reveron soldiers to firmly defend more than 10,000 Westland siege soldiers outside the city wall. Who knew that today the enemy would reinforce at least 15,000 people again? A few months ago, Reveron successfully defended against an enemy attack of 30,000 people, but at that time, their garrison force was more than twice as strong as it is now, and they also had famous generals such as Brynden to join the defense. Earl Titus knew that, if these 30,000 people attacked the west and south walls at the same time, they would lose if they defended for too long, and it would not take long for Reveron to fall. Be careful, there are boats on the Tengshi River. While Earl Titus was racking his brains to think about how to defend, he suddenly heard a guard on the right side of the west wall give a warning. Upon hearing the sound, Earl Titus immediately ran to the right side of the wall and saw more than 20 small fishing boats and the westerly soldiers standing on the boats. The water gate had been blocked for a long time. What were they trying to do? No, we can't just watch. We have to do something. Watching the boats on the Tengshi River flow toward the northern city wall, an idea flashed through Earl Titus' mind. He immediately turned to his deputy and said, Yada, the defense here is up to you. I will take 200 people to the water gate to check the situation. If they start to attack the city, send someone to notify me immediately. Yes. After instructing his deputy, Earl Titus selected 200 soldiers from his Blackwood family and led them to the water gate stairs under the northern city wall. In the Duke of Horst's bedroom, 4 tall and strong guards were guarding inside and outside the room. A male servant holding hot water and a towel chatted with the 2 guards at the door before stepping into the room. The male servant placed the basin in the corner of the room and prepared to wipe the body of the Duke of Horst every afternoon. Boom, boom. Crack, crack. a series of huge explosions sounded, and the entire main castle began to shake violently. Huge cracks like centipedes continued to spread and expand along the wall. "Hurry up and protect the Duke." The two guards in the Duke's room were the first to react. They shouted loudly and rushed towards the goose down bed in the room. Crash. Bang. Bang. One of the guards had just run 2 steps when the top floor of the Duke's room began to collapse. A small pile of stones the size of a head fell down and hit the guard's head by coincidence, burying him. At the same time, the top floor at the door of the Duke's room also collapsed, directly blocking the entire door. "Why are you still standing there? Come and help me carry the Duke. Let's go up the spiral staircase on the balcony." The other guard rushed to the goose down bed and found that the door was blocked by collapsed stones. The other guards could not enter the room, so he immediately shouted loudly to the male servant who was still standing there in a daze. The frightened male servant was awakened by his voice and immediately stepped forward to lift the unresponsive Duke horsed on the goose down bed and walk towards the balcony of the room. Bang. Bang. Just as they were about to walk to the balcony on the shaking ground, the entire main castle suddenly fell down violently, making them lose their balance instantly. The originally shaking but flat ground of the Duke's room suddenly tilted to the left. At the same time, a strip of stone as thick as an adult's thigh on the top floor collapsed and hit the 3 Duke horses who were standing unsteadily. Because Earl Titus selected family soldiers and then walked down the west wall to the north wall, it took a lot of time. So, when he just came to the north wall where the main castle was located, before he could go down the stairs to the water gate, he heard a series of huge explosions. Then, he was shocked to see that this ancient main castle that had stood in the river for thousands of years was quickly occupied by countless cracks on its surface, and the deepest and largest cracks started at the location of the water gate. Bang, bang, bang. A short time after the explosion stopped, a large number of stone fragments from the main castle began to fall down. "Quickly retreat, the main castle is going to collapse." Earl Titus, who had reacted, immediately waved his hands vigorously to the back and shouted loudly to all the family soldiers around him. Then, Earl Titus and his party immediately ran towards the south wall in panic. Bang! A violent sound came, and a large amount of smoke and dust accompanied by fine sand and gravel enveloped Earl Titus and his party who were running. Cough, cough. After a few minutes, Earl Titus, who finally ran out of the smoke and dust, coughed violently and kept spitting out the fine sand that choked into his mouth. Looking at the main castle that seemed to have collapsed and was covered by layers of smoke and dust, Earl Titus had only one sentence in his heart at this moment: "We are finished." Since Edgemure is the only heir to the Duke of Reveron, if Duke Hoster dies, then Edgemure will automatically become the new Duke, and at this moment he and Brynden are in the hands of the Western Army. He ordered the soldiers guarding Reveron to open the city gates and surrender. Even if Earl Titus wanted to fight to the death, he would be powerless to stop the soldiers defending Reveron from obeying the order of the Lord and surrendering. "Lord Titus, the main castle is still there. It's still there." The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and a family soldier was the first to see the huge main castle behind the smoke and dust from the side, and excitedly shouted to Earl Titus, who had already sat on the ground with his head down in despair. Hearing his voice, Earl Titus immediately raised his head and stared at the front of him with his eyes wide open. Although the entire main castle did not collapse directly, it had already been deformed and twisted, no longer as majestic as it once was. At this moment, the towers on the left and right sides of the main castle collapsed directly to the middle, and the middle part of the main castle had already broken from it and collapsed downwards into the water gate that was originally an underground space. Therefore, the shape of the main castle that Earl Titus saw from the front now seemed to have become a folded castle in a roughly V shape that was spliced together by a child. The wildfire explosion point was at the water gate position below the middle of the main castle. Because the most important characteristic of wildfire is the property of burning most of the material. Therefore, its blasting ability is not as powerful as the high explosives in the previous life. Robb used wildfire to blow up the gate of the Dreadfort, not the walls of the Dreadfort. The reason why Tywin was very sure that wildfire could destroy the walls of Reveron was because he had seen the scene after the explosion of the Mud Gate. But the actual situation of Reveron is actually different from the low walls of the Mud Gate. The main castle of Reveron, which is built with solid rocks mixed with mortar and other materials, has a thick wall and its own weight. The defense power is far greater than the low walls of the Mudgate. Therefore, the entire main castle did not explode directly as Tywin planned, but became the current state of collapse. Quick, you go and rescue Duke Hoster now. Earl Titus, who reacted, immediately pointed to the main castle and gave orders to his family soldiers. The reason why Earl Titus rekindled hope was that the Duke's room in Reveron was not built in the middle of the main castle, but was built on the left side of the main castle, where he could see the Tengshi River and observe the west wall. Nearly 200 family soldiers heard the order and immediately ran to the left side of the main castle, where the spiral staircase was not damaged. Seeing the stone collapse above his head, the male servant subconsciously hugged Duke Horst in his arms, lowered his head, and closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. Puff, take the Duke out quickly. I can't hold on for long. A stream of raindrops with a fishy and sweet smell dripped on his face, and then the male servant heard the voice of the guard in his ear. He opened his eyes and saw the tall and strong guard carrying the stone as thick as an adult thigh on his shoulders and supporting it with both hands. With blood flowing out of his mouth, he shouted at him, "Go." Hearing this, the male servant immediately turned over and carried Duke Horst, who was completely unaware of what was happening, on his back and struggled to pull the edge of the balcony that had tilted to the left and headed towards the spiral staircase. Lord Horst, I can only guard you until today. Looking at the Duke Horst and the other person who gradually disappeared from his sight, the tall guard, who had lost his breath in his heart, felt that the stone on his shoulders was getting heavier and heavier, and his hands were getting weaker and weaker. Bang. Huh. It wasn't destroyed directly? This is different from what I expected. Reveron is indeed solid. But it doesn't matter. The wildfire I brought this time is enough. We are ready to come again. Tywin, who was diagonally opposite the Tengshi River, looked at the main castle of Reveron that collapsed in the middle and sighed in surprise. Then he turned his head and said to Earl Shallet, "Da." Before Earl Shallet could answer, a Westerly messenger rode hurriedly from the direction of the Westerly army camp. Lord Tywin, Lord Kevin was defeated by Robb Stark under the Golden Tooth yesterday afternoon. Now he has returned to the camp with 2,000 cavalry. Waste. Although most of them are Stormland soldiers, they brought back 2,000 people with 20,000 people. Shallet, you should get ready first. When I return to the camp, I will listen to Kevin's explanation and decide when to destroy Reveron. Yes, Lord Tywin. Shallet took the order and continued to make preparations here, while Tywin ordered others to ride back to the Westerly army camp. After returning to the tent of the camp, when Tywin and all the noble generals sat down, Kevin immediately told the details of the battle under the Golden Tooth yesterday, adding fuel to the fire. For example, Robb Stark was despicable and shameless, and completely disregarded the dignity of the nobles. He actually sent the infantry to die first, and then took the opportunity to use the cavalry. For example, how huge and terrifying the northern direwolves were, and how the northern soldiers could use fire and ice magic, as well as various other objective factors. In general, Kevin meant that the responsibility for this defeat was not on him. Put aside other things for now. Kevin, you just said that there was no movement in the Golden Tooth from the beginning to the end of this battle? Tywin would never directly believe something that he had not confirmed with his own eyes, but he keenly grasped the abnormality of Kevin's words. Yes, Lord Tywin, I dragged Robb Stark's 15,000 troops to attack the defenseless back of the Northern Army from the Golden Tooth, but he was afraid of fighting and didn't come out. He watched me being defeated by the Northern Army's evil magic in the Golden Tooth. I beg you to severely punish Adam Marbrand. Hearing Tywin mention Adam, Kevin's face was immediately filled with anger. He attributed all the reasons for his failure to Adam. Before we set out from Harrenhal, we received a raven letter from Davin. He told me in the letter that Adam had already led the army back to the Golden Tooth that day. It doesn't take that much time to get from Lannisport to the Golden Tooth. So, either Adam was afraid of fighting and didn't come out, as you said, or the Golden Tooth has fallen. Tywin stared at the battle map on the long table, and his right index finger tapped the table rhythmically. Then he spoke out his analysis of the Golden Tooth. Impossible. Lord Tywin, before the battle with the Northern Army, I carefully observed the Golden Tooth. There was no sign of siege. If the Northern Army forcefully attacked the city, no matter how they cleaned it up in a short period of time, they would definitely leave traces. As soon as Tywin finished speaking, Kevin immediately rejected it with a very short tone. Of course, he wanted to firmly pin the reason for his defeat on Adam. Well, since Kevin is so sure, after this battle is over, I will punish Adam severely after understanding the situation of the Golden Tooth. Next, because you led the army from the direction of Reveron, Robb Stark will definitely bring his troops back to check the situation of Reveron. In this case, we can set a trap for him in advance. Seeing Kevin so sure, Tywin, who actually thought that the Golden Tooth would not fall, nodded. He started to discuss how to deal with Robb next. Lord Tywin, Lord Swift sent troops to block their intelligence as soon as he arrived at Reveron. So, I think Robb Stark doesn't know that I have surrendered to you, and my previous identity can be used again. I will take the new recruits from the Riverlands who surrendered to us, pretending to be defeated remnants, and lure the enemy army into your trap. After failing to attack Reveron, Lord Marco, who had been waiting for an opportunity, immediately recommended himself and wanted to make military achievements for Tywin. Very good, I'll do as you say. Piper, if you can successfully lure Robb Stark into the trap, then Reveron will be yours. Ah. Thank you Lord Tywin. Our Piper family will swear to be loyal to the Lannister family until death. Well, thank you Lord Tywin. Hearing the promise of a huge reward made by Tywin in front of everyone, Sir Marco got up from his seat a little excitedly and knelt on one knee to express his loyalty. Sir Marco's father, Lord Piper, only reacted after seeing his son's actions. He knocked over his chair excitedly and knelt on one knee towards Tywin. Well, both of you stand up. The Lannisters will pay their debts, whether they are doing us a favor or hating us. Tywin nodded to Sir Marco and said something. He looked around at the nobles in the tent, and a rare smile appeared on his lips. He continued, since we are going to set a trap for Robb Stark, let's put aside the ruined Reveron for now. Concentrate all the wildfires here. I want to make a gorgeous tomb for this King of the North who has won battles in a row, which is in line with his status. Thanks to the book friend 130,920,234,816,996 for the coin reward, and thanks to Pink Fleeing Man, Don Jejiashi, Zyogeo, the name is just a random idea, Ed Lassie, Tomb Cemetery, See You in the Wind, Lazy Someone Who Can't Be Helped. I haven't thought of it yet. Professional Pig Killer, Blue Nest, All Mortals Must Die, Rat Poison Instant Noodles, and Traveler K for the monthly votes. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for recommendations every day and followed here. Thank you for your support. P.S. I wrote less than 5,000 words today, mainly because I have an important battle ahead. I will think about it carefully and write a big chapter later to make up for the words I asked for yesterday. Finally, please subscribe and vote. Thank you everyone. Chapter 165 Power. In Reveron, Earl Titus looked at the Duke of Hoster and his partner who were rescued by the family soldiers and suddenly felt that the heavy stone in his heart had been put down. He looked at the guards and servants who kept climbing down from the left and right sides of the main castle and immediately ordered the family soldiers around him. You guys quickly send the Duke to the room of Lord Brynden in the secondary castle. The others rescue the survivors in the main castle and move the food and property inside. In order to facilitate the defense of the west and south walls, Brynden and Earl Titus and other generals all lived in the secondary castle near the south wall. The meeting hall and dungeon are also in this secondary castle. Yes. Several family soldiers carried Duke Hoster to the secondary castle, and the male servant who rescued Duke Hoster followed closely behind them. The other nearly 200 family soldiers scattered to rescue and move supplies and property. The male servant who rescued Duke Hoster will definitely be rewarded heavily. After all, this is an important factor in maintaining the loyalty of subordinates. But Titus couldn't care less at this moment, because he saw the messenger running from the west wall from a distance. Is the Westerland army taking the opportunity to attack the city? Earl Titus, who had expected it, immediately asked when he saw the messenger coming to him. No, Lord Titus. Part of their army began to evacuate, and the other part actually dug a pit on the river road in the west. The messenger who hurried over breathed rapidly and reported to Earl Titus loudly about the abnormal movements of the Westerland army. Evacuate. Dig a pit. Hearing the messenger's report, Earl Titus frowned and thought for a while with a surprised expression on his face and said directly to him, "Let's go back to the city wall." They neither attack the city nor continue to blow up the main castle wall. I want to see what tricks they are playing. On the morning of the second day after the main castle of Reborn collapsed, the 13,000-man northern army led by Robb was marching in an orderly manner on the river road. The scouts that Robb had sent out in advance were constantly gathering intelligence with the northern army as the center. When they had completely left the Tengshi mountains and were less than a riding day away from Reborn, the scouts in front sent Robb intelligence from the front. Marco Piper led 1,000 new recruits from the Riverlands and fled in a panic towards the northern army. The westerly cavalry behind them had stopped chasing after seeing the northern cavalry. Oh, I don't know if it's because I'm too young or because he's too narcissistic. TSK. Until now, Lord Tywin, the famous Lion of the Seven Kingdoms, has not treated me on an equal footing. Even though Patrick and Thomas didn't come to report to me the news of your rebellion, Marco Piper. But you abandoned your master and fled alone, and you broke through the siege with 1,000 new recruits, and were not chased by the enemy cavalry. How could I believe it? Robb, riding on Bloodwind, chuckled to himself, and then said to the messenger cavalry sent back by Little John, after Little John disarms them, "Please invite Mark Piper over. Be polite." "Yes, your majesty." Watching the messenger cavalry leave, Gendry, who had just heard Robb's words, said, "Your majesty, do you need me to call Captain Patrick over?" Of course, how can he miss this good show? However, when the time comes, you will hide in the army first, and don't rush to come out. I want to get some information from this traitor. Seeing that Gendry understood his thoughts more and more, Robb nodded and replied directly. After a while, Gendry took Patrick, who knew that Sir Mark was coming, and hid in the army behind Robb. Gendry looked at Patrick's gnashing teeth, thinking that he should pay close attention to his actions later, so that he would not be too impulsive and ruin his majesty Robb's plan. After more than 10 minutes, Little John personally brought Sir Mark to Robb's front. After Sir Mark reined in his warhorse, he dismounted and walked a few steps to Robb's front, and knelt on one knee. With an anxious look on his face, he said in a sad tone, "Your Majesty, Tywin Lannister is leading 15,000 Westerland troops to attack Reborn. The northern wall has collapsed due to their wildfire. Although they have used up all the wildfire, Reborn is about to fall, because the northern wall cannot be defended. Lord Edgemere led us to attack at night, but who knew that Patrick Mallister had already defected to Tywin? We were ambushed by the Westerland army, and Lord Edgemere was captured by Patrick. I wanted to fight to death, but I finally decided to lead the troops, to break through in the chaos, because I wanted to come to the Golden Tooth, to report the military situation to you, so as to avoid their ambush." While speaking, Sir Mark looked up and observed Robb sitting on the terrifying giant wolf. Robb was frowning and listening, and his crystal clear and bright eyes were full of thoughts. Before, did the eyes of the King of the North look like this? When Sir Mark was observing Robb, Robb was also observing him from the corner of his eye. He was covered with dried blood and his armor was full of marks of long sword slashing. His left hand seemed to be injured and was tied with layers of blood-stained bandages, looking like he had been through a hard battle. Robb praised his professional performance in his heart and then immediately asked anxiously, "What is the situation of Reborn now? Are my uncle and great-uncle still alive?" Well, when I left, Reborn was still holding on, and Lord Edgemere and Lord Brynden should have been imprisoned by Tywin. Your Majesty Robb, now my goal of breaking through has been achieved. I would like to ask you to lead the army, to attack the Westerland army camp tonight and rescue the 2 adults. Hearing Robb's question, Sir Mark tilted his head slightly, and then answered, and at the same time, he was very excited to ask him to fight the night attack. Well, very good. Reborn has not fallen yet, and they are all still alive. To be honest, Marco Piper, you are the best actor I have ever seen in my life. I have been observing you carefully. Not only do you have good eyes and expressions, but your breathing rhythm changes with your emotions, and you don't have any unnecessary small movements. The most important thing is that when I asked you quickly, you were able to make a slightly reminiscent expression and didn't blurt out directly. Your Majesty, please forgive my stupidity. I didn't understand what you meant. Seeing Robb's eager expression suddenly change, he said this with a smile on his face. Sir Marco's heart skipped a beat, but he still had a puzzled expression on his face. Patrick, come out. Patrick, who had been listening to Sir Marco's nonsense and slandering himself as a traitor. After hearing Robb's call, he couldn't hold back for a long time, pulled out the sharp axe stuck in his waist, and rushed out of the army, wanting to go forward and chop Sir Marco into meat paste. No, calm down. Patrick. Gendry, who had been prepared for a long time, followed closely and stopped the excited Patrick. Patrick, I know you want to kill him. But if you still want to save my uncle and great uncle, calm down immediately. Robb looked at Patrick and Gendry with a sidelong glance and spoke calmly. Hearing his words, the figures of his best friends Edgemure and Brynden appeared in Patrick's mind, and his excitement gradually subsided. Seeing this, Gendry let him go directly. When Patrick, who he said had captured Edgemure, appeared, Sir Marco immediately put away his performance and calmly accepted the outcome that he had considered when he betrayed him. Who knew that after hearing what Robb said, it seemed that he didn't want to execute him immediately. So he said half sincerely and half flatteringly, Your Majesty Robb, you have the broadest magnanimity I have ever seen in my life. Including Tywin Lannister, they all want to execute the traitors and their families immediately. In fact, I don't want to betray you and the Tully family, but my father. Forget it, I won't explain anymore. May I ask, Your Majesty Robb, what do you want me to do? You go back and tell Tywin Lannister that, since he was sincere in exchanging prisoners last time, I will express my sincerity this time as well. I propose to exchange all the nobles in the entire Westerlands with him for Brynden Tully and Edgemure Tully. By the way, there is also the head of Paulins Leighton. Robb, who was high above, looked down at Sir Mark with a calm face and made his proposal to exchange prisoners. So, it seems that the Golden Tooth is already in your hands. No wonder the Golden Tooth did not cooperate with Kevan Lannister's attack. It turned out that it had really fallen. However, Your Majesty, you are offering the entire Westerly nobility in exchange. I don't think anyone will believe it. Hearing Robb's words, Sir Mark immediately thought of the reason for Kevan's defeat. However, he certainly didn't believe that Robb had occupied the entire Westerly in a short time. Oh, are you doubting what I said? Then I tell you, the Golden Tooth, Deep Cave City, and Crake Hall are all under my control. Now, am I qualified to exchange the entire Westerly nobility? Robb heard the doubt in Sir Mark's words, and immediately frowned, and spoke in a bad tone. As if sensing the bad tone in Robb's tone, Bloodwind, who had been standing there with his eyes closed and pretending to sleep, suddenly opened his bright eyes like ice crystals and stared closely at the short human in front of him. Gollum, Your Majesty, I shouldn't have questioned your terms of exchange. Now, I will return to Reverin to pass on your message. Sir Mark, who had always been calm, felt his hair stand on end and cold sweat on his back after being stared at by Bloodwind. He swallowed nervously and quickly spoke to Robb. We will almost reach Reverin tomorrow morning. Let Tywin Lannister reply to me within this time. Go. Yes. Upon hearing this, Sir Mark turned around and walked away quickly, as if he had been pardoned. Since he was stared at by Bloodwind just now, the sense of crisis of being locked in the eyes of the top predator has been reminding him to run away. Your Majesty, are you going to let this beast go so easily? He cut off 3 fingers of Lord Edgemure with his own hands. Patrick stared at Sir Mark's back with unwillingness on his face and spoke to Robb. Don't worry, it's because we let him go. After exchanging prisoners tomorrow, we will definitely meet him again on the battlefield. Then, Robb's bright eyes also stared at Sir Mark's back. After answering Patrick, he turned to Gendry and ordered, Gendry, the scout cavalry reported that many fishing villages in the upper reaches of the Red Fork River were not harassed by the Westerlands. Let them go. Except Kevan. Get out. Sir Mark returned to the Westerlands camp alone and reported Robb's words to Tywin. This immediately made Tywin furious. Snap, clang. After Sir Mark and others left the general's tent, There was a loud noise of smashing things. When the slick nobles heard this, they immediately put on their feet and quickly left the general's tent. "Hey, Kevin, go out and tell Piper that I agree to the prisoner exchange. Then, tomorrow, after the prisoner exchange, I will let him lead Robb Stark into the trap. Keep a close eye on him today. Don't let him take advantage of the opportunity to do anything." After venting his anger, Tywin quickly regained his composure and immediately gave orders to his brother. "Lord Tywin, do we just believe what Robb Stark says? And since you suspect Piper has a problem, why don't I just kill him?" Hearing Tywin's order, Kevin, who didn't quite understand, immediately asked back, "I had some bad guesses about Golden Tooth before, but I didn't expect it to have fallen. The Leyden family of Deep Caverns has betrayed us. Needless to say, if I'm not mistaken, Craig Hall should have been captured by the long-lost squids. Now there's no need to consider whether to believe him. Just wait and see if there are any captives from the Lefford family tomorrow. As for Piper, if he can betray once, he can betray a second time. The sudden change in the situation now makes me a little suspicious of him. But it's a pity to kill such a good bait. Well, I understand. Let's do it now." The next morning, when the warm morning sun shone on the earth, a phalanx of 6,000 northern infantry, including the new recruits from the Riverlands, came to the west of Reveron. Tywin led 15,000 men outside the Western Army camp, also lined up, and waited for them quietly. "Hey, Piper, didn't you say they had about 13,000 people? How come there are only 5,000 or 6,000 now?" Looking at the approaching northern army, Kevin exclaimed and asked Sir Mark beside him, "Last night when I delivered the message from Lord Tywin, I asked my men to calculate carefully. It is indeed about 13,000 people. Look at the smoke and dust behind them. The remaining cavalry should be waiting for an opportunity behind them, ready to use the tactics that defeated you a few days ago." Sir Mark heard Kevin's blunt questioning, and he also very straightforwardly opened up the scars of Kevin's defeat a few days ago. Humph. Hearing this, Kevin snorted coldly with a livid face and stopped talking. Tywin, who was riding on his warhorse, did not speak a word, but just quietly observed the northern army. On the west wall of Reveron, Earl Titus was looking at the approaching northern army with an anxious face. He knew that the Westerland army had ambushed at least 12,000 men in the woods far behind, and dug traps that were most likely filled with wildfire on the road that the Northumberland army had to pass. However, since Reveron had long been blocked from receiving the news, he had no way of passing the news. Let all the men in Reveron who can take up arms gather at the parade ground at the west gate. It's time to serve His Majesty Robb and the Tully family." Titus bit his lower lip hard and gave an order to his deputy. Yes. When the Northumberland army came closer to the Westerland army, Bloodwind, who was walking in the front, twitched his nose a few times, and then Robb immediately waved his hand to stop the army. "Patrick, take the Westerland prisoners to exchange." With Robb's order, Patrick escorted Countess Alyson and her son, and the noble generals of the Stormlands towards the Westerland army. Among the prisoners, a regiment of Greenston passed by Bloodwind, and glanced at Robb above. Robb's eyes met his, and he nodded slightly. In the Westerly army, Tywin saw that the wife and son of Earl Leo of the Golden Tooth were among the prisoners. He sighed heavily, and waved gently to Sir Mark. Then, he held a wooden box, and escorted the depressed Edgemere and Brynden, who was also in a bad state, to the front. "Lord Edgemere, Lord Brynden, how are you?" Patrick asked immediately when the prisoners of the North and West met. "They are not dead yet, let's exchange them quickly." Brynden answered first, and urged to exchange the prisoners quickly. Afterwards, the two sides exchanged prisoners without any dishonorable tricks. "Marco Piper, don't die first. I'll come to find you myself." Patrick took the wooden box from Sir Marco, threw down a harsh word, and walked quickly towards his army with Brynden. Ta. Sir Marco had just returned to the Westerland camp with the captives, and the remaining 5,000 surrendered Riverland soldiers were driven out of the Westerland army. "Piper, take them to lure Robb Stark into the trap to fight. Don't worry, I will notify you in advance, so that you have enough time to escape back." "Yes, Lord Tywin." Looking at the nearly 10,000 Westerland soldiers who were ready to draw their swords and draw their bows in the rear, Sir Marco had to nod and agree with a pale face. Crash. At this moment, the west gate of Reveron was suddenly lowered. Earl Titus led the Reveron soldiers out of the gate and rushed out quickly, shouting in unison, "There is a trap." At the front of the northern infantry phalanx, Robb looked at the Reveron soldiers who risked their lives to fight outside the city. His bright eyes glowed, and he exhaled a white mist from his mouth, saying to Bloodwind, "Bloodwind, show our power to the enemy and make them afraid of it." Abu. Bloodwind, who was surrounded by white mist, let out a short howl to the sky and directly carried Robb towards the enemy in front. Behind Robb and Bloodwind, all the soldiers of the northern infantry phalanx watched this man and wolf charge towards tens of thousands of western troops alone. They were completely shocked and filled with shock. Damn it. I should have killed all these bastards first. Tywin looked at the soldiers rushing out of Reveron, and then listened to the deafening shouts of thousands of people, and couldn't help but curse these bastards who ruined his plan. Lord Tywin. Robb Stark and his giant wolf are charging alone. Just as Tywin turned his head to look at Reveron, Kevin's exclamation rang in his ears. Tywin immediately turned his head back and saw Robb riding a huge white wolf, stepping into the white wildfire trap between the two sides. Shoot your arrows quickly, and you can smash the symbol of faith gathered by the northern enemies. We will definitely be the winners in the future wars. Tywin had no time to think about why Robb launched a charge alone, but he would not miss this opportunity and immediately shouted to Kevin beside him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Who? Dozens of burning rockets shot out from the westerly army, igniting the wildfire they had poured on the ground in advance. Dozens of green fire snakes snaked forward, following the wooden pipe channel reserved in advance, and ignited the many wildfire barrels buried in the soil in the middle of the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. An unprecedented wildfire explosion scene appeared on the west side of Reveron, and the sky was full of emerald green flame mushroom clouds. The entire Reveron battlefield was shocked by this unprecedented explosion scene. Whether it was the soldiers of the northern infantry phalanx, the soldiers of the western army, or the soldiers of Reveron who were preparing to fight, they all stood there in a daze. Ha ha ha. Feeling the heat wave caused by the explosion, Tywin laughed as loud as never before. It can be seen that he was really happy this time. Kakaka. In the direction of the western army, a discordant white ice crystal suddenly appeared in the blazing green flames. Then, this white ice crystal spread rapidly like the previous wildfire, and in the blink of an eye, a circular channel condensed by bright ice crystals was formed. Whoosh, bang, a meter-long ice crystal spear shot out from the circular channel, instantly piercing through the warhorse of Sir Marco in the front, causing him to fall directly to the ground. Snap, snap, snap. A series of clear and loud footsteps sounded, and Bloodwind, wrapped in layers of ice crystal armor, stepped out of the circular passage in an elegant manner. Above its head, Robb was wrapped in ice crystal armor that looked like an ice sculpture. The white ice mist in his right hand was constantly wriggling and twisting, and finally condensed into a meter-long ice crystal spear. This was the first blood contract skill obtained by Bloodwind, when his magic attribute exceeded 50 points. Link. Thanks to Chang'e Xiaoling for the 1500 points reward. Thanks to Chang'e Xiaoling. Heyo wayo. Book friend 201803032333234962. Book friend 202205210131307746. Book friend 201704221231026001. I believe, Zioyao Island Zioyao Ken, Ring Wraith God, Book friend 160,601,201,604,275, Lu Xiaoxio Shutong, Book friend 202009132301111647, The Rain Drips, I'm Odu, The Wind Should Rise, Elison, Davy Y, Devilpol, Thegodoff Kill, Book friend 101,223,214,628,950. Autumn Waterwind. Book friend 202001132039100071. Yanhu, Weihei Hendu and Chuanan. Book friend 201808242255240019. Starboy 99. Book friend 201905241141120534. Do Yi Dynasty, Trapezoid Heart, Professional Pig Beating Masters voted for the monthly ticket. Thank you for voting for recommendations every day and all the masters who follow here. Thank you for your support. PS. This chapter is nearly 6,000 words long, and this chapter has been deleted and revised, and I almost couldn't catch up to update it. I will update the big chapter on both weekends. Thank you for your support. Finally, please subscribe and vote. Thank you everyone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 166, Unparalleled. Name, Bloodwind. Contractor, Robb Stark. Physique, 47. Magic, 50. Clan, direwolf. 1. Wolf Pack, Soldier Wolf, Nymeria, Bloodline. 6. Lady, Bloodline. 7. Servant Wolf, Vine, Skill, Link, Magic, Blood Contract Points. 3. In the early days of wildfire creation, alchemists added magic to the production process. However, as the times changed, dragons disappeared, magic declined, and now wildfire is not as terrible as it was in ancient times. Therefore, the ice crystals condensed purely by magic can easily freeze the green flames, and the ice armor can completely isolate the high temperature of the green flames, while providing powerful defense. These were tested by Robb on the night when Kevin's army was defeated. He would not easily do anything without confidence. Before that, after Bloodwind had undergone extraordinary transformation and possessed magic, Robb explored the tornado ice mist and ice armor on his own, and tried to teach Bloodwind. This can only be regarded as the preliminary application of magic power, and it is not even in the scope of the Blood Covenant skill. Link. The function of this Blood Covenant skill is to form a magic channel between the contractee and the contractee, so that the magic power of both parties can be linked and used in combination. If it were in the magic world, after Robb and Bloodwind possessed this Blood Covenant skill, the magic power of both parties would be linked, and the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2 would be produced. But in this world, Robb does not have any magic power in his body, so it is of no benefit to Bloodwind. But for Robb, it is indeed a qualitative leap, because he has finally transformed from an ordinary person who is extremely strong to a supernatural person with magical abilities. Snap, snap, snap. Bloodwind felt the transmission in his heart, and after its strong limbs dug 4 deep holes in the ground, it immediately rushed forward for a distance. Robb, standing proudly above its head, had crystal-like eyes, tightly locked on Tywin, who failed to control his expression in the Westerly army, and was stunned by shock. He raised his right hand high behind him, and made a throwing gesture. Whoosh! Under the crystal clear ice armor, the well-developed muscles of his right hand instantly tightened and contracted, and Robb fiercely threw the ice crystal spear in his right hand forward. Be careful. When Kevin found that Robb's eyes were on Tywin and threw the ice crystal spear, he immediately jumped towards Tywin on the right and shouted a warning. Squeak. Bang. Kevin's body hit Tywin hard to the side, and the two were carried by the inertial force to the right side of the warhorse. At this moment, the ice crystal spear thrown by Robb accurately hit Kevin's left shoulder, and the powerful kinetic energy directly changed the direction of his fall, and took him to the back of the warhorse. Raise the shield. Raise the shield quickly to protect Lord Tywin. Protect us. Earl Charlotte didn't react until the two fell to the ground. He immediately dismounted to check Tywin's situation, and at the same time, shouted loudly to the shield-bearing soldiers to come and protect Tywin and their noble generals. Tywin's fall was not light. After being helped up by Earl Charlotte, he rubbed his confused head vigorously. After the dizziness eased a little, he immediately walked to the back to check on Kevin. At this time, 2 Westerland paramedics were kneeling beside the unconscious Kevin, looking at a loss. Kevin had a meter-long ice crystal spear stuck in his left shoulder. The 2 paramedics originally planned to break it directly like dealing with arrow injuries, but the ice crystal spear was not only extremely cold, but also extremely strong. Prepare the hemostatic drugs, and then pull out the ice spear directly. If you delay any longer, it will be even more disadvantageous to him. Tywin understood their dilemma at a glance and gave them orders directly and decisively. The two paramedics looked at each other and had to start field first aid for Kevin according to Tywin's instructions. Send an order, have the archers concentrate on shooting at this man in the wolf. Also, bring out the giant crossbows hidden in the camp and attack. Once, the dragons of the Targaryen family could be killed by giant crossbows. I don't believe that they can't be killed. Tywin, who had recovered from his loss of composure, began to command the battle again. He first pointed at Robb, who was charging towards them to cheer them up, then turned around and pointed in the direction of Reverin and said, "Swiftford, immediately send an order for the 13,000 troops in ambush to come to support. Chariot, you take the 5,000 people on the right wing to defeat them, and take Reverin for me." Yes. As Tywin's order was issued, the right wing of the nearly 10,000 Westerland troops began to engage in battle with Earl Titus. The other 5,000 Westerland soldiers and 5,000 Riverland surrendered soldiers began to attack Robb. Whoosh, 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 ding, ding, ding. A dense rain of arrows covered the sky and the sun and shot at Robb and Bloodwind, directly covering the area they were advancing. But these arrows could not break the defense at all. They hit Robb and Bloodwind's extremely hard ice crystal armor one after another, and were either directly bounced off, or the arrow shafts broke and fell to the ground. In fact, since a few days ago, when Bloodwind's magic power reached 50 and obtained the Blood Covenant skill, Robb has been in the state of using Link. His ordinary connection state with Bloodwind is like a straw, and the magic power consumed to maintain this state is basically the same as the magic power recovered by Bloodwind himself. But after the battle started today, Robb began to extract a large amount of Bloodwind's magic power, and this small straw suddenly became a thick water pipe. In this connection state, Bloodwind's magic power not only needs to be provided to Robb and himself, but also consumes magic power to maintain this connection state. Therefore, the speed of magic power consumption is very fast. Before, when Bloodwind had 30 points of magic power, it was enough for himself to use Tornado Ice Mist and Ice Armor many times. But now, after just a short while, its magic power was only about 1/3 left. So, when Robb saw Tywin being rescued by Kevin, he had been hiding in the shield formation formed by shield-bearing soldiers. He did not waste magic power to condense ice crystal spears for long-range attack, but chose to break through the formation alone and take the enemy's head. Bloodwind's speed was naturally extremely fast. Before the second round of arrows came, the giant crossbows in the Westerland army camp had not been raised. It had already arrived at the Riverland surrendered soldiers blocking the front. Seeing Robb rushing to the front of the army, most of the Riverland surrendered soldiers retreated directly to make way for the middle passage, unwilling to be enemies with the King of the North who had always been loyal to them. Among them, 700 or 800 soldiers who had already followed Sir Mark to surrender to Tywin raised their weapons without hesitation and blocked Bloodwind's front. Looking at the many retreating Riverland surrendered soldiers, Robb felt very relieved. He did not waste his painstaking efforts to deliberately step into the wildfire trap alone and consume a lot of magic power. Patrick had told him before that, in fact, most of the new recruits from the Riverlands were unwilling to surrender, but they were forced to do so by Tywin's evil plan. So, when they were forced out by Tywin just now and used as bait for the wildfire trap, Robb, who had already obtained extraordinary power, simply entered the wildfire trap directly. Otherwise, it would be a fantasy for Tywin to ambush Robb with wildfire. Even though it was buried deep underground, Bloodwind's keen sense of smell had already smelled the familiar smell of wildfire, and he sent a warning to Robb in his heart. "Brothers from the Riverlands, I forgive all your previous crimes. Now, follow me and fight together." Before rushing into the army, Robb ordered the Riverlands surrendered soldiers on both sides who retreated to make way. Bang, screech, clang. Bloodwind rushed straight into the army formation of the Riverlands surrendered soldiers who dared to block the road, and suddenly, 7 or 8 people were violently knocked out. At the same time, its sharp right claw thrust forward and pierced a surrendered soldier. The surrendered soldier, with blood spurting from his mouth, used his long sword to chop at Zhu Feng's right claw with all his strength, but he couldn't even cut off a bit of ice on the ice crystal armor. Clang, clang, clang. Zhu Feng was surrounded by surrendered soldiers who had no way to retreat. A large number of long swords, spears, and axes chopped at him like raindrops. But apart from making a crisp collision sound, it was useless and could not break the defense at all. Whoosh. Puff. Just as these surrendered soldiers were fearlessly attacking Zufeng and trying to find out its weakness, a huge sword fell from the sky with a fierce whistling sound, directly chopping off a surrendered soldier in front of him from the top of his head, and blood mixed with various internal organs spilled all over the ground. Robb followed closely and jumped down from the top of Bloodwind's head. He pulled out the ice stuck in the ground with both hands and swung it violently at the surrendered soldiers in front of him. Any surrendered soldier who dared to block with a sword was basically killed by the sword. Bang. Because Robb was wearing ice crystal armor at the moment, his vision was not as wide as normal due to his head wrapped in ice crystals. A fearless surrendered soldier took the opportunity to rush over from the right back and directly hugged his right hand that was waving the ice. Robb released the hilt of the Vulcan steel giant sword dice with his left hand and opened his 5 fingers to grasp it in the air. A white ice mist suddenly appeared and squirmed and twisted and quickly condensed into a crystal clear ice crystal longsword. Swish. Without turning back to observe the enemy, Robb held the hilt of the ice crystal longsword with his left hand and stabbed it violently above his right shoulder. The sharp tip of the ice crystal longsword directly pierced through the mouth of the surrendered soldier who was holding his right hand and pierced out from the back of his head. Bang. As the ice crystal sword was pulled out, the body of the brave surrendered soldier fell heavily to the ground. But inspired by him, Robb, who had condensed the ice crystal sword, had a flash of inspiration in his mind and found that he seemed to be able to change his fighting mode. In fact, Robb had the strength of both hands to hold the giant sword dice long ago, but because his height was not as high as Sander and others, it was not as convenient to hold the sword with one hand as with 2 hands in battle. Now, whoosh. Robb held the ice tightly in his right hand and raised it back, then threw it fiercely at the surrendered soldier in front of him. Sizzle, sizzle. With a heavy sound of breaking through the air, the ice instantly pierced the chest of a surrendered soldier. The kinetic energy on the giant sword that had not yet been exhausted carried the surrendered soldier and pierced another surrendered soldier behind him before stopping. Robb immediately stepped forward while throwing out the ice, and his right hand condensed another ice crystal sword. He slashed the 2 swords in his hands horizontally and slit the throats of the 2 enemies who surrounded him. After wielding the ice crystal swords to kill 5 or 6 enemies, Robb had already rushed to the bodies of the 2 surrendered soldiers who were pierced by ice into human candied hores. Whoosh. Sizzle. Throwing the ice crystal swords forward again, the swords instantly hit the heads and chests of the 2 surrendered soldiers in front. Robb pulled out the giant sword dice from the human candied hores and continued to rush forward with the sword. Robb repeated the attack rhythm just now, throwing out ice, pulling out the ice crystal swords. Rip. Sizzle. No surrendered soldier could avoid Robb's powerful throw, and no surrendered soldier could withstand his full strength longsword. Under this simple and crude alternative 3-sword attack, Robb, who seemed to be playing Washan mowing the grass, quickly plowed a road of blood and corpses for the surrendered soldiers of the Riverland. The new recruits of the Riverland who had just retreated to the sides watched Robb, who was like a god descending from heaven, killing crazily, and then remembered the amnesty he had promised just now. Serve His Majesty Robb. Kill. As a young and enthusiastic recruit from the Riverlands attacked the loyal surrendered soldiers who were blocking the road, thousands of recruits from the Riverlands responded and began to besiege the loyal surrendered soldiers, who were less than 700 in number. Whoever stands in my way will die. Robb, who looked like a hellish Shura, roared in anger after his crystal clear ice armor turned into a blood red armor after being bathed in blood. The frightened loyal surrendered soldiers dared not stop him and fled behind him. On the battlefield outside Riverrun, Earl Titus, who had less than 4,500 troops, was fighting fiercely with 5,000 Westerland soldiers led by Earl Shalit. Whether in terms of numbers or combat effectiveness, Earl Titus's troops were far inferior to Earl Shalit's troops. Originally, Earl Titus wanted to risk his life to remind Robb to pay attention to the trap, but now he found that he seemed to have done something stupid. The wildfire trap had no effect on His Majesty Robb, who was like a god. Instead, they themselves were completely suppressed by the enemy and had no power to fight back. Moreover, they could not turn around and flee back to Reveron, and they would definitely be chased by the enemy into the city. Rumble. Just as Earl Titus, who was fighting bravely, was extremely anxious, a series of thunderous horse hoof sounds suddenly came from right in front of him. This number of cavalry, are they the ambushing forces of the Western Territory? No, if they were the ambushing cavalry of the Western Territory, they should be coming from my left side. Are these cavalry enemies or friends? Well, right in front of me is the Red Fork River. Earl Titus, whose vision was blocked by the battlefield, was still guessing, but the Western Territory Army phalanx had already sounded various warnings one after another. Enemy attack. Enemy cavalry raid. The enemy is coming from the direction of the Red Fork River. I saw that on the left wing of the Western Territory Army phalanx. The wide Red Fork River was already occupied by densely packed small fishing boats. Behind these at least 1,000 small fishing boats, there were still simple rafts tied and dragged. The nearly 5,000 light cavalry on the Red Fork River was a trick that Robb had arranged in advance. After receiving Robb's order, Little John took them along the Red Fork River yesterday and bought all the fishing boats in the fishing villages at a high price. Not only that, the Northern Cavalry also spent double the price to hire all the villagers to make simple and sturdy rafts overnight to facilitate the transportation of war horses. When the wildfire trap exploded, everyone's attention was attracted by Robb and Bloodwind. Nearly 5,000 Northern Cavalry who came by boat took the opportunity to land on the shallows of the Red Fork River. The first thing they did after landing was to release the war horses fixed on the rafts, and then quickly formed a neat formation and charged towards the left wing of the Westerland Army Square. Lord Tywin, enemy cavalry appeared on the left wing, and there are soldiers from Reveron on the right. The surrendered soldiers from the Riverlands in front have already defected. The ambush troops behind us are too far away to provide support. Earl Swift looked at the Northern Cavalry that seemed to have descended from the sky like a divine army and immediately reported to Tywin with an anxious face. Tywin glanced at Earl Swift, whose face was almost written with the word escape, and he nodded slowly and said, "Well, you see the situation very clearly. Swift, now I entrust the important task to you, and you will command the 3,000 infantry in the center army to stop the enemy cavalry." Ah. Hearing Tywin's words, Earl Swift immediately exclaimed, "What? Do you have any objection to my order?" Tywin stared at Earl Swift with a cold face and asked in a bad tone, "No, I dare not. As you command, Lord Tywin." Looking around at the Western soldiers around him, Earl Swift immediately took on this important task with a forced smile. Afterwards, the forced Earl Swift led 3,000 infantrymen from the Westerland Central Army to the left wing where the surrendered soldiers from the Riverlands were originally located, and lined up to meet the enemy cavalry that was getting closer and closer. "Tie Kevin to the horse, we retreat." Tywin looked at the back of Earl Swift who was leading the troops forward, and immediately ordered the attendants around him. Abu. Earl Swift, who was extremely uneasy, had just lined up his army on the left wing with 3,000 Central Army infantrymen. A burst of wolf howls sounded from the Northern Cavalry in front. A pack of 17 ice wolves broke away from the Northern Cavalry formation and rushed towards the Central Army infantry first. Boom, boom, boom. 13 explosive fruits directly blew a gap in the front row of the Western infantry, and then 17 ice wolves rushed into the formation and slaughtered the enemy. Nymeria and the Lady were larger in size and more lethal than other ice wolves. The 13 relatively small ice wolves controlled by the wolf guards threw out explosive fruits from time to time while killing the enemy. Moo, moo. The two smallest ice wolves suddenly disappeared after entering the Western infantry phalanx, followed by two loud roars. Two huge woolly mammoths appeared in the infantry phalanx. Puff, puff. In the tightly packed Western infantry phalanx, the lethality and chaos caused by these two woolly mammoths were far greater than that of the ice wolf pack. Their thick elephant skins were not afraid of the attacks of ordinary weapons at all. Their thick elephant legs raised their feet and stepped down casually, and several Western infantry were trampled into meat paste. The trunk like a tree trunk was swung up, and a row of Western soldiers were immediately knocked out. Monsters, all monsters. Earl Swift, who was hiding at the back of the Western infantry phalanx, was immediately mentally broken by the scene in front of him. Before the northern cavalry could charge in front of him, he immediately rode his horse to flee to the center behind him. But as soon as he turned his horse's head, he found that the 2,000 Lannister cavalry led by Tywin had already headed for the 13,000-man ambush troops that had just appeared in the distance. Damn Tywin Lannister. From today on, don't even think about my Swift family being loyal to you again. Lord Swift cursed in a low voice, and immediately rode his horse to follow him, heading for the distant ambush troops of the Westerners. Bang, bang, bang. The formation of the Western infantry, which was disrupted by the direwolves, was completely unable to resist the charge of 5,000 northern cavalry. This cavalry torrent easily broke up their formation. With just one charge, at least half of the Western infantry had their heads chopped off by the northern cavalry, which became their military exploits. When the remaining more than 1,000 Western infantry fled in all directions, Little John did not lead the cavalry to chase them. Instead, he led the northern cavalry to continue charging. His target was the 5,000 westerly soldiers of Earl Shalat's army, which was still fighting with Earl Titus's army. The 2,000 Lannister cavalry led by Tywin were about to join up with the 13,000 ambush troops. Tywin originally wanted to join up with this huge force, and then wait for an opportunity to enter the battlefield in order to turn the tables. But when he saw that Earl Swift's 3,000 westerly infantry were first turned upside down by the direwolves and woolly mammoths, and then directly crushed by a charge of the northern cavalry, he now had only one idea: a strategic retreat. Tywin Lannister. Robb broke out of the encirclement of the surrendered soldiers in the Riverlands, and stood on Bloodwind's head again. He looked at Tywin's troops fleeing in the distance and let out a roar. Bang! At this time, a loud bowstring sound rang out. Earl Shalat, who had given up commanding the troops and returned to the westerly army camp at some point, was personally operating a giant crossbow and shooting a spear crossbow arrow at Robb not far away. Snap, snap. Robb stretched out his left hand with extremely fast reaction, and a large amount of white ice mist appeared out of thin air and quickly condensed into a thick ice shield in his left hand. Snap. The spear crossbow arrow shot by the giant crossbow hit the ice shield heavily. Driven by the huge kinetic energy, the spear tip directly smashed the ice shield and then hit Robb's ice crystal armor. The spear crossbow arrow, which was weakened countless times by the ice shield, only poked a shallow hole in Robb's ice crystal armor and no longer had any kinetic energy. Hey. Whoosh. Sizzle. Robb chuckled, took the spear crossbow from his ice crystal armor and threw it at the stunned Earl Shalat. The spear crossbow went straight into Earl Shalat's chest, and the huge force nailed him to the ground. Robb Stark actually blocked the giant crossbow that even a dragon couldn't resist. How can we kill this monster? Nailed to the ground, with blood constantly flowing out of his mouth, the light in Earl Shalat's eyes gradually dimmed, and finally, this thought came to his mind. Thanks to you Yiting Chuksu for the reward, Yang Chushan. Book friend 2018092281226222970. Fukushima Surfer. Book friend 202103011064907163886. Yizin Jan who looks up at the stars. Reader 20210403847385225777294. Bayotao South Road, Chenra 94. Fuyuyu. Book friend 20171013004518845. Wu Ai Wu Many Juice. Zio Dengling. Book friend 20200301105232633. Leo Shuchang Hui. TTH for the monthly votes. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for recommendations every day and followed the reading here. Thank you for your support. PS. Yesterday and today are all 5,800 word chapters, and I will continue tomorrow. Finally, please subscribe and vote. Thank you everyone. Chapter 167 Trial. Since Earl Shalat died quickly after his heart was pierced by a spear, he did not see it. After condensing the thick ice shield and throwing the spear crossbow, the ice crystal armor on Robb and Bloodwind began to fall off. These ice crystal armor pieces that fell to the ground and had no magic support quickly melted and disappeared. Robb and Bloodwind's originally bright eyes also dimmed, and finally, their original blue and golden eyes were revealed. This means that Bloodwind's magic power has been completely exhausted, and the connection between them is broken. Bang, bang, bang. The Northern cavalry led by Little John crashed into the back of the 5,000 Westerland infantry who had lost the leadership of Earl Charlotte, and the people and horses fell down for a while. Scream. The tall and strong Little John easily wielded a steel lance and kept stabbing these 5,000 Westerland infantry who had no commander and were attacked from both sides and obviously lost their morale. With such a brave general leading the charge, the 5,000 Northern cavalrymen behind him completely abandoned defense and attacked the Westerly infantrymen on both sides with all their strength. The soldiers of Earl Charlotte's troops, who had originally suffered less casualties, fell in large numbers at once, and the situation was reversed in an instant. The morale of Earl Titus' troops, who had already seen the flag of the Northern cavalry, immediately soared. Their troops, which had less than 3,000 men left, immediately rose up to counterattack and joined Little John's troops who were attacking the army. When Earl Titus joined Little John, the Westerly infantry phalanx, which was less than 5,000 men, was directly pierced through. The army formation, which had been barely in a neat battle formation before, was directly divided in the middle. Once the army formation was broken, the enemy army collapsed. A large number of Westerly infantrymen began to flee in all directions. Some fled in the direction of Tywin's evacuation, some fled to the Tengshi River in the north, and some confused people who were panicked and could not tell the direction even fled to Reveron. Crackling. Rumble. As the wildfire trap without any burning material was quickly extinguished, the 6,000 infantry formations composed of northern soldiers, western captives, and Riverland recruits quickly approached the battlefield of Reveron and began to chase and intercept the many fleeing enemies. Behind them, 3,000 northern heavy cavalrymen, with branches dragged by their horses' tails, rushed towards the remnants of the left wing of the Western Territory who were still fighting with the direwolves and woolly mammoths. In fact, these 3,000 heavy cavalrymen were a kill specially arranged by Robb. At the beginning of the battle, they only needed to raise a lot of smoke and dust to fake the momentum of 8,000 northern cavalrymen. This would not only cover the landing of 5,000 northern light cavalrymen from the Red Fork River, but also help them to recuperate. Finally, at the critical moment of the fierce battle between the two sides, a heavy cavalry charge was launched, which played a decisive role in the final decision. This is the correct use of heavy cavalry. The heavy cavalry of Westeros was used purely as a road clearing tool, and they would charge directly in every battle. Either the enemy is overwhelmed by our wave of attacks and wins the battle, or our heavy cavalry is trapped in the enemy's formation and besieged to death, and the battle fails. In the ancient Chinese country of the previous life, even if one of our heavy cavalrymen exchanged for 10 enemy infantrymen, our commander would feel very distressed and regarded it as a failure in tactics. How could we be willing to use precious heavy cavalry as consumables? However, only the rich areas such as the Westerly and the River Reach in Westeros can have such a large number of heavy cavalry. Let's get back to the point. When the Westerly soldiers on the battlefield outside Reveron were surrounded on 3 sides, except for the Westerly soldiers who fled to the direction of Tywin's evacuation, the Westerly soldiers in other directions lay down directly and chose to kneel down and surrender. Little John, take people with me to chase Tywin Lannister. When Bloodwind carried Robb and wanted to continue to chase the retreating Tywin troops, considering that Bloodwind's magic power had been exhausted, Robb made a special detour to Little John's troops and ordered them to follow him in pursuit. Yes, your majesty. The battle outside Reveron was already decided. Upon hearing this, Little John immediately reorganized the slightly damaged 5,000 light cavalry and followed Robb to pursue. Bang, bang. On the road of pursuit opened by Bloodwind, many fleeing Westerland deserters were directly knocked away by the Northern Iron Cavalry, and their lives were ruthlessly harvested. When Robb's troops saw the forest section of the river road, where the Westerland ambush troops were hiding from afar, Tywin, who had already joined the Westerland ambush troops, was quietly waiting with hundreds of Lannister cavalry. More than 1,000 Lannister cavalry and 13,000 Westerland ambush troops had disappeared, and it was unknown whether they were ambushed in the woods. Looking at Tywin, who was obviously setting an ambush in the distance, Robb, who was very confident in the combat effectiveness of his own troops, continued to charge forward with the Northern Iron Cavalry without fear. Stop moving forward. But after just a short distance, Robb felt the warning of the Bloodwind in his heart and immediately raised his right hand to order the Northern Iron Cavalry behind him to stop. Hey, we didn't force our way in this time. It seems that Robb Stark's magic is not endless. Moreover, they just stopped in front of the wildfire trap, so they must have discovered the trap. Did that ice wolf smell the wildfire? Seeing Robb's troops stop in front of the wildfire trap, Tywin immediately obtained two relatively important pieces of information. Yes, the reason why Robb stopped was because there was a second wildfire trap set by Tywin in front of them. Tywin, who was good at scheming, said that he would gather all the wildfires together to set a trap. In fact, he secretly sent out his personal guards to set a second trap in the ambushed troops. Before you expect victory, expect defeat first. This is the retreat that Tywin prepared for himself in advance. At this moment, it can be used to stop the enemy and obtain important information about Robb through the trap. Send a signal. Let's go. Tywin, who had already accepted the defeat of this battle and adjusted his mood, calmly tilted his head to give an order to the messenger beside him and then pulled the reins to turn the horse's head. Woo. Whoosh, whoosh. With a rapid horn sound, dozens of rockets were fired from the woods on the river road to ignite the wildfire trap. Boom, boom. The explosion of the wildfire trap this time was much less powerful than the first time just now. But there were many thick branches buried in this wildfire trap, enough to support the fierce green flames for a long time. Tywin Lannister, you really can't underestimate him. Looking at only dozens of enemy cavalry running out of the woods on both sides, Robb couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just now, Tywin made a posture that the woods on both sides were full of ambushes, which made Robb believe it. But in fact, there were no ambushes in it. His purpose was to attract Robb's attention so that he would ignore his feat. If Bloodwind hadn't smelled the smell of wildfire, then Robb and others might really have stepped into the trap. Although Robb still values Tywin in his heart, he won't say so. Bloodwind's huge body turned to Little Jon and the Northern Cavalry. Robb raised the ice in his hand and shouted loudly. Tywin Lannister ran away like a cowardly old dog. The victory of this battle belongs to all the brave Northerners and the Riverlands. Tonight I will bring out the wine and food from Reborn to celebrate. When the statistician counts the merits, everyone will be rewarded. Alas, I can be promoted to Centurion. Long live the King of the North, the Iron Islands, and the Riverlands. Long live His Majesty Robb. As Robb, who had already become a god in the eyes of many soldiers, loudly declared victory, all the Northern Cavalry cheered for victory, and in the end, they all shouted in unison for Robb's long live. When Robb won another major war victory, Reborn was cleaning up the battlefield and prisoners, and preparing to hold a grand celebration banquet, and important things were happening in other places in the Riverlands. In a remote valley somewhere in the Riverlands, there is a vibrant and thriving village. A clear stream flowing down from the mountain flows quietly through the middle of the village. In the surrounding farmlands, busy farmers are working hard. A group of peasant women are washing a pile of blood-stained weapons and armor by the stream. Carefree children surround them, throwing a small stone into the stream from time to time, causing waves and cheerful laughter. Barry and Thoros are leisurely passing by the village, looking at the peaceful and quiet village scene. His face full of twisted blood vessels overflows with a smile from the heart. Since he was resurrected from the dead, he has forgotten his former noble identity, power, and honor. Now his greatest wish is to eradicate the wanton killing of the Western Border Army and let the civilians of the Riverlands live an ordinary but warm life. Thoros next to him raised his head and drank a big gulp of wine. In the words of the Chinese country in the previous life, such a harmonious scene is worth his exposure. Lord Barry, how was the effect of the potion the day before yesterday? You were hiding from me yesterday, so you should be able to tell me the detailed reaction of your body today. Just as Barry and his companions were passing the village and walking towards the back mountain, behind a large rock on the mountain path, Cobbin, wearing a tattered black bachelor's robe, jumped out directly and asked him with a complaining look on his face. Seeing that he had only been hiding for a day and was blocked by Cobbin again, Barry gave Thoros a bitter smile and replied to Cobbin, Cobbin, you said that the effect of this potion would be slower. I didn't feel whether my physical fitness was enhanced. However, I have experienced its side effects. After Barry finished speaking, he pulled up the trouser leg of his left leg. I saw that there was a large patch of dark red pus on his left calf, which was covered with leg hair. He exerted a little force, and some pus was still bleeding. It hurts a lot. Why didn't you tell me? Saurus had no idea that Barry, who always laughed and chatted with him normally, had a side effect of the medicine on his left leg. He frowned and asked Barry, "It doesn't hurt much. Since I died, since I received the Lord's blessing, I feel that my reaction to pain has become less and less. Now experience this feeling more. Maybe I won't have these feelings at all in the future." Barry waved his hand nonchalantly after hearing this, saying something that seemed clean, but was terrifying when you think about it carefully. After listening, Saurus raised the wine bag in his hand in silence, and took a big sip of wine. Well, the amount of poison kiss flower is a little too much, so the side effect occurs. At the same time, it also causes the whole tube of medicine to lose its due effect. I still have materials. I will go to prepare another dose now. Cobbin, who was lying on the ground and carefully observing and sniffing the abscess on Barry's foot, didn't talk to them at all. He got up and walked quickly up the mountain talking to himself. Bang! Cobbin, who was only busy mumbling and not looking at the road at all, bumped shoulders with a Brotherhood member who was coming down the mountain. The burly Brotherhood member was knocked back by Cobbin's thin body, but Cobbin seemed to be completely unaffected and continued to walk to the back of the mountain. The Brotherhood member shook his head at the strange Cobbin, then ran to Barry and the other man and reported, "Lord Barry, Lord Thoros, Jaime Lannister is fully awake." "Very good. Notify everyone to gather in the prayer hall, and then bring him and the hound here. Today is the day of judgment for the two of them." Barry heard the report from the Brotherhood member and immediately nodded and ordered him. "Okay, I'll go notify everyone now." The Brotherhood member agreed and turned to run towards the back of the mountain, while Barry and Thoros followed closely behind. However, because he had to deal with the next trial, Barry returned to his room first, and after putting on his armor with the help of Thoros, he went to the prayer hall. The base of the Brotherhood without banners is in a huge cave at the back of the village. This huge cave is composed of a group of caves of different sizes. The largest cave is used for the members of the Brotherhood without banners to gather and pray. At this moment, the prayer hall is full of torches, and there is a bonfire in the middle. Hundreds of people have gathered around the bonfire. Sandor and Jaime are tied with ropes and forced to kneel by the bonfire by several members of the Brotherhood. After being treated by Qyburn, Sandor, who has almost recovered his health, is looking around. He was relieved until he saw the three children waving to him beside Brienne. Jaime, whose right face is full of scars and who can almost be Sandor's brother, is twisting his bound hands very slightly left and right, trying to do something. Snap, snap. Fully armed Beric and Thoros walked into the prayer hall and walked onto the high platform in the front. When everyone was watching them quietly, Beric stepped forward and said loudly, "Brothers, I have summoned you here to try Sandor Clegane and Jaime Lannister. First of all, Sandor Clegane, you are accused of helping the Lannisters oppress civilians and massacre innocent people. Do you plead guilty?" If the original Hound faced Beric's accusation, he would not bother to defend himself. He would definitely directly and recklessly apply for a trial by combat and just pick up the sword and fight. But now Sandor looked back at the three children beside Brienne, and the words Robb had said to him came to his mind. He turned around and looked at Beric firmly and said, "I plead guilty. I did commit many sins in the past, but at that time I was the killing tool of the Lannister family. I followed the orders of these bastards. I was like a sharp sword in their hands. A sharp sword kills people. Does the sin belong to the sword or to the person who uses it? Now, I have completely understood my heart. I can't die before I send them to Winterfell. If you want me to atone for my sins, is a finger enough? Or a whole hand? Well, you can't cut off my right hand. I still have to use the sword to protect them with this hand. Hoo-hoo, look at what I see. A mad dog that is so scared that it wants to survive by biting its owner." Sandor finished his sincere confession. Before Beric could speak, Jaime, who was beside him, had a disdainful smile on his face and immediately mocked him. Facing Jaime's mockery, Sandor did not speak back. Instead, he stared at Beric on the high platform, waiting for his verdict. Beric did not speak directly, but looked back at Thoros. The latter immediately stepped forward and stood in line with Beric, then said, "Under the gaze of the great Lord of Light, Sandor Clegane has sincerely confessed his sins. Many of our brothers present have also committed sins, but as long as they can open their hearts and believe in the Lord of Light, they will eventually be redeemed. The night is dark and dangerous everywhere. The night is dark and dangerous everywhere. Except for a few people, everyone present followed Thoros and recited the prayer together. Seeing that he didn't seem to have to cut off his hand, Sandor immediately pretended to recite a sentence. "Oh, are you the Thoros of me who likes to play acrobatics? At that time, you held a long sword coated with wildfire in the Iron Islands, and specialized in scaring those ignorant squids. Why, now you join this circus of clowns. Follow Beric Dondarrion, who has only one hour left, to fool these ignorant guys?" Jaime and Thoros had met each other during the battle in the Iron Islands. Knowing that the other party was just a fake monk who liked to drink in King's Landing, he didn't give him any face in his words. "It seems that you are not ready to admit your crime. Hey, what crime have I committed? I tell you, being weak is the greatest crime in this world." Hearing Thoros's question, Jaime chuckled, looked around at all the people in the Brotherhood without banners, and spoke loudly. Beric reached out and grabbed Thoros, who was about to continue speaking, and said to Jaime with a serious face, "Very good, you Lannisters always call yourselves noble lions. But in the Riverlands, I only saw Lannister soldiers wantonly plundering and abusing civilians, and slaughtering for fun. Since you don't admit your crime, I will challenge you, the noble Lannister lion, to a trial by combat on behalf of the innocent people who died tragically in the Riverlands, and let the only true god we believe in judge your crime. Jaime Lannister, do you agree?" "Of course I agree. I can't wait to send you to see the god you believe in." Seeing that his taunting tactics were effective, Jaime, who was extremely confident in his swordsmanship, immediately nodded and agreed. "Brothers, please clear the middle area, then untie the two of them, and return their weapons." As Beric gave the order, the area around the bonfire in the prayer hall was cleared. Sandor and Jaime regained their freedom. After Sandor was freed, he ran to Brienne's side as soon as possible. After hugging the three children who also rushed over, he nodded to express his gratitude to Brienne, who had been taking care of them all this time. Brienne, who did not have a good impression of Sandor, just nodded slightly and did not speak. Swish, swish. Jaime took his captured longsword and the matching dagger, waved them left and right a few times to evoke familiar muscle memory, and then he said, "Berry, if you have any last words, you'd better say them now. Maybe you still know me from the tournament in King's Landing. Indeed, at that time, I would definitely not be a match for you, a swordsmanship genius. As for now, I remind you for fairness that I have changed a lot. If you underestimate the enemy, you may not even have the chance to regret it." After hearing Jaime's confident pre-war speech, Berry smiled and reminded him, then knelt on one knee facing the campfire and prayed. "Indeed, you have changed a lot. Your eyes are blind and your face has become ugly. I almost didn't recognize you." Seeing Berry start to pray, Jaime put his longsword on the ground with both hands and continued to tease very easily. "My Lord of Light, please shine on me." After finishing the prayer, Berry slashed the longsword hard on the palm of his left hand, and the longsword smeared with his blood immediately ignited a raging fire. He stood up and looked at James, who was shocked, and said with a smile, "Then, let's get started. Thanks to Pink Fleeing Man, Dark Fan, Book Friend 160,601,201,604,275, I believe, Lin in the Lazy Cancer Terminal, Book Friend 151,108,143,138,831, Chen Shui Shuaya, oh, it's you, Book Friend 20170525150334394. Ding Ding Hangbin, Winsco Stark, WZXJ500T, and the creators for their monthly votes. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for recommendations every day and followed me here. Thank you for your support. PS, I have coded about 5,500 words today and more than 150,000 words this month, with an average of 5,000 words per day. It's not bad for a part-time coder. then please continue to support, subscribe, and vote. Thank you all. Chapter 168. If you dare to come, don't go back. Ding. Facing James, who was striding forward with a long sword in his hand, Barry did not change his expression and flicked the flaming sword from the inside out, easily blocking James's tentative thrust. Whoosh. At the same time, Barry raised the special wooden shield full of sawtooth on his left arm high and flat and smashed it towards James' scarred right face with a heavy sound of breaking through the air. James had already seen Barry's attack from the corner of his eye and dodged the shield attack by diving to the lower right of Barry. After rolling and half kneeling to stand firm, he slashed at the knee pit of Barry's right leg with the long sword in his hand. Ding. Barry's flaming sword went straight back into the soil behind the knee, accurately blocking James' long sword. At the same time, he quickly turned around and kicked James, who was half kneeling, with his left foot. Bang. Tear. Unexpectedly, Barry not only had a fast reaction speed, but also greatly improved his physical strength and agility. Unable to avoid it, James quickly judged the response method in his mind and quickly pulled out a sharp dagger from his left waist with his left hand. At the same time that Barry kicked him hard with his left foot, he turned around and used the dagger to quickly sweep across Barry's left leg below the knee. Bang. Snap. Snap. James, who was hit by Barry's heavy kick, rolled straight forward for many circles before he came to a stop. Even though he deliberately rolled to relieve the force, Barry's powerful and heavy kick still caused him serious injuries. Seeing that Barry did not take advantage of the situation to pursue him and was still standing there, James slowly got up from the ground and bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his left hand holding the dagger, he said to Barry, who was still smiling across from him, "You are not Barry, who are you?" It is impossible for ordinary people to improve their physical fitness to such a level in a short period of time. It is indeed impossible for ordinary people, but the great Lord of Light can. Since the warm-up is over, please start to be serious. Barry's left leg had been cut by the dagger, and a bloody flesh could be clearly seen, and the deep blood stains were constantly oozing out. But Barry seemed to be completely unaware of the pain. After answering James casually, he strode towards him with a sword and shield in his hand. James's expression at this moment was no longer relaxed at the beginning. He stared at Barry's movements with a serious face, trying to judge his attack target in advance. He was indeed not completely serious just now, but in addition to a little underestimation of the enemy, his weak body, after recovering from a serious illness, was also an important reason. After testing, James knew that his physical fitness was not as good as Barry's, and he was ready to rely on his excellent swordsmanship and rich combat experience to win. Swish. Stepping in front of James, Barry raised his right-hand sword and pointed it at his head, and then slashed down with a mighty force like a mountain. James didn't dare to raise his sword to block, so he immediately turned sideways to dodge. At the same time, the tip of the right sword stabbed at Barry's right wrist holding the sword. Puff. The sharp tip of the sword stabbed the thick oak shield, splashing a small pile of sawdust. Barry, who was not slow in reaction, directly blocked the attack with the wooden shield in his left hand. Bang. Rip. Barry's left hand muscle group suddenly exerted force, and after the wooden shield in his hand pushed James's sword away, it hit his left face hard. With an obvious sound of flesh and blood being torn, James was hammered away by Barry again, fell to the ground on Barry's left, and rolled several times in a row. Bang. Barry turned his body to face James, who was lying on the ground, completely unaware of his life or death. Just as he was about to walk towards him, his left foot suddenly went soft, and he fell heavily to the ground. Beric, who had fallen to the ground, subconsciously looked at his left leg, which was a little painful at the moment, and found that a dagger had been inserted into his knee joint at some point, and a lot of blood was flowing down. Beric, who was about to struggle to get up, after checking his injuries, heard the children's screams in his ears, and he looked up and saw a black shadow falling from the sky. Puff. The sharp sword tip pierced Beric's worn-out armor directly under the huge force, pierced into his back and out of his chest. In an instant, he was nailed to the ground. Alas. Sander, who was standing aside and watching the battle, sighed heavily. Just now, when he saw Beric suppressing James, He felt extremely happy in his heart, and he had been looking forward to Beric killing the shitty Lannister. But he watched carefully. Just now, when Barry used the wooden shield to block the long sword thrust, Jaime, who was well prepared, stabbed Barry's left leg joined with the short dagger in his left hand. After Barry fell, Jaime, who had just fallen to the ground and didn't know whether he was dead or alive, quickly got up, held the hilt of the long sword with both hands, and raised it high. At the same time, he jumped up and nailed Barry directly to the ground with the kinetic energy of falling and his whole body strength. Knowing that Barry was bound to die, Sandor sighed and covered the eyes of the 3-year-old girl beside him, not wanting her to see the next scene. Jaime was also in a very bad state at this time. He was hit hard on the head, and blood was constantly flowing from the corners of his mouth and nostrils. The right face was already severely burned, comparable to Sandor's, and the left face was hit by Barry's jagged wooden shield just now. Not only the whole face became bloody, but the left ear was even torn off by the wooden shield, leaving only a small half of the earlobe. When I saw the injury on your left leg just now, and you didn't react to the knife I cut, I guessed that you, a monster, didn't feel pain. Sure enough, I didn't realize that I was stabbed in my left leg until I fell. Since I knew that my physical fitness was not as good as yours, I planned to wait for you to show a flaw and then kill you with one blow. Finally, I waited for this opportunity when you lost your balance and fell. Jaime, who was in a bad state, looked at the ground and threw away the long sword with his right hand and stretched it towards his chest and told the reason for Barry's failure in a victorious manner. After he said this, he looked up and looked around at the members of the Brotherhood who showed various expressions around him and continued to say loudly, "Hey, open your eyes and look. Did the god you believe in help him? I have proved that Lannister is not guilty. Weakness is the only sin." Squeak. As soon as Jaime finished speaking, he looked down and found that Barry was struggling with his right hand and took out a small wooden tube with something in it from his arms. Now that his body could not allow any more accidents to happen, he used both hands to pull out the bloody long sword from Barry's back and then stabbed it into Barry's neck and out of his throat. After being hit by James's last fatal sword attack, Barry's whole body, which was lying on the ground, suddenly stiffened and struggled upwards, and then collapsed limply as if deflated. The small wooden pipe in his right hand also fell to the ground. Swish. James pulled out the long sword from Barry's body, pulled out the dagger from his knees, and picked up the small wooden pipe on the ground. Thoros, who had reacted, suddenly jumped down from the high platform, threw himself on Barry's body, and began to pray loudly. "My lord, the Lord of Light, please let your light shine on this person. Oh, it's because you only place your hopes on these empty gods that you are so weak." James' bloody face forced a smile, and after saying something to Thoros who was concentrating on praying, he pulled out the stopper of the wooden tube and sniffed it with his nose, then turned and walked out. Ahem. Looking at Jaime who was about to leave, Sandor tilted his head and spit, then handed the 3 children to Brienne, took a few steps forward, and blocked the exit with his tall and burly body. "What? These pagans are willing to let me go, and you, a mad dog, still want to stop me?" Seeing that his way out was blocked by the tall and burly Sandor, Jaime recovered the small wooden tube full of fishy smell, and then pointed the long sword in his hand upward at his head and said, "I'm different from them. Your son made the 3 of them orphans, and I want to challenge you to a duel on their behalf." "Hey, I don't know what you're talking about, but I understand that you've betrayed the Lannister family. So, seeing that I'm not in a good state now, you just want to find an excuse to kill me." After following Sandor's finger and looking at the 3 children beside Brienne, Jaime turned his head and chuckled. "Whatever you say. Jaime Lannister, you can't leave today. Hey, Juggler Thoros, just now I launched a trial by combat in the name of your gods. Now, since I won, it means that I'm not guilty. Will you leave this mad dog alone?" Seeing Sandor's determined expression, Jaime did not turn around, but just tilted his head slightly and shouted to Thoros, whose prayer voice was gradually weakening behind him. Just as he was shouting, Jaime found that the determined expression on Sandor's face suddenly changed. He saw his eyes gradually widen, his pupils also dilated, and his mouth opened wide. Finally, that ugly face showed an expression of shock, as if he saw something unbelievable. Even if you beat me, it doesn't prove that you or the Lannister family are innocent. Maybe the Lord of Light thinks you can still be redeemed, or maybe he has other plans for you. Before Jaime could look back, he heard a hoarse and unpleasant voice in his ears, but he couldn't forget it in a short time. Impossible. I didn't miss. I definitely hit the vital point. He can't be alive. It was like a thunder in his mind, and Jaime turned his head. He saw that Barrick, who should have been a corpse, was standing next to Thoros, looking at him with a smile on his face. His pierced throat, chest and knees now have no blood, not to mention the wounds, and only 3 twisted and ugly scars. But he's right. The Hound, you can't do anything to him on our territory. Beric, who was already accustomed to seeing shocked expressions, spoke to Sandor behind Jaime in a flat tone. My lord has been watching us. As long as we sincerely believe in him, even if we have fallen into eternal darkness, we can be illuminated by his light. The night is dark and dangerous everywhere. The night is dark and dangerous everywhere. As Thoros preached through the miracle of Beric's resurrection, he deepened the faith of the Brotherhood members. Except for a few people in the entire prayer hall, everyone's eyes were full of enthusiasm and they prayed. Cobbin, wearing a black robe and a short stature, quietly withdrew from the crowd. Compared with the first time, he clearly saw the whole process of Beric's resurrection this second time. At this moment, his eyes were also full of enthusiasm, but he was not because of faith. It was because he believed that he would definitely study the specific principle of Beric's resurrection. Vale, Seagull Town. Seagull Town is the main port of the Vale. It has a very advantageous location, and is a naturally sheltered harbor. It is located southeast of the Erie, on the shore of Crab Bay. Seagull Town is one of the 5 major cities in Westeros. Its scale is similar to White Harbor, but it is not as large as Lannisport, Old Town, and King's Landing. Seagull Town was originally ruled by the Graveson family. In addition to them, there were also the Shett family and a branch of the Arryn family in Seagull Town. Before the Graveson family ambitiously restored the ancient name and proclaimed themselves the king of Seagull Town, they had already wiped out the branch of the Arryn family in Seagull Town and gained a lot of wealth. The Shett family was very sensible and offered a batch of wealth to express their firm support for the king of Seagull Town. After the king of Seagull Town, Gerald Graveson, had a name and wealth, he began to recruit new soldiers for training, hoping to take advantage of the chaos in Westeros to gain a higher status and more lucrative benefits for the Graveson family. But the good times did not last long. In order to expand his territory, Gerald Graveson, who led his troops to fight, was first attacked by Tyrion, and then ambushed by Lionel Corbray, the king of the Five Fingers Peninsula, and died on the spot. After hearing the news, other members of the Graveson nobles in Gulltown directly abandoned Gulltown, where there were not many soldiers left, and fled with a large amount of property on the Gulltown escort fleet. In the end, Lionel Corbray led his army to easily occupy Gulltown, but in order to maintain his future rule, he did not plunder many wealthy businessmen living in Gulltown. In the end, the Shett family once again offered a large amount of wealth and expressed their firm support for the king of the Five Fingers Peninsula, and Gulltown gradually returned to peace. Originally, Lionel was stationed in Gulltown with nearly 6,000 troops, one to prevent the Graveson family from suddenly counter-attacking, and the other to spy on the nearby Runestone city to see if there was a chance to take it. At this moment, the Bronze King and Royce and the noble allies who surrendered to him fought against the Eyrie and the Lannister coalition led by Littlefinger and Tyrion. Since both sides knew each other well, and were quite familiar with the terrain of the valley, it was difficult to set an ambush and then take the opponent away directly. Therefore, the two sides gradually fell into a war confrontation period. After hearing that the Corbray family led troops to take Seagull Town, and Royce summoned his nobles to discuss in detail. Finally, after he separated a part of his troops to hold the pass of his own fortress, he personally led the remaining troops back to Crab Bay to prepare to take Seagull Town. Not only because Seagull Town is a wealthy port city, but more importantly, there are hyenas wandering around his base, so Lander can't concentrate on commanding the battle in the front. And as the weakest force among the kings of the valley, after Lionel detected the news, he arranged 1,000 of his own soldiers to stay in Seagull Town, and personally led nearly 5,000 troops to attack Runestone City. He wanted to seize the runestone city of the Royce family before Andor led his army back and establish a defensive line between Runestone City and Seagull Town. But Lionel's self-proclaimed correct strategic arrangement made Stannis, who had always set his sights on Seagull Town, finally wait for the perfect opportunity. On the second day after Lionel led his army to leave, Gulltown, which had no maritime defense force, was driven straight into by Stannis' fleet. 4,000 soldiers of the Corbray family operated the defense equipment of Gulltown port for defense and fought bravely after Stannis' soldiers landed, doing their best to defend Gulltown. However, under the strong attack of more than 4,000 Stannis' direct troops, they were far behind in both number and combat effectiveness. In a relatively short period of time, Stannis took over the entire Gulltown. Stannis, wearing armor with the emblem of the flaming stag, stepped onto the Gulltown port full of blood and corpses. Davos and Rolland, two generals who fought bloody battles, had been waiting for him respectfully. Your Majesty, the enemies in Gulltown have been cleared. This time, we strictly restrained our soldiers and did not harass the civilians and wealthy businessmen in Gulltown. After Davos saluted and greeted Stannis, he immediately told him about the post-war situation in Gulltown. Then, he changed the subject and pointed to a middle-aged nobleman not far behind him and introduced him. This is Sir Link, the head of the Shet family in Seagull Town. Your Majesty Stannis, on behalf of the Shet family, I offer you my most sincere greetings. I swear in the name of the gods that the Shet family will always be loyal to you. And to show our sincerity, we have specially prepared a gift for you. After hearing Davos' introduction, the somewhat bald Sir Link immediately stepped forward, swore allegiance to Stannis, and presented the gift in his hand. Stannis nodded expressionlessly, then signaled the servants to accept Sir Link's loyalty and gift, and then turned to the castle in Seagull Town. 3 sirs, you have worked hard. The charming Melisandre smiled charmingly at Davos and the other two, praised them, and left immediately after them. Lord Davos, is my gift not sincere enough? Seeing Stannis, who seemed to be obviously unhappy, Sir Link asked Davos fearfully. No, His Majesty has been like this since he was defeated by the 100,000 strong army of the Lannisters and the Tyrells in King's Landing. Don't mind it. Davos, who had full diplomatic ability, immediately smiled and explained to Sir Link after hearing this, asking him not to take it too seriously. Of course, in order to enhance Stannis' prestige, he added a lot of water to his words. Well, that's good. It's just that I'm worried that Lin left not long ago. After the deserter today reports the news of Seagull Town, he will lead his troops back to attack Seagull Town again. Hearing Sir Link's words, Rolland, who had been standing silently beside him, replied sternly, if he dares to come, don't go back. Thanks to book friends 201903231920126337. Book friend 160,601,201,604,275. Fukushima Surfer, Wolf King Hades, Lin in the terminal stage of lazy cancer, Chang'e Xiaoling, Big Pirate LG, Canadian Electric Eel, Nangang Yi, Lonely For You, Abyss Exile, Mossad, Leah King, Winsco Stark, Zaya Hawkeye, Book Friend 201809100749524459. Linzing Mao, Book Friend 150,118,002,941,849. The name is just a random idea. Zangu Vodka, Money Ability, and the lazy and helpless big guys who voted for the monthly ticket. Thanks to everyone who voted for recommendations and read here every day. Thank you for your support. PS. I wrote 5 words today, but I couldn't write any more because of something. Today's title and the last sentence represent our thoughts. Please continue to support me, subscribe, and vote. Thank you everyone. Chapter 169. Fighting. Crack, crack, crack. Outside the north gate of Seagull Town, 4,000 Dragonstone soldiers lined up in a neat battle array. Stannis, Davos, Rolland and others rode on horses and waited quietly at the front of the army. Long before dawn, the scout cavalry brought back the news that the King of the Five Fingers Peninsula, Lionel Corbray, led 5,000 troops to attack Seagull Town. In addition to the original inner castle of the Grayson family in the city, Seagull Town is surrounded by low walls and does not have the conditions to defend the city. It is not known whether Stannis wanted to protect the civilians and wealthy merchants in Seagull Town or for some other reason. He completely ignored the dissuasion of Davos and the others and confidently led his troops to line up in person, wanting to fight a field battle outside the city. Woo. With the sound of melodious horn, Lionel led his 5,000 troops to approach Seagull Town. The deliberate heavy footsteps of these thousands of people came from far away, and a powerful momentum rushed towards the Dragonstone soldiers. However, these remaining Dragonstone soldiers were all Stannis' battle-hardened troops. They lined up calmly, without any fear or panic. Since the cavalry of the Vale was basically concentrated in the Eyrie, Lionel's 5,000 men only had a cavalry unit of about 800 people. Stannis, who was defeated miserably at the foot of King's Landing, had a direct line of troops that were originally crew members of the royal fleet, so his cavalry was even smaller, with only less than 500 people. In accordance with the war tradition of Westeros, the cavalry of both sides left the army and came to the front, ready to start a cavalry charge to increase their momentum. Your Majesty. Seeing Stannis letting his cavalry, which was obviously outnumbered, charge, Davos, who was a smuggler, opened his mouth to dissuade him. But as soon as he shouted, Stannis raised his hand to stop his advice, then turned to the army behind him and asked loudly, "Have you not finished praying to my lord? Your Majesty, the prayer is over. I will bless our army with the Lord of Light, and you will win this war." Melisandre, dressed in a red robe, walked out of the army in a charming manner, and answered at the same time, "Then what are you waiting for? Please let the cavalry draw their weapons." Hearing Melisandre's words, Stannis immediately gave orders to nearly 500 cavalry. Swish, swish, hoo. Seeing that the 500 Dragonstone cavalry drew their swords in unison after hearing the order, Melisandre immediately whispered a spell similar to Valyrian. When she finished the spell, the ruby necklace on her neck flashed a ray of light. The long swords in the hands of the 500 cavalry suddenly ignited a blazing fire. Wow. Nearly 10,000 people outside Seagull Town were shocked by the sudden change, and suddenly there were a lot of sighs, fear and other emotions. However, this is not over yet. Melisandre took a deep breath, raised her hands, and aimed at the 500 cavalrymen in front of her. She began to recite the Valyrian-like spell again. As the spell in her mouth ended, a shadow flashed in her eyes this time, and the eyes of the 500 cavalrymen turned dark instantly, and in the shadows of the cavalrymen, pairs of eyes that seemed to be drawn by lines appeared. Cavalry charge. Seeing Melisandre finally nod to him, Stannis drew out his long sword and swung it forward. The 500 Dragonstone soldiers with dark eyes immediately charged on horseback with expressionless faces. Da-da-da. Looking at the enemy cavalry charging towards him, Lyanna pulled a cunning smile at the corner of his mouth, waved his hand and ordered, "The archers will fire a round of volleys, and the cavalry will start charging again." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following Lyanna's order, a parabolic rain of arrows fell on the Dragonstone cavalry who had charged into the attack range. In an instant, nearly 100 horses were shot, and the Dragonstone cavalry who were shot in the vitals fell to the ground with their horses. After the rain of arrows, the 800 cavalrymen of the Corbray family launched a group charge together. Although their charge distance was short and the kinetic energy they carried was not enough, their number was twice that of the Dragonstone cavalry who had been baptized by the rain of arrows. However, as the distance between the two sides continued to narrow, the Corbray family cavalry immediately found something wrong. Most of the remaining 400 Dragonstone cavalrymen had arrows and blood on their bodies, but they ignored it and continued to charge. Bang, bang, bang. Cavalry confrontations are always accompanied by various bloody scenes. Blood, broken limbs, and corpses continue to increase. Continuous wailing and screaming began to sound on the battlefield. However, all these wailing sounds were made by the Corbray family cavalry. Even though the Dragonstone cavalrymen were pierced by steel lances and fell to the ground by swords, as long as they were not hit in vital parts, they continued to fight silently with blood all over their bodies. This zombie-like posture was very creepy. They are not human. Demons. They are demons. Run. The morale of the 800 Corbray family cavalrymen collapsed after losing about 1/3 of them. The remaining 500 or so Corbray family cavalrymen shouted and fled to their own army. Behind them, the remaining nearly 300 Dragonstone cavalrymen continued to chase them with blood all over their bodies. The enemy wants to escape. Charge the whole army. Seeing that his own cavalrymen defeated the larger force with fewer troops, Stannis immediately raised his arms and shouted, and ordered the whole army to attack. They are all rubbish. All infantrymen line up and prepare for battle. Archers aim at the enemy cavalry and shoot. Seeing that his own cavalrymen were defeated, Lionel cursed fiercely and immediately commanded his army to start fighting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The archers of the Corbray family began to draw their bows and shoot horizontally. At this moment, due to the very close distance, these archers were a little flustered, resulting in this wave of horizontal shooting. The effect was not particularly obvious. After shooting this round, they did not bother to check the results of the battle, and slowly fled into their own infantry formation. Bang, bang, bang. After another reduction in personnel, the Dragonstone cavalry, with only more than 200 people left, faced nearly 5,000 enemy soldiers without fear. Just like that, they started to charge straight into the formation. Screech, screech. A large number of war horses and Dragonstone cavalry were pierced by the lances of the Corbray family infantry. But what frightened the soldiers of the Corbray family was that these Dragonstone cavalry, whose bodies were covered in blood and hung on their lances, continued to wave their weapons to attack, as long as they did not injure their heads, hearts and other vital parts. A small number of Dragonstone cavalry rushed into the formation, causing a panic. Even though these zombie-like Dragonstone cavalrymen were hacked to pieces by the enemies in the army, they could still struggle to take away many enemies. Swish, swish, swish. Even though the Dragonstone cavalrymen were very terrifying, their numbers were rapidly decreasing in the face of the absolute number of enemies. However, the main force led by Stannis had already arrived. A covering rain of arrows attacked them head-on. Swish, bang, bang. The soldiers of the Corbray family, whose attention was attracted by the Dragonstone cavalrymen, were completely stunned by this wave of arrows. People kept falling to the ground after being shot by arrows, and the formation, which had been somewhat scattered by the impact, had begun to show a tendency to collapse. Hold on. Fork, charge with me. Seeing that his formation began to collapse, Lyanna immediately shouted loudly to stabilize the situation, but it was completely ineffective. Finally, he simply drew his sword and wanted to lead the charge. Who? At this moment, an orange-red flame shot from nowhere hit him, instantly turning Lyanna into a human-shaped torch. Lyanna fell off his horse, screaming and struggling, trying to put out the flames on his body. But this was not an ordinary flame at all, no matter how he struggled. In a short time, his movements gradually weakened, until he was burned to ashes by the orange-red flames. Your Majesty is dead. Your Majesty, Lyanna was burned to death. Run away. Let's go back to the Five Fingers Peninsula. Lyanna's death was the last straw that broke the camel's back, and the army formation of the Corbray family soldiers collapsed directly. At least the Corbray family army, which had nearly 4,000 people left, began to flee in all directions. Tell them that those who kneel down and surrender will not die, and try to capture them. Seeing that the enemy collapsed easily, Stannis immediately began to order his Dragonstone soldiers to try to capture enemy deserters alive. Davos, whose sword was not stained with blood, was at the end of the charge. He watched Lyanna being burned alive. Finally, he turned his head to look at Melisandre, who had emitted the magic flame. The red-robed woman, who instantly met his eyes, showed him a very tempting smile. Garlem. However, Davos turned his head immediately, as if he had seen a ghost, and swallowed nervously. In the following time, the Dragonstone soldiers captured nearly 3,000 Corbray family deserters in total. Since all the Dragonstone cavalry died bravely, most of the remaining 1,000 deserters were enemy cavalry, and the infantry could not chase them at all. In the end, Stannis won this absolute victory in the valley at the cost of sacrificing 500 of his own cavalry. When Inderois was 3 days away from Gulltown with an army of 13,000 people, he received information that Gulltown had fallen into the hands of Stannis Baratheon. Moreover, the king of the Five Fingers Peninsula, who wanted to attack Runestone City, lost in the battle to retake Gulltown, and was killed by the King of Dragonstone himself. Although he had heard that Stannis had lost at King's Landing and was still unsure of the details of the other side's military strength, Ander, who was not sure whether it was an enemy or a friend, did not rashly attack Gulltown, but sent spies to get information and led his troops back to Runestone City. A few days later, Ander got the information reported by the spies and knew that even with the captives of the Corbray family, Stannis only had about half of his own troops. At the same time, Runestone City received a raven letter from Gulltown, and Stannis actually launched a surrender to Ander. The letter said that as long as Ander led his troops to surrender to him, when he became the king of the Seven Kingdoms, he would appoint Ander as the guardian of the valley. Originally, he wanted to win over Stannis to form an alliance, to deal with Littlefinger and Tyrion together. After tearing up the letter, Ander summoned all the noble earls of the valley who had surrendered to him, and held a military meeting in the meeting hall of Runestone City. When he spoke out the contents of Stannis' letter, the earls of the Vale laughed at him. Then everyone agreed that Stannis was crazy and an enemy, not a friend. In the end, Ander decided to fight Stannis, take Gulltown, and completely bring the east and north of the Vale under his rule. When the military meeting was disbanded, the only people left in the meeting hall were Ander, who was tall and handsome, wearing a carved family emblem and strange rune armor, and a woman standing in a dark corner, wearing a slim black hooded robe and a pure white mask on her face with only eyes and mouth. Ella, do you think my choice is right? In fact, my original purpose was just to save my father. Ander leaned his head on the chair and asked with a tired expression. The woman named Ella slowly walked behind Ander, stretched out her gloved hands to massage his temples, and said softly, Ander, no matter what choice you make, I will support you unconditionally. I said that I can die for you. Ella, I don't want you to say such things again. The gods let me save you who were shipwrecked and dying. This is a destined fate. When I rescue my father, I will marry you as my queen under his witness. Hearing this, Ander was moved and grabbed Ella's right hand with his right hand, and then spoke in a sincere tone. Hearing Ander's words, Ella's massage movement froze, and a sigh spread from her white mask. Alas, I don't know if your father will accept me. He will definitely accept it. And, even if he doesn't accept it, I will definitely marry you. Hearing Ella's words, Ander stood up very excitedly, turned around and hugged Ella behind him. Because his movements were too intense, his right hand accidentally tore off the glove on Ella's right hand, revealing the charcoal black skin color under the glove. The next day, the ravens of Runestone City flew to Gulltown with a letter from Ander to Stannis. He had only two meanings: either the two families formed an alliance to fight Littlefinger and Tyrion, or they had to fight. Since he had been brainwashed by Melisandre during this period after the defeat, Stannis had been completely immersed in the prophecy that he was the savior chosen by the Lord of Light. After reading Ander's letter, he tore it up immediately. Then he did not summon Davos and Rolland to discuss, but discussed it with Melisandre privately. In the end, he wanted to imitate Bitterbridge again. Let Melisandre go and assassinate Ander, and then take over the army of more than 10,000 people as the legitimate heir of the Seven Kingdoms. After Stannis and Melisandre fought to death and gave their blood, Melisandre, with a ruddy face and full of energy, took a carriage driven by Stannis' personal guards from Gulltown to Runestone City. One night later, the carriage stopped in the woods a few kilometers away from Runestone City. When the guards saw Melisandre, who had an attractive figure, before getting on the carriage, and was already a pregnant woman, after getting off the carriage, they immediately showed a shocked expression, as if they had seen a ghost. However, out of loyalty to Stannis, he did not ask more questions out of curiosity. After handing the oil lamp in his hand to Melisandre, he loyally guarded near the carriage and waited patiently. After Melisandre walked out of the deep woods alone, she found an open space and began to pray again, to give birth to the Shadow Killer. But this time was different from the last assassination of Renly. As the prayer ended, Melisandre's eyes became dark like the Dragonstone cavalry before. The Shadow Killer opened his eyes like a real person, and his eyes were as lively as a living person. The Shadow Killer glanced at Melisandre, then turned into a black mist, and floated towards Runestone City. In the inner castle of Fushi City, Ander, who had finished a day of military and political affairs, was walking from the tower of the conference hall to his bedroom with Ella, and two fully armed guards followed behind them. "Your Majesty, be careful." Ding. When the four of them walked to the inner castle garden, The two guards suddenly warned behind them. When Ander was about to turn around, the runes on his bronze armor glowed and blocked a black dagger stabbed from behind. However, after blocking this fatal attack, the rune light on Ander's bronze armor suddenly went out, as if the energy was exhausted. Whoosh! The two guards drew their swords and slashed at the black shadow, but the black shadow instantly turned into black mist and floated behind the two guards. Sizzle, sizzle. When the black mist floated behind the two guards, it condensed into a black shadow again. At the same time, he condensed two black daggers on his left and right and stabbed them from the back of the two guards' necks. Bang, bang. The two guards who were fatally attacked fell heavily to the ground, holding their necks that were bleeding profusely. Without them in the way, the black shadow stabbed Ander with a dagger in his hand again. And *#. A spell similar to the Valyrian language that the black shadow was familiar with sounded. Bang. The air in front of the black shadow suddenly showed an inexplicable fluctuation and then suddenly exploded. The black shadow, which had been invisible and had not been touched by anything, was directly blown away. Evil and dirty Shadowbinder, why did you attack my lover? Ella, wearing a white mask, stood in front of Ander and asked the black shadow that was blown away. Hiss. The black shadow seemed to want to communicate with Ella, but he only made a meaningless roar. Heh, can't speak. It seems that your shadow magic is not proficient. Ella listened to the roar of the black shadow and uttered a mocking sound that seemed to be somewhat disdainful. The black shadow seemed to be angered by her and immediately turned into black mist and floated towards Ella. Seeing that her strategy of angering the enemy had worked, Ella immediately clasped her gloved hands together and cast her magic at the black shadow in front of her. Bang! The air between Ella and the black shadow once again fluctuated inexplicably, and the air without anything exploded again, making a loud sound. However, this time only half of the black mist was blown away. The other half of the black mist bypassed Ella at some point and condensed into a black shadow with only the right side of the body rushing towards Ander behind her. No. Ella turned around and roared, and she immediately took off her white mask and threw it on the ground. As the white mask broke, a translucent mist quickly dissolved into Ella's body. After losing the mask, Ella, who had a pretty face but dark skin, suddenly had bright eyes, and she stretched out her left hand and pulled towards the void on the left. The air on the left side of Ander, who was in a defensive posture, immediately produced a lot of fluctuations, as if an invisible giant hand had pulled him away for a long distance. The attack of half of the black shadow was directly missed. The black shadow seemed to understand that he could not kill Ander without getting rid of Ella first. Then, two pieces of black mist surged towards Ella in the middle. Ella stretched out her hands calmly and kept chanting a spell with a strange tone. When the two pieces of black mist came in front of Ella, they suddenly seemed to hit an invisible obstacle and could not move forward. They immediately twisted and wanted to retreat, but they were also unable to do so. Wow. Ella took out two pieces of flint with sparks from her arms and threw them at the two fixed pieces of black mist. The bright flames burned fiercely, burning the invisible black mist. Sizzle, sizzle. The two pieces of black mist that kept making burning sounds kept twisting and expanding, and two square air grids filled with flames appeared. The two pieces of black fog were finally burned out in the two air grids. Puff. Deep in the woods outside Runestone City, Melisandre's eyes darkened, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood towards the open space in front of her. How could a cloud sky wizard who plays with their magic appear here? No, I'm being backfired by magic now. I have to leave here quickly. Thanks to book friends 201811051649043330, Unscrupulous Element, and Leah King for voting for the monthly tickets. Thanks to all the big guys who vote for recommendations every day and follow me here. Thank you for your support. P.S. I wrote 5,500 words today, barely making up for it, and will continue tomorrow. Then please continue to support, subscribe, and vote. Thank you all. Chapter 170 Control. In the inner castle garden of Runestone City, when the black fog was completely burned out, Ella's originally bright eyes dimmed, and she fell limply to the ground. Ella, come on, find Mr. Henwig. Ander, who was dragged to the ground by the invisible giant hand, rolled over and hugged Ella in his arms, shouting loudly. The second sound of the air bursting had already attracted the attention of the guards of the inner castle. They quickly came to the garden to protect Ander and the others. Mr. Henwig of Runestone City also hurried over. He was experienced and had good medical skills. After examining Ella's body, he told Ander that she had consumed too much energy and needed to rest. On the third day after Ander was assassinated, Ella, who was pale, woke up slowly. She looked at Ander sleeping on the edge of her bed and couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, Ella, are you awake? How do you feel? What are you laughing at?" Ander, who was awakened by the light laughter, asked a series of questions in a daze. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just overdrew my magic power. I just remembered the first time I opened my eyes after the shipwreck. You asked me my name, and I said my full name was Esamirian Kakia Jagla. Your expression was very funny. Haha." Hearing this, Ella sat up and answered Ander's questions. At the end, a smile appeared on her face again. "Well, I still think it's better to call you Ella. By the way, what was that black shadow a few days ago?" Ander deliberately coughed lightly and directly changed the topic to the right track. "That is the shadow magic cast by the shadow binders. They are the most dangerous, terrifying, evil and dirty guys among the many people in Ashe who study the mysticism. If necessary, it is best not to become mortal enemies with them. However, if you have become mortal enemies, you must do everything you can to eliminate them." Seeing that Ander was asking about the business, Ella immediately told him what she knew. "I seem to see the face of that black shadow. It is Stannis Baratheon. The shadow binders you mentioned should be sent by him. No wonder. I have heard rumors that Renly Baratheon was killed by a shadow at Bitterbridge. Now it seems that this was done by Stannis." Ander nodded after hearing this. After scratching his head, he combined the information he knew to directly infer the culprit who assassinated him. "The shadow magic has been broken by me, and the shadow binder has been backfired by magic. In the short term, he will no longer pose a threat to you. I suggest that you take this opportunity to eliminate this potential threat, so as to avoid her coming back to assassinate you after she recovers. Well, I've been too worried about you these days. Now that you're awake, I'll notify them to prepare to attack Seagull Town and set off in a while." Ander heard Ella's suggestion, grabbed the other's dark but smooth left hand, and answered, "Let's set off tomorrow. When I recover a little magic, I'll go with you. I can't infuse magic into your rune armor for the time being. I'm worried about you going alone to face them." Seeing Ander holding her hand, Ella smiled sweetly and said, "Ella, I'm so glad that I chose to attack the old anchorage at that time. Otherwise, how could I meet you in that bay? When I asked the fortune teller in Yasha, she told me that my fate would change dramatically in the west. Now it seems that it's because of you." After the two of them finished talking, they hugged each other tightly. In fact, they should thank Robb more. If it weren't for the influence of this big butterfly, Ander would never have declared himself king and attacked the old anchorage. Isla, who was not rescued by the shipwreck, naturally became the nutrition of the marine life in the bay. The next morning, Ander gave a pre-war speech on the wall of Runestone City to encourage his morale. Then he led more than 13,000 people to Seagull Town. Stannis, who had just gained a foothold in the valley, wanted to repeat the trick because he had tasted the sweetness of assassinating Renly. But he didn't expect that he would cause himself a big trouble. In Riverrun, Robb stood in front of the main castle that was broken into a V-shape and watched. A large number of Riverrun soldiers were starting to demolish the main castle from the top. A wolf cub, the size of a normal grey wolf, was lying beside him, lazily basking in the sun. This ancient castle, which was blown down by Tywin with wildfire, has become a deformed and dangerous castle, losing its function as a barrier and residence. Therefore, Robb planned to tear it down and rebuild it. However, since this world does not have all the conditions for safe blasting, the only way to do it is to carry out manual demolition work, which is time-consuming and laborious. "Your Majesty, Captain Patrick and Captain Thomas are here." Just as Robb was disliking the slow demolition efficiency and thinking about how to speed up the construction progress, Gendry's voice came from behind him. "Well, thank you for your hard work. Gendry, you have served me as a squire for a long time. I have also let you serve in cavalry, infantry, archers and other arms before. Now, which arm do you want to go to? Robb turned around after hearing this, and first asked Gendry about his thoughts with a smile. Hearing Robb's question, he knew that the long-awaited opportunity had come. Gendry's mind flashed back to the first time he rode a horse and swung a steel hammer to fight against the Westerland cavalry. He said without hesitation, "Cavalry, Your Majesty, I want to break through all the enemy's obstacles for you." Well, Little John will lead our cavalry these days to sweep the Westerland deserters and garrisons remaining in the southern and eastern parts of the Riverlands. When he comes back today, you will report to him. Based on your accumulated merits, your military rank will be Centurion. Thank you, Your Majesty. Seeing Robb agree directly and directly let him serve as a Centurion, Gendry immediately knelt on one knee excitedly to thank him. Well, I'm waiting for you to charge for me. Get up. Robb nodded to Gendry to encourage him, and then asked Patrick and Thomas behind him. Patrick, I originally wanted you to be the leader of the Wolf Guard, but you happened to be on a diplomatic mission to Harrenhal. But because of this, the two of you happen to make important contributions to me. Tell me, what reward do you want? Your Majesty, because of the last diplomatic mission to Harrenhal, you promoted my military rank very high. I don't think my contribution matches it, so I dare not expect to get a reward. I just want to ask you to let me personally execute Mark Piper. After hearing this, Patrick immediately stepped forward and knelt on one knee, and then spoke sincerely. On the battlefield of Reverin a few days ago, after Robb's ice crystal spear killed his warhorse, Ser Mark fell to the ground defenselessly, and his head hit the ground heavily and fainted. Later, he was captured by the new recruits from the Riverlands, who had defected from the battlefield, and was now imprisoned in the dungeons of Reverin. Clay was screening these captives from the Westerlands to see which ones could be recruited, which ones would be sent to do hard labor, and which ones would speak out directly. But no matter what, as a traitor, Ser Marco had only one way to go. My father once taught me that those who sentence people to death must do it themselves. But I have agreed to this matter. Marco Piper, you will do it yourself. Thank you, Your Majesty. Robb nodded to Patrick and agreed to his request. Robb knew that Patrick and the other two were originally close friends. But after Ser Marco betrayed and cruelly cut off 3 of Edgemure's fingers, Patrick vowed to kill Ser Marco himself. Thomas, what about you? Your Majesty, I really want to get your reward. Because I have a good friend who served in the army with me. His name is Mel. We are both northern civilians in the winter market of Winterfell, but unlike me, his family depends on him alone. He also has a blind grandmother, a younger brother and 2 younger sisters. In the Battle of Stonehenge, he fought bravely and was promoted to a citizen, but then he died in battle like most of his brothers in Stonehenge. I have confirmed that the officers in Stonehenge who counted the military merits did not escape, and the military merit records had long been burned along with Stonehenge. Your Majesty, I hope you can reward Mel's family so that they can get the citizen treatment they deserve and be qualified to be recorded in the warrior's crypt. Hearing Robb's question, Thomas bowed and saluted, then spoke sincerely. At the end, the young man knelt on his knees and asked Robb loudly. After Robb listened silently, he stepped forward and easily pulled Thomas up with one hand and answered, all the brothers who died in Stonehenge will be recorded in the warrior's cemetery, and the pension will be tripled. The rewards and military merits of these brothers who survived will be doubled. I will never treat any soldier who is willing to fight for me unfairly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Thomas looked at Robb with great emotion, and his heart was full of respect for this equally young king. I should thank you for your efforts. Well, then you 3 can go down. Looking at Brynden coming from the back, Robb answered and sent Gendry and the other 2 away. Yes, Your Majesty. Lord Brynden. After hearing this, Gendry and the other 2 saluted Robb and left, and turned around to see Brynden, and greeted him again. Brynden, who was tortured and bruised during the captivity, nodded to them expressionlessly, and walked in front of Robb. Uncle still refuses to come out? Well, he has been taking care of his brother in my room. This time, Marco Piper's betrayal has had a great impact on him. However, in my opinion, he has finally begun to mature after this incident and face up to his own abilities. Hearing Robb's question, Brynden nodded and answered in a relaxed tone. Then he brought the topic to business. Your Majesty, are you going to continue to occupy the Westerly as planned, or will you take back the entire Riverlands and then attack the Crownland? It's impossible to take back the entire Riverlands. Tywin will never give up Arenal and God's Eye Lake. Without this buffer zone, he simply doesn't have enough strategic depth in the Crownland. After hearing Brynden talking about business, Robb directly stated his views on the overall situation in an affirmative tone. So, after we control most of the Riverlands, I will continue to occupy the entire Westerly as planned. Cut off the foundation of the Lannister family. But in my opinion, our current military strength is about twice that of Tywin, and we shouldn't give them a chance to breathe. We should directly defeat them, then capture King's Landing, and take the Iron Throne. Brynden, who has always been cautious, disagreed with Robb's opinion this time. Indeed, after the second round of war between the North and the West, the North's military strength, which had won consecutive battles, has reversed. As for the Northern troops, Reveron now has 8,000 Northern cavalry and 1,000 Northern infantry. In addition, there are 8,000 prisoners from the Westeros in the Stormlands. Reveron has 4,000 soldiers and 6,000 new recruits from the Riverlands. The Golden Tooth also has 4,000 Northern infantry, plus 2,000 prisoners, and a total of 12,000 troops from Raventree and Derry. Even if the 15,000 troops led by Theon are not included, there are still nearly 45,000 troops in total. As for the Westerlies, Tywin is leading the remaining 13,000 ambush troops, 2,000 Lannister cavalry, and 10,000 Kevin troops stationed at the crossroads. A total of 25,000 troops. From the perspective of troops, the North has indeed formed an overwhelming numerical advantage. Uncle, first of all, military strength is not the same as combat effectiveness. Will the more than 10,000 prisoners from the Westerlands and the Stormlands turn against us in the middle of a battle like those new recruits? Most of the troops stationed in our castle are new recruits I brought from the North. There are only less than 20,000 troops that can really fight in a frontal battle. And Tywin is very cunning. Those he abandoned were basically the soldiers from the Stormlands and the miscellaneous troops from the Westerlands. The only ones who really hurt him were the 2,000 Lannister heavy cavalry. So, now it seems that Tywin only has about 25,000 troops left, but his actual combat effectiveness is not much worse than before. Robb knew that even Brynden had been defeated by Tywin in successive battles, and his self-confidence began to swell. So, he patiently began to explain. Secondly, you only focus on us and Tywin. Before, my uncle stepped into Tywin's trap at the crossroads, and I saw with my own eyes that thousands of Vale cavalry participated in the encirclement. If they suddenly attack us from the rear, when we enter the Crown territory to fight Tywin, the result may not be what we want to see. Moreover, why has the Reach, whose territory is as rich as the Westerlands, and has nearly 100,000 soldiers, remained idle? Are they really satisfied with becoming an independent kingdom of the Reach? Well, even if the Vale and the Reach are allied with the Iron Throne, I believe that with your godlike power, your Majesty can lead us to defeat the enemy with fewer troops and defeat them. Ever since seeing Robb walk out of the wildfire trap like a god, even Brynden has deified him in his heart. So, it is natural to say this directly. Hey, uncle. Although I have some extraordinary power, it is not infinite. If the three parties really form an alliance, there will be hundreds of thousands of soldiers standing there for me to kill. I will definitely die of exhaustion and not be able to kill them all. Moreover, since the Red Comet, the Red Messenger passed through the sky, this world has been completely different from before. The magic that once declined has begun to emerge again. I only tell you this matter. If I don't have extraordinary abilities, I was almost cursed with death in Moat Cailin. Hearing Brynden praising him like a god, Robb, who was self-aware, immediately revealed a little to him. The difference in this world after the Red Comet, called the Red Messenger by the Riverlands, passed by. Cursed you with a death curse? Has Westeros become so dangerous when I don't know? Well, for the sake of safety, we must occupy the Westerly as planned, and then slowly develop and grow. Brynden naturally would not question the truth of what Robb said. He, who had begun to swell because of the military strength and Robb's extraordinary power, immediately woke up and turned back to his cautious appearance. Well, I will lead the troops to the west in 2 days. Uncle, I have almost arranged the reconstruction of the main castle of Reveron. Please supervise it when the time comes. We should thank your majesty. After all, this should have been the Tully family's business. After hearing Robb's arrangement, Brynden exchanged a few words with him and seemed to remember something. He pointed to the lazy little wolf cub and asked, "Your Majesty, where did this little wolf cub come from? Can you give it to me?" "Haha, I'll give you a little wolf cub later. But it can't be, it's my Bloodwind." "What?" Brynden immediately showed a shocked expression when he heard it. Then his expression changed to a look of disbelief, and he shook his head and continued, "Your Majesty, are you kidding me? It's impossible. Bloodwind has such a huge body, how could it be it? Bloodwind. Release control." Seeing that Brynden didn't believe it at all, Robb tilted his head and said to the lazy little wolf cub, "Abu." The grey-haired wolf cub seemed to fully understand Robb's command. It immediately got rid of its lazy state, stood up straight, and jumped to the open space behind Brynden with a low short howl. In an instant, the muscles of the grey-haired wolf cub began to wriggle and twist like a living thing, and as they continued to wriggle and expand outward, the wolf cub's body also expanded rapidly like a balloon. Brynden once again showed the shocked expression he had when he saw Robb's great power a few days ago. He stared at the wolf cub in amazement and looked up as its body gradually grew. In the end, the wolf cub turned back into the majestic ice wolf Bloodwind. At this moment, its body reached a terrifying height of 3 meters. Compared with its previous body of less than 2.5 meters, the pressure brought by this body, that was more than 50 centimeters taller, was completely unmoved. Garlum. Brynden looked at Bloodwind, who was about the same height as a floor, and about the same size as the woolly mammoth he had seen before. Although he knew that he would be absolutely safe with Robb by his side, he still couldn't help but swallow nervously. Looking at the increasingly powerful and domineering Bloodwind, Robb nodded with great satisfaction. Control is the Blood Pact skill that Bloodwind obtained after his physical attribute broke through 50 points. From the perspective of the body's wriggling, it is a bit similar to the real Shappa shifting of the wooden dancer, but in fact, there are substantial differences between the two. Although this Blood Pact skill cannot help Bloodwind transform, it allows Bloodwind to have absolute control over his huge body. It can now make some incredible attacking movements, and can also compress its body at will, and then recover. But the only thing that Robb complained about was that he didn't know what the principle of this Blood Pact skill was. Bloodwind could shrink his body and recover, but he couldn't get bigger. And the body recovery speed was relatively slow, and it couldn't shrink and enlarge instantly like a certain Ant-Man in his previous life. Therefore, this Blood Pact skill lost a lot of tactical value. After a series of battles during this period, Robb and Bloodwind killed 200 or 300 enemies on the battlefield, and the Blood Pact attribute rose again. Name: Bloodwind. Contractor: Robb Stark. Physique: 62. Magic: 58. Clan: direwolf. 1. Wolf Pack: Soldier Wolf, Nymeria. Blood relationship: 6. Lady, blood relationship: 7. Servant Wolf, Vine. Skills: Link, Magic, Control, Physique, Blood contract points: 31. Thanks to the early birds, I mad you, it's too late, for voting for the monthly tickets. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for the recommendation every day and followed me to here. Thank you for your support. PS. Because of the influence of the protagonist, the magic of Westeros revived earlier and more violently. So, sometimes I switch my perspective to look at the new characters, otherwise it will be very abrupt later. Don't worry, the main focus is definitely on the protagonist. Then, I wrote 5,300 words today, and will continue to write big chapters on the weekend. Finally, please continue to support, subscribe, and vote. Thank you all. Chapter 171: Breaking the City. Irenhall, Hall of 100 Hearths. What? Joffrey, Jaime, and Lefford, who was responsible for protecting him, are all gone. Tywin, who had led 15,000 westerly troops to escape to the crossroads in the past few days, joined up with Kevin's remaining troops and then hurried back to Irenhall. As soon as he sat down, the mountain reported bad news to him. Well, a gold cloak captain from King's Landing came to Irenhall to report. More than 10 days ago, Mandon Moore led 300 gold cloaks to hunt for King Joffrey, who was abducted by Sandor Clegane. When Her Majesty the Queen Mother saw that Mandan had not returned to King's Landing for so long, she sent him to Hirennel to inquire about the details. As a result, he found hundreds of naked corpses on the King's Road in the area of God's Eye Lake. He found Mandan and the Lannister cavalry who once served under Ser Jaime from the pile of corpses. Why did your brother abduct Joffrey? Lefford brought 500 Lannister cavalry, and Moore's 300 gold cloaks. Who killed them all? Hearing the Mountain's report, Tywin couldn't help but frown and express his doubts. That guy who has loved stealing since childhood may have had his brain burned out. I wouldn't be surprised if he could do anything. As for the murderer who attacked them, from what I heard at the scene, it is very likely that it was the group of rats who have been watching us. The Mountain heard Tywin's words and answered in a muffled voice. Those guys who call themselves the Brotherhood without banners? If it is really them, then they have developed too quickly. Before, they only dared to attack teams of about 100 people, but now they have begun to attack teams of thousands of people. Lord Tywin, I have tortured these rats to find out their approximate location. I had to let them do so before, because I didn't have enough manpower. Now, we have enough manpower, and I can guarantee that we can find their hiding place. Looking at Tywin with a sad face, the Mountain immediately asked for permission to lead the Westerland army returning to Hirennel for a carpet search. No, they are just a small thorn that was accidentally stabbed. Robb Stark is the dagger that poses a fatal threat to us. In fact, I'm not worried about Jaime and the others, because since they are with Jaime and others, they will not want to kill them. On the contrary, King's Landing. Even if his beloved son was captured, Tywin could calmly analyze the pros and cons. He pondered for a moment, and then began to issue his orders. Write a letter to Cersei and let her announce to the Six Kingdoms that His Majesty Joffrey neglected his health due to his diligence in state affairs. He has been ill for some time and has died. Let Tommen Baratheon inherit the throne. Then, I will set off for King's Landing tomorrow to stabilize the situation. The Mountain, you build the fortifications from Hirennel, God's Eye Lake to the King's Road, as soon as possible. We will give up other places directly, and hold on to the last line of defense in the Riverland. Yes, Lord Tywin. The Mountain nodded and replied, then turned around to execute the order issued by Tywin. The next day, a large number of Westerly troops cut down trees, piled up soil, and began to build fortifications from God's Eye Lake to Hirennel and King's Road. Tywin led 2,000 Lannister cavalrymen to King's Landing to attend the coronation ceremony of the king that was about to come again in King's Landing. As early as when Tywin led the Westerly army to flee to the crossroads, Robb had already led 15,000 Northern and Westerly surrendered troops to the Golden Tooth. Their goal this time was to steadily occupy the entire Westerly. Of course, before setting off, Robb routinely gave a pre-war speech, then rewarded the whole army with fierce morale, and finally executed Ser Mark and others. Except for Ser Mark, who was beheaded by Patrick without saying a word. He personally killed nearly 100 Westerly soldiers who were cleared out. This pre-war performance show not only allowed Robb to gain nearly 200 blood points, but also greatly boosted the morale of the entire army. The soldiers in the north and the Riverlands were eager to continue to gain military merits, hoping to reach the pinnacle of military merits of wealthy knights. And now, almost half of the Westerly's surrendered soldiers have sincerely surrendered to the north, because they saw that the other small number of Westerly's surrendered soldiers who fought in the Golden Tooth and Riverrun and gained military merits, not only were they promoted to citizens of the north and enjoyed the same treatment as the soldiers of the north, but they were also promoted to military positions through military merits and received a large number of silver deer awards. Compared with the previous promotion path in Westeros that emphasized bloodline and was lifeless, the military merit promotion system in the new law of the North was clearly laid out there, visible and tangible. As long as you have gained enough military merits in the battle, you can be promoted and get everything you want. Before leaving Riverrun, Robb also sent a raven letter to Theon's troops in Craighall, ordering them to gradually occupy the noble castles in the southern part of the Westerlies. Through the intelligence obtained by Clay from prisoners at all levels, the entire Westerly's military strength has now been basically drained by Tywin, except for Lannisport and Casterly Rock, which have nearly 3,000 people in total. Most of the other castles in the Westerlands have only a few hundred people guarding them, and no more than 1,000 people at most. With the 15,000 troops of Theon's army, as long as there is no extremely small probability of unexpected situations, they can basically easily capture these castles. In the Raven letter, Robb also specifically told Theon to try not to massacre the nobles of the Westerlands in this war, to occupy the Westerlands, give them horses and rye food, and let them go to King's Landing. The reason for doing this is, first, because outside Reborn, Robb promised Tywin to exchange all the nobles of the Westerlands for his uncle and great uncle. He wants to show the nobles of Westeros that he is a man who keeps his promises. Second, after Theon's troops captured the castles in the southern part of the Westerlands, the released nobles of the Westerlands must go to King's Landing from the coast road. And Robb is going to let the nobles in the northern part of the Westerlands go to King's Landing from the Golden Road. He wants to let the nobles on these two main roads see that he can establish the prestige of his Stark family by stepping on the prestige of the Lannister family that is beginning to collapse. Robb's army did not stay too long in the Golden Tooth City, which was guarded by Earl Rickard. After resting that night, the army set out towards Sarsfield City. At noon 4 days later, Robb's 15,000 northern troops stood in neat rows, densely packed outside Sarsfield City. Robb could see from various details that Tywin was indeed very resourceful. His rule over the West was extremely solid. Faced with enemies that were more than 10 times his number, Earl Sarsfield still refused to surrender and closed the city to defend it. Of course, in addition to his loyalty to Tywin, Earl Sarsfield had some confidence in closing the city to defend it. The environment around Sarsfield City was originally a mountainous area with sparse vegetation. After he knew that the Golden Tooth City had fallen, he moved all the villagers around Sarsfield City into the city and then burned all the wooden materials. Therefore, if the Northern Army wanted to find wood to make siege equipment, it had to go far away, or simply transport siege equipment from the Golden Tooth City. However, transporting these heavy siege equipment would waste at least 10 days. On the way to Sarsfield, Robb saw the felled trees and burned villages. He already knew that Earl Sarsfield was planning to clear the fields. So, after failing to persuade him to surrender, Robb, who didn't want to waste too much time in such a castle, chose to go on the field himself. Woo. On the wall of Sarsfield, Earl Sarsfield's heart tightened when he heard the horn of the Northern Army. He thought that the Northern Army had its own siege equipment. Who knew that? When he looked closely, he saw a terrifying giant wolf with an absurdly large body slowly walking out of the enemy's formation, and a figure stood firmly on the head of this terrifying giant wolf. Suddenly, a large white mist rose from the terrifying giant wolf, directly covering the man and the wolf. A huge figure reflecting dazzling light under the midday sun ran out of the white mist quickly and ran straight towards Sarsfield. Damn, what are you all standing there for? Shoot, shoot. Seeing the man and the wolf wrapped in armor that looked like gems, Earl Sarsfield reacted immediately and shouted at the soldiers on the city wall who were still in a daze. Swish, swish, swish. The rain of arrows from the soldiers on the city wall of Sarsfield covered the man and the wolf who were rushing towards them, but the other side ignored the attack of these arrows and just swaggered forward in the rain of arrows. Ding, ding, ding. The other side really had the capital to be so arrogant. The sharp arrows hit their gem armor and made a crisp sound, but they were completely unable to penetrate the defense of their gem armor. Giant crossbow. Use the giant crossbow. Seeing that the rain of arrows had no effect on the terrifying giant wolf, Earl Sarsfield didn't care about wasting his talents and immediately asked the soldiers on the city wall to operate the 2 giant crossbows on the city wall to attack. Bang, bang. After a short aiming and debugging, the 2 giant crossbows made loud bowstring sounds one after another, and the spear crossbow arrows instantly shot out towards the man and the wolf. At the moment, when the giant crossbow fired the crossbow arrows, the charging posture of the terrifying giant wolf came to an abrupt stop. It should be trying to avoid the crossbow arrows by stopping suddenly. Good. Seeing a spear crossbow arrow deeply piercing the ground in front of the terrifying giant wolf, and another spear crossbow arrow hitting the right front leg of the terrifying giant wolf that stopped suddenly, Count Sarsfield couldn't help but cheer excitedly. It was his idea to let the 2 giant crossbows aim at the target one after another. But what Count Sarsfield didn't expect was that the terrifying giant wolf moved to the side and broke away from the spear crossbow arrow that seemed to penetrate its right leg. Count Sarsfield immediately opened his eyes wide to observe, and he found that the right leg joint of the terrifying giant wolf twisted inwards, turning into a shape, just avoiding the spear crossbow arrow. It was only because the missed spear crossbow arrow happened to be right next to its twisted right leg that Count Sarsfield looked like it had been hit and penetrated. Snap. After getting rid of the spear crossbow arrow, the right leg of the terrifying giant wolf returned to its original state, and it continued to rush towards Sarsfield City with its limbs. Monster. This is definitely a monster. Seeing the terrifying giant wolf avoiding the spear crossbow arrow in such an absolutely weird posture, Count Sarsfield couldn't help but feel desperate. My lord, be careful. Just as Count Sarsfield was thinking about it, an urgent warning sounded in his ears. Be careful of what? Count Sarsfield asked subconsciously, but suddenly a huge force came from the bed in front of him, carrying him back, and hitting the wall of the tower heavily. Puff. This is. Count Sarsfield, who was hit hard, spurted out a large mouthful of blood. He looked down, and saw an ice crystal spear that looked like a work of art stuck in his chest. Ah. Hurry up and save the Earl. Looking at the soldiers who had suddenly become much shorter, Earl Sarsfield realized that he was nailed high on the tower wall by the ice crystal spear. Monster. Looking at the terrifying giant wolf that was constantly approaching outside the city, and the figure standing steadily above it, and changing its throwing posture, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. The Earl is dead. The soldiers who guarded the city looked at Earl Sarsfield's head and hands that suddenly drooped, and immediately let out a cry similar to crying. Bloodwind. Freeze the city gate with ice breath. Robb looked at the commander dressed as a noble being killed by the ice crystal spear he threw, and immediately sent a message to Bloodwind in his heart. A tornado of ice mist as thick as a bucket spewed out from the mouth of the ferocious wolf of Bloodwind, instantly freezing a large area of the gate of Sarsfield City. As Bloodwind's magic power continued to output, the white ice crystals generated by the tornado of ice mist gradually covered the entire iron oak door. Looking at the approaching gate of Sarsfield, Robb turned and jumped from Bloodwind's head back to its back and sat down. Bang, crack. Bloodwind slammed into the gate full of ice crystals with powerful kinetic energy. A violent crash sounded, and the entire ice crystal gate was directly smashed into pieces. Woo. The long-awaited Northern Army immediately sounded the charge horn. 15,000 strong Menegatha military exploits came towards Sarsfield, whose gate was forcibly opened. After rushing into Sarsfield, Robb stood on Bloodwind's huge wolf head again. Compared with riding on his back, he preferred this feeling of being high above. Since Bloodwind obtained the control skill, it has absolute control over its body, and can perform many difficult actions. For example, just now it twisted its joints to avoid the spear and crossbow, and just now during the charge, Bloodwind, whose body was in violent motion, kept his head absolutely stable. The latter point reminded Robb of a post he had read in his previous life, a rooster with a camera, whose head was more stable than a professional stabilizer. Therefore, no matter what kind of creature, the body contains great potential, but it is difficult to develop itself. But Bloodwind has begun to gradually develop his body, and I believe there will be more incredible performances in the future. Ta ta ta. Groups of soldiers guarding the city on the stone steps of the city wall hurried to the city gate. They looked at the man and the wolf standing quietly, and some didn't know what to do. Robb stood above Bloodwind's head, looking down at the group of soldiers guarding the city who were piled up at the city gate, holding weapons but not daring to attack. He lowered his voice, and said in what he thought was a more majestic tone, I'm Robb Stark, and Tywin Lannister has been defeated by me in Reborn. Submit to me, and you will have a better life than now, and more promotions. Whoosh. Ding. Before Robb finished speaking, he saw a flash of cold light on the left side of his eyes. He quickly raised his left hand, and an arrow shot by someone hit the ice armor on his left hand and bounced off. Revenge for the Earl. Kill. A loud shout for revenge for Earl Sarsfield rang out from the crowd. The fighting spirit of the soldiers guarding the city was instantly ignited, and they raised their weapons, and rushed towards Bloodwind and Robb. Originally, he wanted to subdue these soldiers guarding the city with his domineering speech, but who knew that he was interrupted very rudely by someone. Robb, who was unhappy, turned around and pulled out the ice from Bloodwind's neck. He threw it hard at the crowd of soldiers guarding the city, instantly nailing 3 densely stationed soldiers to death. After condensing 2 ice crystal longswords with his hands, Robb jumped directly from Bloodwind's head to the position of the ice. Since you don't want to surrender, then become a blood contract point. Thank you for the monthly vote from Want to Be Happy. Thank you for voting for recommendations every day and all the big guys who follow here. Thank you for your support. PS. I won't get off work until after 7 o'clock, and today's standard update. Finally, please continue to support, subscribe, and vote. Thank you everyone. Chapter 172 New Alliance, 6,200 big chapters. When tens of thousands of northern troops, eager to gain military merit, rushed to the gate of Sarsfield, the Battle of Robb and Bloodwind to break the city ended. Of the nearly 300 soldiers who had surrounded the gate, less than 70 remained. The rest were killed by Robb and Bloodwind, and became either incomplete corpses or lifelike ice sculptures on the ground. Since obtaining the Blood Covenant skill, Link, Robb's combat power has begun to exceed the standard. Ordinary soldiers can't hurt him at all, unless they have enough people to exhaust his magic power. The bloody scene at the gate of Sarsfield directly shocked the surrendered soldiers who had surrendered not long ago. At the urging of the northern veterans, they carefully avoided Robb, who was like a bloody demon, and roared excitedly as they rushed into the city. In this battle, Robb and Bloodwind harvested more than 400 Blood Covenant points again. After allocating most of them to magic power and a few to physical strength, Bloodwind's strength increased again. This is the horror of the Blood Contract Goldfinger. Robb and Bloodwind will become stronger and stronger. It took less than half a day from the siege to the occupation, and the owner of Sarsfield City was changed to Robb. The Ice Wolf flag fluttered at the top of Sarsfield City. Because Earl Sarsfield had carried out the work of clearing the fields in advance, the Northern Army had a lot of reserve military rations in Sarsfield City, and a large number of farmers and civilians hiding in Sarsfield City were sent by Robb to the Riverland. In his plan after the occupation of the West, most of the land in the West was prepared to be divided to the soldiers who fought bravely for him on the battlefield. Let a very small number of soldiers become property knights first, and then use them as an example to continue to stimulate all their own soldiers. Otherwise, no matter how good and loud the new law is, no one will really benefit. Then, the high morale of the Northern Army will slowly decline. After reorganizing several hundred soldiers from Sarsfield, Robb led the Northern Army to continue marching. His next target was the Branded City and the Rock in the northern part of the Westerly. King's Landing, the former Mudgate has been rebuilt and renovated, and it has also been restored to its original name of Riverside Gate by Queen Mother Cersei. Get out of the way. As the sun was setting and approaching dusk, a large group of Lannister cavalry rode out of the Riverside Gate and scolded all the civilian merchants on Rose Avenue. The golden robes guarding the gate also wanted to please these Lannister cavalry and hurriedly helped them maintain order and clear the idlers outside the Riverside Gate. Da-da-da. After a while, Tywin rode a white warhorse out of the Riverside Gate. He was wearing a dark and exquisite lapel leather coat, which was just knee length and very slim. Even people who don't know much about clothes can tell from the appearance that this exquisite leather coat is very valuable, especially the outer side of the lapel on the left side of Tywin's leather coat, which is exquisitely embroidered with a roaring lion with a lot of gold thread. Lord Tywin. As soon as Tywin appeared, all the gold-cloaked civilian merchants immediately recognized his identity and immediately saluted and greeted him. Well, Tywin nodded slightly, then turned around and scolded the captain of his family's cavalry. How do you do things? It's enough to seal half of the gate. If it is completely closed, how can the people enter and exit King's Landing? Yes, this is my negligence. Correct it immediately. Upon hearing this, the cavalry captain immediately realized that this was Lord Tywin establishing his own personality, and he immediately responded very cooperatively. Then the gold-cloaked and Lannister cavalry stood in the middle, dividing the newly rebuilt spacious and tall river gate into two, allowing civilians to pass on the left side, and Tywin rode on the right side near the Red Castle and waited quietly. Da-da-da. About 10 minutes later, a large group of carriages of the Tyrell family delegation with golden rose flags arrived in front of the Lyn Gate. Squeak. The door of a large carriage with a simple and elegant appearance opened, and the silver-haired and wrinkled Queen of Thorns Elena Tyrell, holding the hands of the tall twin guards she called right-hand men, got off the carriage. "Lady Elena, I haven't seen you for many years. You are still in good health and still as elegant as ever." Looking at Elena getting off the carriage, Tywin turned over and got off the horse to greet her politely. He, seeing the vigorous Lannister lion in the past become grey-haired, "I, an old woman, do think I'm in good health." Hearing this, Elena raised a smile on her wrinkled face and said in a joking tone, "Haha, even an old lion can still be intimidating, as long as its teeth are not lost." When Tywin heard her words, he immediately answered with a smile and jokingly, then immediately changed the subject. "Are you the only one from the River Kingdom who came to watch the ceremony? Didn't His Majesty Renly II and Queen Margaery come?" Hey, originally His Majesty and the Queen were planning to come to King's Landing. But before leaving, His Majesty was greedy and ate a lot of cakes and got an upset stomach. So, now the Queen is still in Highgarden taking care of His Majesty. Haha, His Majesty's health is the most important thing. It's enough for him to have this thought. Yes, yes. Sincerity is more important than appearance. Haha. In front of the river gate, these two shrewd and powerful figures laughed together, and the atmosphere looked very harmonious. By the way, before I set off, just then someone claimed to be Lord Tywin's subordinate, so I brought him to you. Right hand. Elena and Tywin's laughter gradually stopped. She seemed to have just remembered it now, and turned to give instructions to the twin guards on the right. The tall and burly guard walked to the carriage behind the delegation, and walked forward with more than a dozen men, women, and children who were in poor mental state, and wearing torn noble clothes. "Lord Tywin, I'm Mellon Craighall, the third son of Roland Craighall, Earl of Craighall. Craighall was captured by the Greyjoy family, and my father and eldest brother have died in the battle. Please avenge us, and take back the castle that belongs to our family." A tall and strong young man knelt down immediately after seeing Tywin, and described the situation of his family. "Woo, Sir Tywin, I'm Stephen Swift of Corntown. My father followed you with all the troops of Corntown to conquer the Riverlands. So when the Greyjoys attacked us, we had no soldiers to defend the city. I also ask you to send troops to help us take back the family castle." Another thin and somewhat dazed young man knelt down and cried to Tywin after he reacted. Looking at the two ignorant boys kneeling in front of him, Tywin's face suddenly turned pale, and he remained silent. He wanted to continue to maintain the prestige of the Lannister family today, but their appearance was like a slap in his face. Huh. Finally, Tywin secretly exhaled a breath, and replied to the two kneeling young men, "Get up. I will help you take back your castle. Moreover, we will repay double for what the Stark and Greyjoy families did to the Westerly. After all, a Lannister must repay his debts." "Thank you, Lord Tywin." Hearing that Tywin had agreed, the two young men immediately nodded in thanks, as if they had seen their family castle being taken back. After letting his family cavalry arrange the families of the two westerly noble families, Tywin smiled bitterly, turned to Elena and whispered, "Lady Elena, I'm sorry to make you laugh, but Robb Stark is indeed very powerful. Our Lannister family has been defeated in succession and can no longer resist. Moreover, he poses a great threat to us ancient nobles. If you don't mind, I will come to visit you tonight, after you settle down in the Red Keep." "Oh. Since you can say such a thing, it seems that I have always underestimated that little wolf cub. Well, let's talk tomorrow morning. I'm too old and go to bed early at night." "Okay, then let's go back to the Red Keep first." Seeing that he could not maintain the original prestige of the Lannister family, Tywin made a quick decision and sold his pity directly. Seeing that Elena sent out a signal of willingness to negotiate, he knew in his heart that this step was right. Entering King's Landing from the Riverside Gate, which is at least twice as large as the previous Mud Gate, when he reached the first intersection, Tywin ordered some of his family cavalry to continue escorting the Tyrell family delegation through the Hook Lane to the Red Keep. He led the remaining family cavalry through the muddy road to the Alchemist's Guild. "Lord Tywin, this is the list of strange people I'm looking for you." As soon as Tywin stepped into the underground hall of the Alchemist's Guild, a pale, hunched old man came up to him, holding a roll of parchment in his soft and wet hands. This old man was the president of the Alchemists Guild, the Pyromancer Harlan. Since Tywin saw Robb's extraordinary power under Averon, he ordered Harlan to find strange people for him as soon as he returned to King's Landing. Well, just looking at the description above, there are indeed some strange things. After the coronation ceremony tomorrow, I will summon them to the Red Keep. I want to meet them in person to verify it. By the way, how is the wildfire making going? Tywin glanced at the list in his hand and continued to ask. Lord Tywin, you took away all our 7,000 cans of wildfire. I never expected you to use them all so quickly. So, we need to wait a little longer. Well, I don't mean to blame you, but you need to add more people to make wildfire. If possible, it would be best to add some additional materials to increase its power. Seeing Harlan's somewhat nervous expression, Tywin waved his hand and said to him, wildfire is a substance that cannot be added with other materials, but according to the records of the guild, additional magic rituals can be added to increase its power. Lord Tywin, when I was an assistant to the wise man Pullet, he once told me that the original wildfire could even refine steel and even create fire creatures with destructive power. Harlan answered Tywin's question after hearing this. As he spoke, his expression became fanatical, and there seemed to be light flashing in his eyes. Very good, you can study it carefully. If what you say can become a reality, then the Alchemist Guild will be famous in Westeros in your hands. At that time, I will grant you unimaginable golden dragons, power, and fame. Hearing Harlan's boastful words, Tywin casually painted a big pie for him and turned around to leave the Alchemist Guild. Behind him, the hunched old man had a certain light in his eyes, as if he had seen his brilliant future. After Tywin came out of the Alchemist Guild, he rode back to the Red Castle with his head held high. When he came to the throne room of the Red Castle, Cersei and Tommen were sitting in their respective seats, and Varys, the High Bishop, Grand Maester Pycelle, and others stood under the Iron Throne to report on the process of tomorrow's coronation ceremony. Lord Tywin, Father, Grandpa. Seeing Tywin coming forward, everyone in the throne room either stood up or turned around to greet him. Grandpa, thank you for your hard work in personally meeting the delegation from the Kingdom of the River Bay. Please sit here. Tommen is a gentle boy with blonde hair. When he saw Tywin coming down the steps, he immediately asked him to sit on his iron throne. Your Majesty, that's your seat. I'm only acting as the hand of the king now, so I should sit next to you. Hearing Tommen say this, Tywin pointed to the position of the hand of the king next to him, and replied in a soft tone. Is that so? Alright then. Your Majesty knows how to sympathize with his subjects, and he will definitely become a good king in the future. Really? I want to be a good king. A good king must have the quality of being willing to listen to the opinions of those around him. After Tywin supported Tommen's shoulders and let him sit back on the Iron Throne, he sat down himself. Then he began to explain to him how to be a good king. In fact, compared to the cold, cruel and unruly Joffrey, Tywin felt that Tommen was the best candidate for king. So, he trained Tommen very patiently. The next day, Tywin, still wearing the exquisite leather clothes he wore yesterday, came to the guest room area of Meagher's hold, where Olenna was staying. After being informed by the guards at the door, Tywin entered the room alone and found Olenna sitting at the long table, eating several kinds of fruits, with the sturdy twin guards guarding her closely. Lady Olenna, what are we going to talk about next? Tywin walked to the opposite side of Olenna's long table, gently pulled open the wooden chair, and said to the twin guards, my relationship with my left hand and my right hand is closer than my demented son. Just say whatever you want to say. Olenna concentrated on peeling the skin of a grape and answered without raising her head. Well, I saw with my own eyes that Robb Stark can use magic. Bang. Tywin threw a bombshell right at the beginning, and the grape in Olenna's hand fell on the long table and then rolled to the ground. Did I hear you right? You're talking about magic? Olenna asked loudly after she realized what was happening. She looked up at Tywin in disbelief. Tywin was very satisfied with Olenna's reaction. He sat down on the wooden chair and nodded to confirm, yes, he can use ice magic to freeze everything. Wildfire traps can't kill him. Not only that, he also has more than a dozen huge direwolves and 2 woolly mammoths. Look at what you're talking about. If it was someone else, I would immediately let my left and right hands tear his mouth apart. However, when Tywin Lannister said this, I had to consider whether I should believe it or not. Not only did I see it, but the 2,000 family cavalrymen I brought to King's Landing also saw it. I believe that with your ability, you can tell whether what I said is true or false, as long as you spend some time. Seeing that Tywin's expression and tone did not seem fake at all, and if there were really 2,000 people who saw it, then she would really only need to spend some time to get the real answer. Olenna rolled her eyes and slowly said, well, I believe what you said is true. What does it have to do with a Highgarden? It's not my idiot son who killed Eddard Stark. Yes, from now on, it is indeed a war between our Lanniks and the Stark family. But, I said yesterday, that Robb Stark is a huge threat to our ancient families. Tywin had already expected Olenna to say this. He nodded in response, took out a pre-prepared piece of parchment from his arms, and placed it on the long table, and then continued, this is the new law established by Robb Stark in the north. Please take a look first. Olenna took the parchment from the long table and read it carefully. She became more and more excited as she read it, and in the end her whole body was shaking with anger. Rip. As soon as she finished reading, Olenna tore up the parchment and said angrily, this little wolf cub is so bold. As long as he kills enemies for him on the battlefield, he can even be promoted to a noble. In other words, the noble and ancient noble blood will be no different from the lowly civilian blood. Lady Olenna really saw the consequences of this new law at a glance. Tywin, who had made some small moves in the new law and changed the knights into nobles, praised Olenna and continued to make excuses. The new law that Robb Stark has now established can quickly make all civilians, even those civilians and even soldiers who were originally loyal to us, fight for him. These lowly civilians will definitely fight us bravely in order to be promoted to nobles. If Robb Stark really succeeds in obtaining the Iron Throne, then by then, there will definitely be a lot of untouchables who have been promoted to nobles by killing enemies on the battlefield. So where did their fiefdoms come from? The barren north? No, they must have divided the land from the southern kingdoms that we defeated. At that time, in order to fulfill his promise and appease his soldiers, he would not care whether you surrendered voluntarily. As the ancient and noble blood, we can only watch the land that our ancestors won through bloodshed and fighting, and then be divided among those untouchables. Bang! Tywin spoke a long paragraph in one breath. When he was taking a deep breath, Olenna slapped the long table with a slap, and the plates of fruit rolled all over the floor. Divide our land? Don't even think about it. The Tyrell family was once the royal family of the Kingdom of the River Reach, the steward of the Gardner family. However, 300 years ago, the Gardner family fought hard against Aegon the Conqueror, but was directly exterminated. At that time, the ancestor of the Tyrell family, Harlan Tyrell, offered Highgarden to Aegon to show his loyalty. In return for being the first to surrender, Aegon gave the Tyrell family the ruling rights of Highgarden Castle and the River Reach. This is the Game of Thrones version of buying a horse with a lot of money. It is precisely because of this that the Tyrell family is not an ancient family that has always ruled the River Reach. It has been criticized by other nobles in the River Reach for 300 years. Especially the Florent family of Brightwater. They have always claimed that their bloodline is closer to the Gardner family than the Tyrell family. The Florent family firmly believes that they have priority over other families in inheritance and have more rights to inherit Highgarden, and they have made a lot of publicity to question the leadership of the Tyrell family. Therefore, the Florent family ignored the opposition of the Tyrell family, the Lord of the River Reach, and firmly supported Stannis to become king. Now, through the rebellion of the kings, the Tyrell family has become the de facto royal family of the River Reach through the puppet Renly II. Under such circumstances, Olenna certainly could not tolerate Robb's new law. Looking at Olenna, who was no longer as calm as before, Tywin nodded secretly, and then continued, moreover, through more than half a year of war, I have long understood that Robb is different from his father who values honor. He can use any despicable and disgusting tactics to win. Lady Olenna, you and I are both smart people. We naturally understand how dangerous such a smart person who is good at using tricks and has no bottom line is. On the contrary, Tom and I, who is about to be crowned, is well behaved and obedient, and is a good king who loves peace. As long as our two countries become allies, he will definitely give you everything you want. Well, you mentioned that Robb Stark knows magic, and his direwolves and spear mammoths. Can we stop them? Olenna did not directly answer Tywin's topic of alliance, but asked him other questions. I'm very honest with you. He is like Egon who once possessed the Black Death. However, his direwolves cannot fly into the sky, so we still have many ways to defend or kill him. After learning about some of his abilities this time, I'm now recruiting strange people with mysterious powers and storing more wildfire. Next time, I will be sure to kill him and those direwolves together. Although Tywin exaggerated Robb's strength, he still left room for this ally who he had worked so hard to win, so as not to make him too desperate and simply give up resistance. So, if our two families form an alliance, how do you think we should attack Robb Stark? Olenna, who had regained her composure, turned the gem ring on her hand and continued to ask. At this moment, Robb Stark is encroaching on my wastelands. Compared with the high-walled Golden Tooth Fortress, I think it is the simplest and most reasonable to attack Deep Cavern in the Golden Mountains and Crake Hall on the White Coastal Road at the same time. Most importantly, the Red Wine fleet on the Arbor must contain Greyjoy's fleet at sea. Make them lose the ability to flexibly move the battlefield. Tywin heard Olenna's question, took some of the fruits from the long table, and then laid out a rough map of the Westerlands, and began to explain the future battle plan. Very good. I will verify the news you said recently. If what you said is true and credible, then the Tyrell family will form an alliance with the Lannister family. Of course, my alliance conditions will be put forward at that time. No problem. I believe that in the future, the Lannister family and the Tyrell family will become the top families in Westeros. Seeing that his goal had almost been achieved, Tywin stood up and stretched out his right hand while speaking. Hey, I hope to see the future you said, while I'm still alive. Bang. Two old hands with dry skin clasped together tightly, announcing that a new alliance has been established. Thank you to All Mortals Must Die for the 5,000 points reward, and thank you to All Mortals Must Die, Chuangshi, Yanhu, Rareleng, Smile KHX, Whostab AK, and Great Pirate LG for the monthly votes. Thank you to all the big guys who vote for recommendations every day and follow this page. Thank you for your support. P.S. I said I would update the big chapter today, and I will keep my promise. Please continue to support, subscribe, and vote. Thank you everyone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 173 Fate. In King's Landing, the coronation ceremony of Tommen I was completed smoothly without any unexpected circumstances. Maybe it was because of the reverse foil of his brother King Joffrey. After the coronation ceremony, Tommen I greeted everyone near the Great Sept of Bela with a gentle smile on his face. Therefore, both the nobles of King's Landing and the onlookers were very satisfied with this gentle and polite young king, and most people praised him. After the coronation, there was a luxurious banquet for the nobles to celebrate the new king. Various harps, bagpipes and other instruments played beautiful Westeros-style music in the hands of musicians. The noble banquet had well-made food and fine wine to choose from. The upper nobles of King's Landing either gathered together to chat and drink, or danced ballroom dances in groups to keep in touch. They seemed to have completely forgotten the war in the outside world, and they looked like they were enjoying a peaceful and carefree life. Lady Olenna, how did it feel to meet His Majesty Tommen today? Tywin politely rejected several nobles who wanted to curry favor with him, and came to Olenna who was enjoying the food with a glass of red wine, and asked, well, just as you said. He is a good king with a gentle personality. Of course, what I said is true. So, Lady Olenna, when are you going to send troops to the westerly? Seeing that Olenna seemed very satisfied with Tommen, Tywin directly stated his purpose. When I return to Highgarden, the preparations for the war will be almost complete. However, as your own territory, of course you have to attack Deep Caverns first to attract the attention of the Northern Army. Only then will we take the opportunity to attack Crake Hall from the coastal avenue and attack Lannisport from the sea. Olenna stopped enjoying the food after hearing this, looked up at Tywin, and expressed her meaning very directly. Compared with the main force of the Northern Army, which she had no idea about, and had defeated Tywin in battle after battle, Olenna of course chose the Iron Islands troops, whose hatred and familiarity were proportional. Moreover, she knew that Tywin was a smart man. Instead of using excuses to delay and create estrangement, it would be better to simply express that she didn't want to do it. You are right. When I'm ready, I will personally lead the army to attack Deep Cave City and attract Robb Stark's main force. Then, when your family defeats Greyjoy, we can encircle them. Tywin heard her words and nodded with a matter-of-fact expression. Well, I hope you understand what I mean. In the end, the entire Dawn border will belong to the Kingdom of the River Reach. After negotiating the preconditions of the alliance, Olenna said the price Tywin would have to pay after she formed an alliance and sent troops. Of course, your son Mace Tyrell already has the title of Guardian of the Border. Lord Tywin, you should understand what I mean. Olenna was not satisfied with Tywin's answer. She frowned slightly, called Tywin politely, and spoke lightly. Dawn's March is not a formal administrative division. It is composed of grasslands, plains, wilderness and swamps that stretch for hundreds of miles. It is a buffer zone between the Kingdom of the River Reach, the Stormlands and Dawn, and its strategic location is extremely important. In the past 1,000 years, the three kingdoms have been fighting for this area and fighting repeatedly. Later, after Dawn was incorporated into the Seven Kingdoms, the war gradually subsided. In name, this area was guarded by the commander of the High Court Tyrell family. But in fact, this area is still divided into three parts, firmly occupied by the nobles of the Stormlands and Dawn. Now, Olenna wants to take advantage of this opportunity thrown by Tywin to actually occupy the Dawn March. By then, the Kingdom of the River Reach, which has enough food and gold, a 100,000-man army and the Red Wine Fleet, will rely on the Dawn March as a barrier to its southeast, and there will be no more defense loopholes. Whether it is the Stormlands, Dawn, or the Westerly, which has been fundamentally hurt by the North, they will not be able to pose a threat to it. Well, the Stormlands have completely submitted to the Iron Throne. I will find a way to make them give up this area. As for Dawn, they are still in internal strife and will definitely not give it up easily. Okay, I agree. After we get rid of the Northern Army, I will lead the army to help you take over the Dawn Marches. Tywin thought quickly for a while and finally nodded and agreed. In order to form a new alliance with the River Kingdom, a new force, since there is no problem in the Stormlands, please ask Lord Tywin to let them transfer the control area of the Dawn Marches to our River Kingdom to show sincerity. Olenna has lived for so many decades and has long been very skilled in playing political games. How could she be fooled by Tywin's few empty words to send troops to fight? Seeing that Olenna was completely determined to do something, Tywin bit his gums hard, with an ugly look on his face, and answered firmly, after you return to Highgarden, prepare someone to take over. I will definitely satisfy you before sending troops. Very good, come, cheers to the future of our two families. After getting Tywin's promise, Olenna's wrinkled face showed a bright smile, and she picked up the red wine glass on the table and said, cheers. Bang. Tywin, who was forced to look ugly by Olenna, gently touched the red wine glass in his hand, then raised his head and took a big sip. Looking at this Westerly lion who was completely obedient by her, Olenna took a sip with satisfaction. Lady Olenna, His Majesty Tommen seems to need me. I'll go first. Okay. Tywin seemed not to want to talk to Olenna anymore and found an excuse to turn around and leave. However, his originally ugly face instantly returned to calm after turning around, and even a smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Western Territory, Branded City. Branded City was built in a flat valley in the Tengshi Mountains. The northern troops set out from Sarsfield City and marched for 3 days before arriving at Branded City. Since Branded City had few soldiers and rich vegetation resources around it, even though Robb and Bloodwind now had the ability to break the city alone. However, soldiers cannot be trained without training. So, Robb handed this battle over to Clay, who had been doing intelligence and staff work, to command. After gaining command, Clay, who has always been cautious, immediately asked the logistics troops to lead the infantry to cut down trees and make siege equipment. More than 10,000 northern troops rushed to make countless siege ladders, several simple siege hammer vehicles, and fixed catapults in just 2 days. Seeing that Clay seemed unsatisfied and wanted to make a more time-consuming siege tower, Robb covered his face and stopped him. "It's really like a lion fighting a rabbit with all its strength." Robb patiently explained to Clay that being cautious is certainly a good thing, but time in war is also precious, and it needs to be judged according to the actual situation. He finally left thoughtfully, and then formally commanded the army to attack Branded City. When the war began, Robb did not interfere with Clay's command of the battle, but took all the wolf guards to a remote cliff behind the northern army, ready to watch the battle leisurely. Before Robb arrived, Will consciously led the wolf guards to explore and eliminate all dangers on the road, not to mention hidden enemies. Even wild animals such as snakes and rats were cleared out by them. Bloodwind's wolf pack had already matured under the catalysis of the Blood Pact. The Blood Wolf pack was shorter than Nymeria and Lady, but after the Blood Wolf pack added the wolf guards on their backs, their combat effectiveness was definitely not inferior to them. I don't know if it was because of the Blood Pact points that were allocated to the wolf pack during this period. Robb, who was already familiar with the physiological changes of the direwolves, found that Nymeria, Lady, and more than half of the female wolves in the Blood Wolf pack had signs of estrus again in recent days. Robb, who saw some signs, had already written to Winterfell through the crow's nest in Sarsfield City, asking his mother Catelyn to send people to the wolf forest to catch more large grey wolves and send them to Reborn. Robb was very excited about the fact that the Bloodwind wolf pack was about to increase again by multiples, because the Blood Covenant Goldfinger guaranteed the survival rate of the Blood Covenant wolf cubs. The Wolf Riders Corps he had imagined was getting closer and closer. Woo. When Robb arrived at the cliff, the siege of Branded City just began. With the sound of the horn, a siege phalanx composed of at least 5,000 northern soldiers, with wooden shields, siege ladders, and battering rams, began to attack Branded City. The defenders on the walls of Branded City began to throw together, and the parabolic rain of arrows fell on the northern siege phalanx with little effect. Bang, bang. As expected of the wealthy Westerly, basically every castle is equipped with at least 2 giant crossbows. The power of this giant crossbow is not something that a wooden shield can withstand. As the wooden shields were shattered, several northern soldiers were pierced by spears and crossbows, turning into 2 strings of human candide whores. At this moment, several catapults fixed in the northern army camp also began to exert their strength, throwing huge stones at the walls of Branded City and the city. In fact, Clay built these catapults not to kill the enemy, but to hit the enemy's morale and allow his soldiers to get closer to the city wall, playing a supporting role. Imagine that a normal person would subconsciously dodge when seeing the huge stones whistling in front of him. Therefore, except for the truly brave and fearless soldiers who focus on defending the city, as long as other soldiers dodging or distracting their attention will reduce their attack frequency. Facts have proved that this is the case. After only the first round of volleys in Branded City, there was a messy free shooting. Facing the obviously sparse rain of arrows, the northern siege phalanx approached the walls of Branded City very quickly. Then, these 5,000 northern soldiers dispersed in an orderly manner, doing the siege work assigned by their captains. Countless siege ladders were placed on the walls of Branded City, and archers provided cover shooting from the bottom up. Behind them, the siege hammer vehicle slowly moved towards the city gate. The 5,000 northern soldiers who attacked Branded City were naturally the surrendered soldiers from the Western Territory and Stormland. Inspired by the generous rewards for being the first to ascend, these surrendered soldiers who could already be called northern soldiers began to climb the siege ladders with stones and boiling oil. Since the western families had fewer soldiers to defend the city, some northern soldiers began to climb the battlements of Branded City before the siege hammers were pushed under the city gate, striving for the honor of being the first warriors to ascend. The northern soldiers who first stepped onto the walls of Branded City had no chance of getting any good results, and were drowned in the soldiers defending the city as soon as they went up. However, as the loopholes in the defense of the city wall became more and more, some northern soldiers began to gain a foothold on the city wall. When the siege hammer vehicle arrived at the gate of Branded City, it began to hit the gate continuously, making a loud noise. This made the soldiers guarding the city wall more and more uneasy, worrying that the gate would be knocked open at any time. In this way, a gap on the wall of Branded City that was first climbed was completely opened. The northern soldiers who climbed the wall later began to surge towards the siege soldiers like a tide. The defenders of Branded City, who were already small in number, were completely unable to fill this gap. Gradually, the defenders who knew the situation began to surrender and kneel down to surrender. After seeing the example of surrender, most of the other soldiers guarding Branded City began to throw away their weapons and kneel down to surrender. In the end, seeing that the Earl of Branded City was powerless to save the situation, Daemon Marbrand could only surrender. After seeing his direwolf flag fluttering in Branded City, Robb sent a message to Bloodwind in his heart and left the cliff to go to Branded City. Wow. When Robb rode Bloodwind into the Branded City, all the surrendered Branded City soldiers and the civilians hiding in the city suddenly cried out in fear, shock and other exclamations. Robb had long been accustomed to the many exclamations that came one after another. It was just that the situation in the Branded City, which was different from the previous cities, attracted his attention. In the Branded City full of corpses and wounded people, a large group of women wearing grey robes, covering their faces except for the eyes with black scarves, and with the 7 god symbol erected on their backs were cleaning up the bodies. This is the women's organization serving the stranger, the Silent Sisters. They swear by abstinence and silence, and will do the cleaning and cleaning work for any corpse for free. Robb certainly felt a little strange that there were so many Silent Sisters in the Branded City. However, his eyes were interspersed among the Silent Sisters, the small group of nurses wearing white robes and carrying first aid wooden boxes. Finally, when Robb's eyes fell on one of the nurses, he could not look away. The nurse had long black hair and a beautiful and dignified appearance. At this moment, she was under the eaves of a house with a huge stone inlaid on the roof. Her face was covered with blood, and she was concentrating on treating an enemy wounded with a large gap in the flesh on his waist. She was. I don't know if it was because of the fusion of souls, but when Robb recognized this nurse, his heart beat faster for no reason, as if he felt the first time he confessed to his first love in his previous life. Crack. Bang. When the black-haired nurse was carefully suturing the wound, the eaves above her head were suddenly crushed by the huge stone of the catapult. The entire roof and the huge stone smashed towards the black-haired nurse and the wounded. The surrounding soldiers, civilians and other nurses heard the sound and looked at the tragedy that was about to happen, and they immediately cried out. Whoosh. Crack. Crack. A white giant shadow rushed to the black-haired nurse and the wounded at a high speed, and then a huge semicircular ice crystal shield appeared out of thin air, wrapping them tightly inside. Snap, snap, crack. The fragments of the eaves and the huge rocks fell on the ice crystal shield that seemed to be shattered at the touch, and were directly bounced to the surroundings. However, the ice crystal shield was also smashed by the huge rocks, to create a long crack. Seeing that the defense of this layer of ice crystal shield was indeed as he expected, Robb nodded secretly, and then looked at the side of Bloodwind. The black-haired nurse who was almost smashed into a meat paste was completely unmoved, and continued to sew the wound of the wounded very calmly. Judging from her blood-stained but steady hands, she was definitely not pretending to be calm. Okay. Carry him away. After finishing the suturing in her hands, the black-haired nurse spoke calmly to the northern soldiers beside her. The 2 northern soldiers looked at Robb inquiringly, and when they saw him nod in agreement, they went forward and carried the unconscious enemy wounded away. Hey, I saved you. Shouldn't you thank me? Looking at the long-haired nurse who stood up with her bloody hands raised and was about to leave, Robb immediately shouted with interest. Your Majesty, this war was started by you, and you also ordered the boulder to be thrown. So, you are not saving me, you just didn't kill me. After hearing this, the black-haired nurse with a very unique personality turned around and greeted very politely before speaking. She looked at the bloody wind surrounded by white ice mist and Robb's crystal clear ice eyes. Except for a little shock in her eyes, her overall expression was still very calm. First of all, it doesn't matter whether I started this war or not. What matters is that I won this war. And what you said later is also unreasonable. A farmer grew potatoes and sold them to you, and then you accidentally choked to death while eating potatoes. So, it was that farmer who killed you? Originally, Robb would not answer these boring topics at all. But who knew that he would argue with the black-haired nurse for some reason? Oh, I didn't expect that His Majesty is also very good at sophistry in addition to marching and fighting. Sorry, I don't have time to debate with you. There are still many wounded waiting for me to save their lives. The black-haired nurse, who didn't know how to answer Robb's words, chuckled and prepared to leave. After seeing this black-haired nurse today, Robb, who was completely different from usual, felt that she had a distinct personality and was very dignified and beautiful. In fact, aesthetics is actually a very personal thing. In addition to the same definition of ugliness, everyone has different aesthetics. This black-haired nurse may not look very beautiful, but at this moment, in Robb's eyes, it seems that there is a filter of the anchor in his previous life, which directly beautifies her. Looking at the black-haired nurse who had turned around and walked a few steps, Robb felt an impulse in his heart and subconsciously asked knowingly, "What's your name?" "Teresa." The black-haired nurse Teresa seemed not to hear it and walked a few steps again. Then, she suddenly stopped and answered Robb's question loudly without looking back. Yes, this black-haired nurse is Talisa Meja. In the previous life, she was the fundamental reason why Robb broke the Free Family Oath and died at the Red Wedding. As if it was fate, the two of them met again in the Westerly. Thanks to Flathead Brother is 6, 1 Lily, and book friend 20180918221530864 for voting for the monthly ticket. Thanks to all the big guys who vote for recommendations every day and follow the reading here. Thank you for your support. PS. The characters here use the drama version, not the original work. Then, I coded this chapter today with my mobile phone in the car. I'm on a business trip again. Haha. Finally, please continue to support me. Please subscribe, and please vote. Thank you all. Chapter 174 Abnormal. Oh my god. What is that? Is it ice magic? Ugh. How can we defeat such an enemy? It's over. The Westerly is over. Seeing Talisa concentrating on saving the wounded in Branded City again, Robb's mind moved, and Bloodwind carried him to the inner castle of Branded City. The surrounding Branded City defenders and civilians, from the initial silence of being so shocked that they forgot to speak, suddenly turned into a noisy vegetable market, with all kinds of discussions one after another. Since obtaining extraordinary power, Robb has never thought of hiding it. Westeros seems to be a society that emphasizes civilization and order, but in fact, under this layer of skin is a cruel law of the jungle. Therefore, he likes to show off his muscles appropriately on some occasions. This can not only make his own soldiers feel admiration and awe, but also make the enemy feel fear and cowardice. Why do the 5,000 surrendered soldiers who fought bravely in the siege today want to gain military merits and join the North? In addition to the influence of the new laws in the North, I also saw with my own eyes that Robb walked out of the wildfire trap outside Reverin like a god descending from heaven and broke the city of Sarsfield alone with an unrivaled single-handed attack. Isn't there a classic joke in the previous life? If you can't beat them, join them. These surrendered soldiers from the Westerlands and Stormlands, who are very sensible to the times, implemented this sentence very thoroughly. The area of the Branded City is not too large, and it didn't take long for Robb and the Wolf Guards to reach the inner castle of the Branded City. Clay, who Robb had not seen at the gate of the Branded City just now, was now accepting the remnants of the soldiers who surrendered from the inner castle with their hands raised. Next to him was Daemon Marbrand, the Earl of the Branded City, with his hands tied behind his back. He is the father of Adam Marbrand, the commander of the Westerlands Cavalry. Your Majesty, please forgive my sin for not being able to greet him at the city gate in advance. Seeing Robb coming, Clay immediately stepped forward a few steps, knelt on one knee, and saluted him to apologize. Get up. Where did you commit the crime? You did a great job commanding the siege this time. I'm very satisfied. Robb jumped off Bloodwind, steadied himself, pulled up Clay, patted his shoulder encouragingly, and said, Your Majesty, this Earl Daemon took the initiative to persuade the soldiers guarding the inner castle to surrender. He also told me that there is a lot of coarse gold in the Branded City, and there is a lot of rock gold that has not been basically refined. he is willing to use these things in exchange for the treatment of the noble captives of the Marbrand family. Hearing the praise from the person he admired, even though Clay, who had been cautious and steady since childhood, couldn't help but smile, and then continued to speak in a way that asked for credit. Robb, who knew what gold looked like in his previous life, but never understood the specific content, didn't understand what Clay meant at all. Your Majesty, coarse gold is a gold bar or gold nugget with low purity after basic refining. And rock gold is an ore with gold dug out from the gold mine. Seeing that Robb didn't seem to know much about gold, Earl Dammon immediately explained. Through his series of detailed explanations, Robb finally knew the specific situation of the depletion of gold mines in the West. Once, Casterly Rock was the main gold producing area. Its extremely rich reserves persisted in mining for thousands of years, but later gradually dried up, and the mining cost was far greater than the value of the small amount of gold produced. Subsequently, Casterly Rock gradually changed its role to the capital. Many gold producing areas such as Golden Tooth, Castamere, Nunberg, and Pendry Hills were discovered. The Lannister family also relied on them to arm themselves and strengthen their strength. Became the leading family in Westeros. However, due to the backward mining technology in Westeros, the easy to collect rock gold in the numerous gold mines in the West has greatly decreased, and the gold content has also decreased. Now the mining costs of many gold mines in the West are gradually returning to the old situation of Casterly Rock. When there is no value at all, these gold mines may be abandoned, and new gold resources may be sought. Therefore, the gold mines in the West are still producing gold, but the difficulty of mining has increased, and the cost has increased. It is not to say that the gold mines have been directly exhausted to the point where there is no gold to be mined. Logically speaking, Branded City has a considerable amount of coarse gold and rock gold this time. Then the Golden Tooth City that Robb had taken before should have more gold. After all, the Golden Tooth City is an important gold producing town in the West. Yes, the Golden Tooth City has indeed been producing a large amount of gold, but it also has the dual functions of a defensive fortress and a gold producing area. Generally, when the war breaks out, the Golden Tooth City will transport all the gold produced. At the same time, the gold mining activities in the area will be stopped, and all efforts will be made to deal with the war. Branded City and Rock City are located in the interior of the West, and the geographical location is safe. At the same time, they are responsible for the monitoring and protection of the gold producing areas and the initial refining and transportation functions. During this period, when Robb took over the Golden Tooth City at lightning speed, the spies of the Northern Intelligence Organization had already cut off all external communications. Therefore, when they began to occupy the entire West, these castles in the Tengshi Mountains had no time to transport the gold out, so Robb could only benefit from it. Thank you for answering my questions. Lord Dammon, please wait a moment. I will arrange for you to go to King's Landing after I take over the rock in a few days. According to Bloodwind's transmission, Lord Dammon's heartbeat was normal when he talked about these situations, and there was no abnormal reaction in his body. Robb, who felt that the information was more authentic, nodded and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Hearing that his family's lives were safe and they could be free, Lord Dammon breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Robb. Come on, find a comfortable place for Lord Dammon and his family. Clay, who had been listening silently, immediately called on the soldiers beside him to take Lord Dammon and others away. Clay, find everyone in Branded City who knows how to mine. I want to see if I can strengthen their mining technology. Then, send people to control the nearby gold producing areas as quickly as possible. These are all our wealth. After Lord Dammon was taken away, Robb immediately gave his orders to Clay. Yes, I'll arrange it now. Wait, I just met a nurse named Thisha. She is treating the wounded at the city gate. Send someone to protect her secretly, and then collect as much information about her as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. After hearing the latter order from Robb, Clay, who was called back by Robb, smiled a smile that all men understand, and turned away with a relaxed look. Looking at Clay, who was inexplicably happy, Robb's face was a little hot. It seemed like he was caught peeking at a beautiful woman in school in his previous life. In fact, there were some things Robb didn't know in private. After he became the king of the north, he thought that his life was very self-disciplined, but in the eyes of the nobles under his command, it was a completely unacceptable ascetic life. Some people even speculated whether his hobby was for men. After all, such alternative hobbies are also popular among the great nobles in Westeros. In the most open dawn, it can even be directly made public. In general, the relationship between the sexes of the nobles in Westeros is very open. Teenagers like Clay go to the red light district to party, just like classmates in the previous life, go to the internet cafe to play games. It is normal and frequent. Many children of the nobles can look for bed partners unscrupulously before marriage and enjoy their youth. Because political marriages between nobles are very frequent, most marriages are not happy. But for the dignity of their respective families, both parties will be very restrained after marriage. At least, they will not discredit the family reputation in naming. Of course, there are still many conservative families like Eddard Stark who strictly restrain their children. In short, after understanding Robb's expression, Clay felt a lot more relaxed. This shows that they don't have to worry about Robb's offspring. The northern soldiers quickly cleaned up the inner castle of the branded city, and Robb naturally moved into the city lord's room. His original plan was to combine the knowledge of his previous life, to think about how to improve the mining technology of the gold mines in the west, or to find ways to reduce mining costs and so on. As a result, Robb sat at the desk in the lord's room, not thinking about future development plans at all. Instead, his mind was full of the figure of theirs, who seemed extremely beautiful to him. Is this love at first sight? When I watched the drama in my previous life, I didn't think she was so beautiful. Why do I feel that she is more beautiful than any other woman when I see her now? It seems that something is wrong. Just as Robb was thinking about it, a thought flashed through his mind, and his vigilance rose rapidly. Robb turned his head to look at the corner of the room, and Bloodwind shrank in size through the control skill. The blood contract data suddenly appeared in front of him, but there was nothing abnormal on it, and the blood contract points did not decrease. So, I was not attacked by magic? Will, your majesty, please give your orders. As Robb called out to the outside of the room, the leader of the wolf guard, Will, immediately pushed the door open and knelt down to salute. Go and invite Jeezy over. Yes. It was rare to see Robb's expression so serious. Will knew the seriousness of the matter and immediately took the order to go out to find Jeezy. After Will left, Robb stood in the center of the lord's room, and his crystal clear eyes carefully examined his body. But he didn't find anything unusual. Not long after, Will came with Leaf, accompanied by Thorn and Vine, who were worried about her. You wait outside. I have something to ask Leaf. Robb, who was standing in the center of the room, said casually. After Will put Leaf into the room, he closed the door directly. Bang. Easy. I suspect that I may be affected by magic, but I didn't find anything abnormal. As soon as the door was closed, Robb asked Leaf, who looked a little pale because she overdrew her magic power, to perform large-scale magic in the Golden Tooth City. Hearing this, Leaf slowly looked around Robb carefully. Then, pointing at the Bloodwind in the corner, he shook his head and replied, Your Majesty, apart from its magic, I don't sense any other traces of magic in you. Is it possible that it's not magic, but some other mysterious power that can affect me? At this moment, Robb, who had woken up from that state of longing, was very sure that he was affected by a mysterious power, which was why he was so obsessed with this, whom he had only met once. If he asked other people such a vague question, they would definitely be confused. But Leaf, who was born in the era of dragons, was the only child of the forest who had wandered in the human world and had 200 years of observation, listening and learning. She pondered for a long time and suddenly seemed to remember something. Then she rummaged in the small bag on her waist for a while, took out a handful of powder made of unknown things, and sprinkled it on Robb. Her action made the lazy Bloodwind in the corner stand up directly. After Robb, who did not feel dangerous, comforted it, it lazily collapsed on the ground again. As Leaf's unusually beautiful and melodious source language song sounded, the powder on Robb's body emitted bursts of green light. Under the green light, strange symbols that looked like living creatures were dancing happily around Robb's body. Your Majesty, this is the love song of the moon singer from Essos. Leaf, who had been to Essos, said with certainty as he looked at these strange symbols. Love song? You know I can counteract magic. Since it's affecting me, why can't I dissolve it? Seeing that he was indeed affected by the mysterious power without knowing it, Robb frowned and asked, Your Majesty, this is not magic. In a sense, it is just a blessing. Blessing? Yes. Seeing Robb, who obviously wanted to get to the bottom of it, Li sighed inwardly and continued to explain to him, moon singers are basically women. Just like us children of the forest sing praises to the earth, they sing praises to the moon and the sky. Those moon singers who are truly recognized by the moon, their songs with beautiful blessings have mysterious power. For example, healing song, childbirth song, love song and so on. They are all women. Hey, then they are all very powerful. They can bless me across the vast ocean. Robb habitually stroked his chin gently with his hand, chuckled, and then joked to Leaf. Impossible, they must be blessing you nearby. Will. After finding out the information he wanted, Robb immediately shouted to Will at the door. Squeak. Your Majesty, I'm here. Immediately bring people to invite all the silent sisters and nurses who are at the gate of Brand City today to the inner castle. Be careful not to hurt them. Of course, if someone resists strongly or something unusual happens, I allow you to use lethal means. Seeing Will quickly open the door and come in, Robb directly conveyed his order to him. Will nodded and quickly went to complete his task, and Yeezy behind Robb just reacted and said faintly, Your Majesty, if you want to know anything, you can ask me directly. Just now, from your tone, I can feel that you have a good impression of the moon singers. If I ask you directly, you won't tell me, right? They are just a group of harmless women. They are either doctors, midwives, or fortune tellers. And the song of love is a blessing. It can't pose any threat to you at all. Please don't hurt them. Looking at Robb's half smile, Yeezy answered very sincerely, whether there is a threat or not, it's not up to you to decide. It's up to me to decide. Blessing? They came all the way from Essos to Westeros just to bless my love? I don't believe it. Robb didn't have to wait too long before Will came to report. Everyone had been invited to the gate of the inner castle. When Robb led Will and other wolf guards to the gate of the inner castle, there were 70 or 80 silent sisters and more than 10 nurses who were whispering in fear. When they saw Robb, everyone quieted down. They knew that, no matter what the king wanted to do, they could only cooperate, and there was no room for resistance. Bloodwind. Keep an eye on their reactions. Robb glanced at Issa, who was standing quietly in the crowd. He quietly gave Bloodwind an order, then turned to the nearly 100 people and said, Since you dared to secretly use the song of love on me, you must bear my wrath. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I will definitely turn the Moon Singer Temple into ruins. Hearing Robb's somewhat inexplicable roar, the nearly 100 women in front of the inner castle were basically confused. However, one of the women dressed as the Silent Sisters, her suddenly accelerated heartbeat and rapid breathing immediately attracted Bloodwind's attention. Robb followed Bloodwind's gaze and instantly met the eyes of the woman dressed as the Silent Sister. The woman dressed as the Silent Sister immediately knew that she had been exposed. While taking something out of her arms, she turned around and tried to run towards the alley of the branded city next to her. Whoosh! A 50 centimeter long, small ice crystal spear shot from behind, directly piercing her left leg and causing her to fall to the ground. Several wolf guards quickly surrounded her from the side and grabbed her directly in front of Robb. Hey, got you. Thanks to Zeph for the monthly vote. Thanks to everyone who votes for recommendations every day and reads here. Thank you for your support. PS. Please continue to support me, subscribe, and vote. Thank you everyone. Chapter 175 Intelligence. The woman who was trying to escape was short and wore the standard uniform of the Silent Sisters, so except for her eyes, everything else was tightly wrapped. Take off her disguise. Upon hearing Robb's order, a wolf guard who was escorting her tore off the black veil and the hood on her head. Under the black veil was a face that was obviously different from that of a foreigner in Westeros. Her facial features were very deep, and her skin was sallow, as if she was lacking nutrition. The most eye-catching thing was that she had a circle of leather headbands tightly tied around her forehead full of dark brown hair. It can be seen that she should have been wearing a leather headband since she was a child. Therefore, human intervention made her head pointy, and the whole head looked very deformed. So ugly. Why did they catch her? Jugsnay. As the disguise of the woman was removed, her appearance was revealed, and a burst of discussion broke out among the nearly 100 women. Of course, the silent sisters did not speak, and the voices were basically the women and the nurses. If it were normal, Robb's hearing would not be so sensitive. But he, who was in the blessing of the love song, instantly heard the obviously very pleasant voice from the discussion. Please invite Miss Lisa over. Robb turned his head and gave Will an order, and he immediately took the order and came forward to invite Lisa to Robb. Miss Lisa, I seem to have vaguely heard you call her a Jugsnay. Can you introduce her to me in detail? Your Majesty, I'm not a noble lady. Please call me Lisa directly. You have a good ear, and I did say that. From the appearance, she is a Jugsnay, and Jugsnay generally live in the Jugsnay plains in the north of Ye Land. Hearing Robb's series of questions, the sap raised his ears with a smile, and then explained to him directly. Do you know her? Why did you look so surprised just now? As soon as Lisa finished speaking, Robb asked quickly. I don't know her. If it was 2 or 3 months ago, I certainly couldn't help you, Your Majesty, because I didn't know the Jugsnay either. But before I set out for Westeros, I saw the Jugsnay once in Volantis. I saw them again today. As far as I know, they rarely appear in other places in Essos, let alone Westeros. So, I was a little surprised. Hearing Lisa's very serious answer, Robb subconsciously wanted to believe her. But he knew that his current state was a little abnormal, so he asked Bloodwind in his mind. After receiving Bloodwind's normal state, Robb nodded to Lisa and thanked her, then turned his head to ask the Jugsnay, do you know her? The Jugsnay, whose left leg was pierced by the ice crystal spear, did not feel the pain for the time being due to the low temperature effect of the ice spear. Hearing this, he turned his head to the other side, where he could not see the sap, looking like he didn't want to answer Robb's question at all. Very good. Whether it is my previous speech or the question now, it shows that you can understand the common language. The Jugsnay did not expect that Robb did not expect her to answer directly, but just wanted to confirm whether she could really understand the common language. Will send someone to inform Clay to seal off the branded city. Temporarily place these ladies in a comfortable place. No one is allowed to leave the branded city without my order. Then, take this guest to the cell in the inner castle. I want to have a friendly exchange with her in person. Your Majesty, are you going to put us under house arrest? But there are still many wounded outside waiting for us to save their lives. Hearing Robb's words, this sap, who was worried about the wounded, said anxiously. Don't worry, I will have someone send the wounded to your resettlement place. You only need to disinfect the environment in advance and prepare medical tools for treatment. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hearing Robb's very professional words, the sap was a little speechless for a moment and could only nod and thank him. The cell where criminals are held in the Brand Castle is in the basement, where various blood-stained torture instruments and shackles are still left. After entering the underground cell, the Jugsnay's face immediately became ugly, and a hint of fear was already revealed on her face. Sure enough, Robb had not yet started to torture her. He just pulled out the ice crystal spear from her left leg and introduced her to some cruel punishments for women in ancient China in the previous life. The Jugsnay immediately cried and told Robb everything he wanted to know. After all, she was not a deadly warrior who was ready to die, but a moon singer with a high status. The Jugsnay's name was Zima, and she was born in the Jugsnay plain. In her words, because she was favored by the moon, since she was a child, she was sent to the Moon Singer Temple in Bravos. A few months ago, the Moon Singer had the highest status in the Moon Singer Temple, equivalent to the Moon Envoy of the Pope in the previous life. Summoned all the Moon Singers who specialized in love songs in the temple. Then, she told them that, in order to spread the faith for the Moon Singer Temple, the Moon Singers were needed to go to Westeros to perform tasks. And the well-qualified Zama was selected and received the special mission of the Moon Envoy. She followed the team sent by the Moon Singer Temple to Volantis. The Moon Singer Temple team soon returned to Bravos, but she was left alone in Volantis. After staying for almost a month, under the protection of 5 Volantis guards, she secretly followed this to Westeros by boat. Because this time the Volantis Nursing Corps was invited by the Silent Sisters organization to come to exchange and investigate whether it was possible to establish a branch. So, in order to facilitate her actions, she quietly dressed up as a silent sister with the help of 5 Volantis guards and followed this until she met the mission target, Robb. She secretly cast the blessing of the Song of Love for him. First, where are the 5 Volantis guards now? Second, who told you that I was the target? Third, remove the so-called blessing of the Song of Love for me. If you can satisfy me, I will not only not hurt you, but also treat your injuries and send you back to Bravos. I swear in the name of the gods in heaven. After listening to what Zinma knew, Robb immediately told him the 3 things he thought were important and made a promise. Since she was quite cooperative, after Robb finished speaking, a white ice mist appeared out of thin air on his right hand, freezing the bleeding wound on her left leg. Well, you don't need to chant at all. What a powerful magic. The 5 Volantis guards disguised as the coachman of the nurses are now in the city. Then, it was the fortune teller Perry who told me that the first king the Samija met was the target of the mission. As for removing the blessing of the Song of Love, this is impossible. Zinma, whose face turned from sallow to pale due to heavy bleeding, first praised him and then answered Robb's questions one by one. Well, will you inform Clay to find 5 Volantis captives from the coachman of the nurses and extract their information from me as quickly as possible? Yes, your majesty. Robb first gave the more important orders to Will and then continued to ask Zinma, it's impossible to lift the blessing? That means I will always be trapped in this love brain state? Love brain? Zinma was slightly stunned when she heard the internet buzzwords from her previous life that Robb brushed out in a hurry. Then she roughly understood what Robb meant and continued to explain. Your majesty, the blessing of the Song of Love will not harm you in any way. On the contrary, it can help you have a great chance of having an heir. In Bravos, the Seeking and the dignitaries will pay a lot of money to invite us, the Moon Singers, to bless them. The blessing is indeed impossible to lift. It will continue to improve your love compatibility with this heir. The more you to resist, the more your mind will be filled with each other's figures. Until the 2 of you have a love union, then the blessing of the Song of Love will naturally disappear. No wonder the original owner fell in love with the sass so easily in the previous life and quickly got pregnant. It turned out that all this was calculated by others. However, because the original owner was cursed by Melisandre using the blood of the king, he died at the Red Wedding before the calculations made through the Sa had time to show up. Matt, even if I have obtained extraordinary power now, I really can't be careless in this world. Otherwise, I will fall into someone else's trap without knowing it. Robb heard this and fell into deep thought. He certainly had no objection to the fact that combining with this could remove the blessing of the Song of Love. After all, with the blessing of this blessing, he now felt that this as personality and face were perfect. However, Robb had to figure out who was planning through this and what was the purpose of sending a girl to him. After he finished thinking, he immediately asked Zinma, is it true that if I do those things between men and women, the blessing will disappear? No, if you want the blessing to disappear, you must combine with theirs, because your love has been blessed by the moon. Otherwise, no matter how many other women you combine with, her figure will always appear in your mind. Zinma shook her head and directly rejected Robb's idea of relying on other women to remove the blessing. Oh, this means that the more I can't get it, the more I want it, until I finally get it. Is this blessing affecting the various hormones in my body? Robb heard Zinma's words, combined with a scientific theory about love that he had read in his previous life, and had some guesses about the so-called blessing of the moon. The scientific theory explained from a scientific perspective that human love is actually a chemical reaction of 6 love substances. They are dopamine, phenylethylamine, endorphin, norepinephrine, posterior pituitary hormone, and pheromones. After experiencing all 6 love substances, love will lose its original passion and slowly return to blandness. The final conclusion is that love cannot be kept fresh forever, but happiness is always within reach. This is indeed the case. A couple wants to grow old together. It is impossible to rely on passionate love alone. Both parties must know how to satisfy each other and spend happy and ordinary years together. After chatting with Zinma about what he saw and heard in Bravos, Robb asked 2 wolf guards to accompany her for treatment. As time passed, night gradually fell. When Robb and Bloodwind were enjoying dinner in the banquet hall of the inner castle, Clay, who was still stained with blood, came to report. "Thank you for your hard work. Come and have dinner together. Let's talk while we eat." Robb looked at Clay, who obviously had no time to eat dinner, pointed to the long table full of meat, fruit, and bread, and invited him with a smile. Knowing Robb's character, it was not the first time for Clay to eat together. He simply wiped his hands with a towel, handed by the maid, and sat down at Robb's position, chewing food while reporting the interrogation intelligence. "Your Majesty, the 5 Volantis guards resisted when we captured them. We killed one on the spot, and 2 could not withstand the interrogation. Now there are only 2 left. I have found a lot of other intelligence to verify the information they said, and it has a high degree of authenticity. Well, I believe in your judgment. Go ahead." Robb nodded to Clay, while taking big bites of a roasted leg of lamb. "The 5 of them are not ordinary Volantis guards. I found tiger tattoos on them. They are elite warriors of the Volantis Tiger Party." "Tiger Party?" "Yes, Your Majesty. Volantis does not have a king. They are ruled by 3 archons elected by the people. Each archon serves only 1 year, but any archon can run for re-election indefinitely. These 3 archons are the most honorable people in Volantis. According to them, as long as the archons are in office, their feet cannot touch the ground. Therefore, they always travel in elephant carts. And these 3 archons are divided into 2 factions, the Tiger Party and the Elephant Party. By the way, here I just have to mention this, who Your Majesty asked me to inquire about. Her full name is Megia. The surname Megia is very unfamiliar in Westeros, but it is extremely famous in Volantis. Because Volantis has a long-term archon, he is the Tiger Party archon, Malacha Megia. Goo, what is the relationship between the 2 of them? Robb listened to the unprecedented information about Essos, swallowed the mutton in his mouth with interest, and asked. "The Sam is just one of Malacha's many granddaughters, and she has not received any special care from Malacha. Until she came to Westeros with the Volantis Nursing Corps, she lived a plain life in Volantis." "Well, I see. Go on." "In the past 300 years, Volantis has been ruled by 1 tiger archon and 2 elephant archons. But since the news came from Astapa, the political situation in Volantis has changed dramatically. According to the news they heard, before they set off, Queen Daenerys Targaryen, who has 3 dragons, killed all the good masters, and released all the slaves after Astapa gained control of the Unsullied. Then she led her army to Yunque. It is said that her purpose in going to Yunque was to release the slaves. This made Volantis, which has always been a slave country, feel a crisis. At present, the whole of Volantis is eager to go to war with the Queen. It is very likely that this election in Volantis will become a pattern of 2 tiger archons and 1 elephant archon. Robb, who seemed to be listening to Clay's stories while enjoying his meal, occasionally interrupted and said, "Well, what does this have to do with them coming to Westeros?" "Because the belief in the Lord of Light is very popular in Volantis. Bonero, the high priest of the Temple of the Red God, has been promoting that Queen Daenerys Targaryen is the reincarnation of the ancient hero mentioned in the ancient prophecy, and she will save the world from the darkness." He tried hard to call on the people of Volantis to fight against the darkness with her, and warned that if Volantis opposed Queen Daenerys, it would eventually end in disaster. This made Volantis, who had been fighting against Queen Daenerys, voices of surrender and submission appeared. Therefore, at the Tiger Party meeting, Archon Malacha told everyone in the Tiger Party that, as long as he could continue to be re-elected as Archon, he would solve this problem. Finally, after Malacha met with Perry the fortune teller of the Moonsinger Temple, these elite tiger warriors were ordered to protect the Moonsinger named Zama to Westeros. Clay, who had roughly described the interrogation intelligence in one breath, picked up a glass of wine from the long table and gulped it down. "Hey, the Elephant Party and the Tiger Party, the Red God Temple and the Moonsinger Temple. It seems that the 2 major forces of the Tiger Party and the Moonsinger Temple have united, so the Sab will have the opportunity to meet the Jugsnay. But what do they want from me?" After listening to the interrogation intelligence, Robb, whose stomach was almost filled, threw the lamb leg with only bones left in his hand on the long table, and fell into thought again. Arya is still in the House of Black and White in Bravos. This pile of troubles in Volantis has come to her again. Daenerys, who has 3 dragons, is successfully carrying out the slave liberation movement, constantly expanding her territory and strengthening her power. I must solve these troublesome issues in the 7 kingdoms as soon as possible so that I can compete with her in the future. There is also the army of White Walkers outside the Great Wall, and I don't know how Jon is doing now. There are so many things that need me to solve. So tired. Hey, I wonder if the Sa has rested? Otherwise, go and chat with her now and discuss life. Thank you for the points reward from Leo Giu brother, and thank you for the monthly vote from Ailing Wan Chekson. Thank you for voting for recommendations every day, and for all the big guys who follow here. Thank you for your support. PS, I'm typing on my mobile phone during this period. If you see any typos, please point them out. Thank you for catching bugs. Then please continue to support me. Please subscribe, and please vote. Thank you everyone. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.